I, along with countless strangers, was forcibly transported into an endless, massive train station. Trains surrounded us in every direction, and before I could even process what was happening, a system prompt resonated in my ears. Welcome to the survival world of trains. Select a train to bind yourself to it. Activate your talent and become a conductor. Survivors who do not bind to a train will be designated passengers. The core rule: survive. To be honest, I didn't even finish listening to that first prompt before my body moved a step ahead of my brain. I rushed onto the nearest train, completed the binding process, and became a conductor. By the time the others snapped out of their shock, chaos erupted. Crying, shouting, cursing, fighting, all for the chance to claim a conductor's spot. Unfortunately for them, it was already too late. I lowered my head and glanced at my control panel. Train level 1, armor 500, capacity for 50 people in one carriage, speed of 30 kilometers per hour. Leveling up required building materials, rare metals, and parts. There was also a 20-slot inventory backpack. Next, my talent activated. Your talent has been activated. SSS Master of Slaves. I froze on the spot. Master of Slaves? Are you kidding me? I've been a law-abiding guy my entire life. Won prizes as a kid, joined the student council in college. How do I resemble a slaver in the slightest? But after reading the description, I couldn't stay calm. The core passive trait was called Enslavement Contract. Once I inscribed a soul contract on a target, they would become my eternal slave, unable to harm me in any way. What's more, for each slave bound, all my attributes would increase by 2%. Additionally, there was Greedy Harvest, which allowed me to gain extra loot when opening treasure chests. And the kicker? My exclusive weapon, Soul Flame Chains, amplified the enemy's pain by 500%, with increasing power as I leveled up. At the mere thought, 2 glowing chains of fire materialized in my hands. A flood of knowledge regarding how to enslave others rushed into my mind. That's when everything went south. The train is about to depart. Prepare to receive passengers. Any individuals who fail to board will be eradicated. The walls and ceiling of the station abruptly disappeared. An endless wave of monsters rushed in, charging at the survivors who were still fighting over spots. An invisible force field temporarily held them back, but the panic among the crowd had already reached a fever pitch. As soon as the train doors opened, the 50 available spots filled in an instant. Those left behind were thrown off and desperately sprinted toward other carriages. Departure countdown. 3, 2, 1. The force field dissipated in an instant, and the creatures engulfed everyone still on the platform. Their desperate screams echoed into the carriage, turning the faces of all the passengers ghostly pale. With the shrill sound of a whistle, my train plunged into a blood-red portal ahead. After a gut-wrenching sensation of being twisted and turned, we emerged in an endless wasteland. Rolling gray clouds crackled with purple lightning. In the distance were the ruins of a colossal city, while the areas flanking the tracks were littered with bleached skeletons and rusted train wreckage. Estimated time to reach the newbie station, 3 hours. No imminent risks. It is advised to gather resources. All right, time to check out the group of people now on board my train. I opened the door to the carriage, only to find a chaotic mess. 2 men were shoving each other. An office lady was shouting about choosing a leader, and a bespectacled middle-aged man proposed holding a democratic vote. But one of the men sneered and pulled out a dagger. Democracy? To hell with that. The strongest one gets to call the shots. I'm a thug through and through. This train is mine to command now. The other man refused to back down and drew a collapsible baton to face him. I leaned casually against the doorframe, watching with amusement. With a group like this, they'd probably fragment into a dozen factions by the time we reached a station. When did my train need a leader? I spoke up, and all of them turned to look at me. The guy with the dagger strutted up to me with a malicious grin. Your train? I don't see you as all that powerful. Why not hand over the conductor role to me? Before he could finish his sentence, he lunged forward, aiming to stab me in the chest. The women screamed, but my 2 fiery soul chains moved faster. One of them lashed the dagger right out of his hand, while the other struck him hard in the chest. Huh, is that all you've got? He tried to keep up his bravado, but within seconds, he fell to his knees. What washed over him was a soul-tearing agony that burned like fire, only to be punctured repeatedly by countless searing hot needles. Tears and snot streamed down his face as he convulsed and writhed on the floor. The tough act vanished, leaving him resembling a spineless, whimpering stray dog. Please, spare me. I was wrong. I won't do it again, he begged, smacking his forehead against the floor. I scanned the room. Anyone else have something to say? Everyone lowered their heads. Even the man with the collapsible baton handed it over to me without hesitation. This one wasn't bad, had a bit of combat capability, and could sense the situation clearly. Now, all of you, stretch out your hands. Time to sign a contract. The soul flame chain seared a slave insignia onto their right hands. By the time the memories behind the contract flooded their minds, their faces turned ashen. They were now entirely under my control, their lives at my whim, incapable of even thinking about rebellion. 50 slaves total. Each one granted me a 2% attribute boost, totaling to a whopping 100% increase in all attributes. Power surged through my body. I threw a casual punch, and the air exploded with a sonic boom. At this level, I was practically as strong as a super soldier on par with Captain America. After the contracts were signed, I addressed the group. I am Gu K, your conductor. We'll be arriving at the station in about 2 hours. Once we're there, stay inside the carriage and await my instructions. I turned to the man with the collapsible baton. What's your name, and what did you do before all this? My name's Gao Tian. I'm a retired paramilitary officer and later ran a small restaurant. Good. From now on, you're in charge of maintaining order in the carriage. Can you manage that? No problem, he quickly nodded. I handed the baton back to him and returned to the train's cockpit. The air inside the carriage was thick with tension. One of the women was quietly sobbing. What's the point of living as a slave? I wanted to explore a post-apocalyptic world, maybe gain powers and grow strong. Now I'm just someone's slave. I miss home. I just want to go back home. Enough. Gao Tian slammed the baton against the wall, instantly silencing the complaints. At that moment, a striking young woman wearing a school uniform stood up confidently. Hello everyone. I'm Lin Yining, president of the student council at Haicheng University. I'm 20 years old. She paused. Actually, being a slave might not be as bad as you think. Her words caught everyone's attention. First of all, since becoming slaves, has Conductor Gu done anything inappropriate? People thought about it and realized he hadn't. Second, he mentioned waiting in the carriage upon arrival. This suggests, what do you mean by that? If he truly considers us slaves, he would have sent us down to scout the path and take the hits as cannon fodder the very first chance he got. But he didn't. So, at least for now, he doesn't truly see us as slaves. With those few words, the stifling atmosphere visibly lifted. Some people began admiring the scenery, while others started exchanging hushed words. Yet, deep inside, she wasn't entirely unshaken. Su Xinyu, what if the conductor interprets this as me trying to usurp power? What if he kills me on a whim? Su Xinyu. In the train's engine room, where I was standing, every word of hers reached my ears. Interesting. She truly didn't disappoint as a student council president. A few statements, and she managed to dissolve the tension in the carriage while giving me a bit of unprompted praise. Quite some talent. Slaves, after all, wouldn't dare openly defy me, but that doesn't mean they'd willingly work hard. Her little pep talk saved me not a small amount of trouble. Still, it was premature for me to say anything just yet. I remained silent. Lin Yining, after seeing no reaction from the train's engine room, let out a subtle sigh of relief. Yet, there was an undeniable hint of wistfulness. Su Xinyu, was my little speech truly that laughable in the face of the contract? Su Xinyu. Just then, an announcement system chimed in. The train is approaching the station. Passengers, please prepare accordingly. The entire carriage straightened. The rookie station was here. I stepped out of the train's engine room with a chain in my hand, its links wreathed in quiet flames. I'll scout ahead. Only come out after I'm certain it's safe. Understood. Understood. The response was more enthusiastic this time. Eyes lit up across the carriage. Was the formidable conductor Gu himself intending to scout ahead personally? What kind of slave master does that? Truth be told, I was fully aware of what I was doing. By leveraging the zero-risk promise of this rookie station, I could trade that knowledge disparity for a coup of loyalty. A fair exchange. Lin Yining, do you think you're the only one adept at winning people over? The moment I saw the system prompt, I had already planned this angle. Even if she hadn't spoken a word, this is the method I would have used to dissolve their resistance. Before me lay a dilapidated neighborhood strewn with shops on either side of the street. With a small exertion of effort, I dashed forward at an extraordinary speed. With physical abilities twice that of a normal human, I clocked an absurd 7.5 seconds for 100 meters. Boom. With 600 kilograms of force in my punch, my fist connected with a brick wall, blasting clean through it. Only 50 passengers, and my strength had already reached this level? Incredible. What about if I had 100 passengers? 1,000? Turning into Superman would be no mere fantasy then. I could forego the stakes entirely. Back in the train, all the passengers had crowded by the windows to watch me. My God, did he just punch a hole through a wall? Even the dagger-wielding guy from earlier had completely abandoned any thought of defiance. Especially him. There was even a flicker of gratitude in his eyes. I could have flattened him with one punch, but I merely disciplined him with a flaming chain. The slave master was so gentle. I could sense it. His loyalty shot up by a significant margin just now. Meanwhile, Lin Yining's face had gone pale. She must have finally realized how laughable all those little schemes were. In the face of absolute strength, such petty tricks were no more than clownish antics. I swept my gaze over the area. Resources were plentiful, but spread out. Some items were too heavy for an individual to move on their own. It was clearly structured to force people into teams and sow conflict. There's no danger outside. Get out here and start gathering supplies right now. I ordered. Gao Tian, you have 5 minutes. Count how many among us have any skills. Divide them into teams and prioritize collecting building materials, spare parts, and rare metals first. With the command issued, everyone started lining up to report their professions and skills to Gao Tian. Lin Yining also quickly caught on, proactively helping him speed up the process by gathering the information from people nearby. Moments later, the 50 passengers were divided into 5 groups, each heading in different directions. Soon, a few valuable lists were laid out in front of me. Su Xinyu, doctor at Ning City's First People's Hospital, 24 years old. Dignified appearance, mild temperament. Single. Lu Daong, experienced construction foreman, veteran in civil engineering, skilled in organizing workers. Zhao Guoqiang, car repair shop owner, spent half his life working with machinery. As for the so-called dagger guy, his name was Sun Jia, a residential security guard who moonlit at a barber shop. A doctor, a foreman, a car mechanic, and a barber. I could hardly keep a straight face. This train really seemed to be a treasure trove of talent. I assigned tasks one by one. Lu Daong was put in charge of coordinating the transportation of building materials. Zhao Guoqiang focused on selecting any potentially useful mechanical parts, while Su Xinyu and Lin Yining led the female passengers to sort through food and daily necessities. I didn't sit idle either. Using divine strength, I quickly tore apart abandoned buildings, separating steel and bricks. Lu Daong led his team, carrying the materials back to the train using poles and sacks. With 50 people working together and no infighting, the upgrade materials accumulated at an impressive speed. Conductor Gu, the daily supplies are sorted. Lin Yining handed me a neatly written inventory list. 15 boxes of bottled water, 20 boxes of instant noodles, 5 boxes of sausages, 5 boxes of bread and biscuits, 2 boxes of marinated eggs and pickled vegetables, 1 large bag of salt, 1 large bag of sugar, and 2 emergency kits. It seemed like a lot, but for 50 people, it would only last about 2.5 days. If we ration it, it could last twice as long, she suggested earnestly. Unnecessary, I shook my head. Enforcing rations from the get-go would only incite chaos. All right, I'll keep busy then, she replied, leading her group to continue searching. Conductor, we've found weapons and a treasure chest. Gao Tian came running back, grinning ear to ear. The weapons consisted of 5 fire axes, 3 riot shields, and 6 machetes. Yet, the glowing wooden chest was what truly captured attention. Survival chest. Wide opening it may yield supplies, weapons, skills, and other items. Without hesitation, I opened it. Obtained alloy spear X1, spare parts X15. Greedy Reap activated. Additional rewards. Basic combat skills manual X1, bread X2. Basic combat. Grants mastery of various combat techniques. Close quarters damage plus 10%. What a find. I learned the skills on the spot. Countless techniques and stances poured into my mind. The chain in my hand faintly gleamed with a chilling light. The nearby passengers momentarily froze but then relaxed into a sense of security. After all, I had always treated them decently. Something shifted, particularly in Sun Jia. His attitude took a dramatic turn. While others carried 1 bag each, he carried 2, working so diligently it was as if he were the conductor himself. What's your name? I asked, eyeing him. This guy had more guts and fight in him compared to ordinary folks. He'd make a good assistant for Gao Tian. Boss, the name's Sun Jia. He snapped to attention and saluted, though the salute was clumsy at best. Not bad. Assist Gao Tian from now on. Yes. Thank you, boss. He grinned wide and redoubled his effort, practically radiating energy. As the resources steadily flowed into the train, the materials for upgrading finally met the requirement. Upgrade the train to level 2. Upgrade. A flash of light streaked by, and a brand new carriage appeared at the rear of the train. Train upgraded to level 2. Acquired new skill. Iron Wall Aura. Iron Wall Aura. All slaves receive a 30% damage reduction of all types. I glanced at the time. Less than an hour remained until the station's gates would close. Quickly, move the supplies into the new carriage. Under my command, everyone frantically scavenged the area. Train conductor, Gu Quebec. Individual power. Tier 2, progresses with train upgrades. Train level, 2. Armor value, 1000/1000. Number of carriages, 2. Capacity, 100. Current passengers, 50/100. Speed, 40 kilometers per hour. Upgrade requirements, 2,000 building materials, 800 rare metals, for 100 parts. The resource requirements doubled. After upgrading, there was barely anything left. 218 building materials, 83 rare metals, and 41 parts. However, these numbers were slowly increasing. Even supplies buried beneath the ruins were dragged out by Lu Daong and his crew. Over 20 cans of pork, 3 large boxes of compressed biscuits, and 2 crates of sports drinks. Zhao Guoqiang and Lin Yining each discovered a white treasure chest. Obtained, Simple Armor X1, Rare Metal X35, Basic Repair Skill Book X1. Obtained, Large Machete X1, Building Material X55, Basic Combat Skill Book X1. The Greedy Harvest skill was so handy. Normally, these chests would yield only 1 or 2 items, yet they exploded with bonus skill books. I put on the armor to increase my defense and tossed the combat skill book to Gao Tianxue. Reporting in, supplies have mostly been cleared out. Gao Tian hurried over to report. I surveyed the surrounding area. It was stripped so bare that the phrase scraping the ground clean wouldn't even do it justice. Good. Back to the train. Let's move. As the countdown ended, the train roared back to life, speeding towards the next station. I examined the changes to the level 2 carriage. The space was larger, and the hull was visibly thicker. When I stepped into the driver's cabin, the changes were even more striking. A double bed now sat in the corner, complete with bedding and an adjoining washroom. Being the conductor certainly comes with perks. Washroom, water storage, 200 liters, replenishing 50 liters daily. For the exclusive use of the train conductor and authorized individuals. This could be useful for gaining goodwill, I thought, picturing Lin Yining and Su Xinyu drenched in sweat. In an apocalypse, even taking a shower was a luxury. Next on my agenda was setting up the management structure. Although I had everyone bound by contracts, someone still needed to handle the actual tasks, like workers in a company who couldn't defy their boss, but still found ways to slack off. A capable organizer who could boost morale was essential. Lin Yining was just that kind of talent. Adding Gao Tian and Sun Jie for brute strength, they could play good cop, bad cop to stabilize the group dynamics. As for true unity, that would have to wait until more slaves joined to form a collective spirit. Gao Tian, Lin Yining, come in, I called out. The two, exhausted to the point of collapse, quickly stood up. Lin Yining's eyes lit up, and her fatigue seemed to fade instantly. You did well today, I said to Gao Tian with a smile. Feel free to grab whatever you want to eat later. Not at all. It's my duty. He snapped to attention, saluting with utmost respect. It made sense. Managing slaves was still considered management. With a taste of authority, people instinctively leaned towards higher positions. Besides, I'd handed him a skill book, granting him a step into the extraordinary. Naturally, he was loyal to me. We've confiscated quite a few weapons today. Distribute them according to each individual's needs. We might encounter monsters or other trains at the next station. Sun Jie is reliable. Let him assist you as your deputy. Understood. I'll see to it right away. Go. I turned to Lin Yining. You're doing a great job. Finally I've earned recognition, she muttered. Whether it was Stockholm Syndrome or the fact that I held her life in my hands, just that small compliment caused her eyes to well up with tears. You heard what I said earlier. You have 2 tasks next. She straightened her posture immediately. First, organize with Su Xinyu to distribute the supplies. Decide on the specifics yourself. Second, since we'll encounter monsters at the next station, I can't babysit everyone forever. Start preparing their mindset for it. I couldn't always charge in first like a glorified servant of slaves. Training them to develop combat capabilities earlier would save me trouble in the long run. After all, every slave boosted my attributes by 2%. Losing too many would hurt me too. Understood. I'll get it done for sure. She mimicked the salute, turned to leave, but I called her back. After completing the tasks, find a change of clothes and take a shower in the washroom. Her face instantly turned crimson, her thoughts spiraling. Was he planning to? After assigning the tasks, I went to the rear carriage to inspect the supplies. I had to admit, the novice station was surprisingly generous. Food, water, clothing, building materials. It even had labor protection supplies for ease of use during tasks. The slaves had also hauled on board a number of metal racks to organize the goods. Current speed, 40 kilometers per hour. Estimated arrival in 10 hours. Zombie block. Zombie block. Danger level, Tier 1. Cooperation recommended. Estimated stop duration, 6 hours. The train has left the novice station area. Local chat channel and internal train channel have been activated. You have joined region 9527. Current regional trains, 10-000/10-000. Please name your train. As the train doors shut, new station information flashed across our screens. Everyone's personal interface now included a chat channel. I typed 3 words. Future of Doom. In the apocalypse, charging towards the future with all our might. That was the meaning behind this name. I showered while scrolling through the chat channel. In the meantime, passengers in the carriages were also glued to their screens. The channel was already in chaos. Goddamn train conductor, hogging all the good stuff for yourself. I didn't even get a single biscuit. 3 people died from infighting on our train, and the conductor doesn't give a damn. Any ladies out there? Our train's about to reach level 2. Anyone got medicine? Someone here has a high fever. Please help. None of the passengers on my train spoke up, as the flood of messages drowned the screen. Those who had intended to join the conversation stayed silent, staring intently at the scrolling chat. At that moment, Lin Yining clapped her hands, rallying Su Xinyu and a few other female passengers to start distributing food. Listen up. Distributions will be based on contributions and effort. Stay in your seats and wait. Everyone will be served one by one. Each person received at least 1 bottle of water and a packet of biscuits. 2 people shared a bag of pickled vegetables to replenish salt. Anyone who performed well got an additional sausage. Is that too little? White-collar worker Lu Ning looked at the scarce supplies in her hands with frustration. She hadn't contributed much, so her share wasn't much either. But turning her head, she noticed the middle-aged man with glasses staring blankly at a package of biscuits, and the frustration was replaced with glee. She had worked far harder than him. You guys didn't get much to eat either? Sigh. 3 men sharing a bag of biscuits and a bottle of water. Food? We've been starving over here. Supplies were all snatched up by a few people, and if you want any, you'll have to sleep with them. The man with glasses was about to complain more, but seeing these messages in the group chat ignited a sense of superiority within him. He took the lead to comment. Well, at least you guys aren't slaves. The minute I got on this train, I became the captain's slave. Life or death was up to him. Work for a day, and you get a pack of biscuits and a bottle of water. Perform well, and maybe you'll score some instant noodles and sausages. The group chat instantly exploded. FSU Zinyak me. I'm even worse off than a slave. Hey, do you guys still accept slaves? I wouldn't mind being one. If you're a slave, then what does that make me? A stray dog? Feeling smug, the man with glasses tore open the package of biscuits and started eating as he read the comments. Happiness, it turned out, was indeed relative. Suddenly, the other slaves had an epiphany. Compare and contrast long enough, and you'll discover you don't have it so bad. After all, there were people who didn't even get to eat. The atmosphere in the compartment became noticeably lighter and more cheerful. After distributing the food, Lin Yining clapped her hands to draw everyone's attention to her. By now, you all probably have some idea about the state of things on the channel. Yes, we're labeled as slaves, but how are we treated? I think the answer is clear. People nodded in agreement. Next, let's discuss the upcoming station. This time, we'll face true combat. Our enemy is zombies. The kind of staggering monsters you'd see in horror films. Everyone stiffened in shock, particularly the female passengers, whose faces were brimming with fear. Silence. Encountering monsters in an apocalypse is perfectly normal. Some of you might be wondering why the captain isn't stepping in. The answer? He's training us, so we can adapt to this new world. The train car fell silent, save for the clattering of wheels against the tracks and her speech. Don't see the captain as some savior. The only people who can save us are ourselves. Think about the skills and weapons you found in those loot boxes. Her voice was growing hoarse as she raised her hand and pointed skyward. Standing tall, Gao Tian demonstrated a swift thrust with his short spear, the sound of it slicing through the air enough to make one quiver. The passengers' eyes came alive with hope. Right. In this world, they had loot boxes to rely on. Don't even think of retreating. This time it's zombies. What about the next station? Hiding and shirking responsibility will only get you eliminated when bigger challenges arise. The train sped through the wilderness. The tension in the train car significantly eased. At the front of the train, Lin Yining looked exhausted but smiled at me. Mission accomplished, Captain. Her body looked battered, but her spirit had never been higher. Well done, I said, gesturing toward the bathroom. Go ahead, clean up. Help yourself to food afterward. She nodded eagerly and quickly disappeared for a shower. The darkness blanketed the earth outside, and the train's headlamp tore through it like a blade. Captain Gu, I'm done. Go get some rest. I didn't even glance in her direction. She had probably expected me to make a move, judging by her brief pause and the way her teeth caught her lower lip. Relieved yet slightly disappointed. Was I not attractive enough? Damn, that bed of his looks so soft. But I knew better. Survival had just begun. For now, maintaining balance between her and Gao Tian was crucial. I wasn't a man without desires, but it was far too soon. I was waiting for her to make the first move. Subordinates and possessions were entirely different things. Were I to claim her prematurely, it would only make her think she held some special status. Elsewhere, Su Xinyu was dozing against her seat when the faint fragrance of soap roused her. She opened her eyes to see Lin Yining, looking as fresh as a lotus freshly emerged from water after her shower. Why does she get to shower? The sight made her squirm in discomfort. She cast a glance toward the front car and immediately pieced it together. Coupled with Lin Ening's overly enthusiastic behavior, something began to take shape in her mind. The following morning, the train glided into a fog-laden zombie district, coming to a slow halt beside the station. "Follow me down," Gao Tian barked, leading Sun Jie and a few of the younger men off the train armed with weapons and shields. The unarmed passengers streamed down behind them. Shadows of zombies loomed ahead, snarling and drifting aimlessly through the streets, sniffing for the presence of the living. "They're real zombies," gasped a passenger from the back. The putrid stench had some retching on the spot. "Don't be scared. These are just the lowest-tier zombies. Captain Gao is leading in the front, and we still have Captain Gu." Lin Ening's words boosted morale, calming the crowd. "Hold formation. Don't draw their attention. Avoid getting surrounded." Former armed policeman Gao Tian was adept at small-scale combat tactics, commanding the group well. Sun Jie gripped a large machete in his hands as a young man beside him raised a shield for cover. I perched on the roof of the train, watching their first battle unfold. Rare. A few zombies locked onto their scent and charged toward them, snarling. Shields up. Two shield bearers gritted their teeth and pressed forward. Bang! The impact was far milder than expected, surprising them. "Attack!" Gao Tian roared, driving his spear clean through a zombie's skull with a sickening squelch, a decisive kill. "Die, you bastard!" Sun Jie swung his machete, decapitating another. The rest joined in with machetes and fire axes. Lin Ening's face went pale, suppressing the urge to vomit. She fixated on the fight. She had to keep up appearances as part of the leadership. 7 or 8 zombies were swiftly dealt with. See? They're not so terrifying. As long as you have proper precautions, ordinary people can take them down too. Some in the group began to feel eager. "Advance steadily. Don't get cocky." Gao Tian dashed their excitement with a stern warning. "Everyone, there's still no confirmation on whether zombie infections are contagious, so better safe than sorry." A soft voice chimed in. It was Su Xinyu. "Hear that? If you get infected, it's game over. Injuries might not matter, but infections were a death sentence." The team's fleeting recklessness cooled off instantly. "Not bad," I thought to myself, pleased with their initial performance. Ahead, a faint green glow flickered from a small 2-story building, catching my attention. A green loot box? My heart skipped a beat as I leapt off the train and charged in its direction. Zombies lunged at me along the way, only to be torn to pieces by the fiery chains I wielded effortlessly. No one else could do it like the captain. My display bolstered Gao Tian and his team's spirits further. With such a powerful leader amongst us, what did they have to fear? Keep moving. Search those shops carefully. Be careful. There might be zombies hiding inside. Gao Tian commanded. Some people even picked up sticks from the roadside, ready to use them as weapons, their eyes filled with eagerness when staring at the zombies. "There are so many resources here," Zhao Guoqiang exclaimed in excitement as he pushed open the door of a shop. Seeing the full stock of hardware inside, he was ecstatic. Roar! A zombie suddenly darted out, throwing him to the ground. "Ah, damn it!" He struggled desperately. Gao Tian rushed forward and pierced the zombie's head with his spear. "Are you an idiot? Didn't I tell you to be more cautious?" Gao Tian furiously berated him. Zhao Guoqiang, thoroughly chastised, lowered his head and obediently hid to one side. "Draw them out. Block the entrance and kill them." Under Gao Tian's command, they cleared the shops one by one. As for me, I leaped toward a treasure chest on the second floor. Roar! A gigantic zombie suddenly pounced out. Crap! I was startled, swinging the chain in my hand. It whistled through the air, striking the zombie's head. A deep dent instantly formed on its skull, and brain matter spurted out, but the creature only howled in pain. It wasn't dead. Instead, it raised its arm and tried to smash me. It survived? I stepped back to dodge, then swung the chain again, hitting the same spot. This time, its head exploded completely, and it collapsed heavily to the ground, undeniably dead. This guy must be a late-stage Tier 1 creature. Now that I had leveled up to Tier 2, my strength had improved significantly. Killing this kind of creature was still within my control, even if I couldn't do it in one hit. Time to see what's in this green chest. I lifted the lid. Items obtained. Glock Pistol X1, Bullets X50, Basic Combat Skillbook X1. Basic Combat, plus 20% melee damage, plus 10% attack speed. Attack speed 2? Great, great, great. I learned it immediately. Now my melee damage was 130% of the original. With this improvement, I could blow off the head of a gigantic zombie in one strike. As for the pistol, I decided to give it to Gao Tian. First, the slave contract ensured he couldn't harm me. Second, as a retired armed police officer, he was skilled in shooting. Third, with a weapon in his hands, he'd be better able to handle emergencies, indirectly protecting the safety of the other slaves. Take this. Only use it in critical situations. The zombie clearing squad eyed the gun enviously. Thank you, boss. Gao Tian was overjoyed, giving a sharp salute. I found a white treasure chest. Lin Yining came running over, holding a chest and eager for praise. Su Xinyu was also carrying one, looking at me with anticipation. Looks like Lin Yining's actions had motivated her. I was pleased. Su Xinyu, who had been as passive as a wallflower, was now much more proactive. From the 2 white chests, we obtained a set of simple armor, a pair of light combat clothes, and 2 skill books. The armor went to Gao Tian, and the combat clothes were tossed to Sun Jie. Basic Inspire. Boost allies' morale. Plus 30% stamina recovery. Lasts for 10 minutes. Cooldown of 15 minutes. Lin Yining, you learned this one. Basic Medical Skills. Increases medical efficiency by 20% and cures Tier 1 abnormal status. Su Xinyu, you take this one. After handing out the items, I climbed to the top of a tall building to survey the surroundings. This undead district was significantly larger than the starter station. Just on the streets alone, there were around 200 zombies. Adding the ones inside shops, there were probably over 300. Additionally, there were 3 or 4 treasure chests glowing with green light. Multiple green chests. Excited, I headed toward the next one. Meanwhile, on the other side of the district, a train was slowly pulling into the station. Holy crap. Bro, look outside. Zombies. Several fierce-looking men shouted as they peered out the windows. The zombies roared and lunged, clawing at the train's body and windows. Screams erupted inside. Shut the hell up. The thugs started hitting and cursing, quickly restoring order. A tall man with a scar on his face peered out. His name was Yang Xinhai, leader of the Mad Dragon train. Before the apocalypse, he had been awaiting execution for robbery and murder. With the onset of Doomsday, he quickly gathered a gang of delinquents and took control of the entire train. Boss, what do we do now? Zhao Hu, one of his lackeys, asked nervously, gripping a machete and staring at the zombies pounding on the door. What do we do? Use your damn brain. Yang Xinhai grabbed a scrawny man nearby, knocked him unconscious with a single punch, and tossed him out of the train. See that? Easy solution. Now get out there and kill them. Amid the screams of the sacrificial victim, the train doors opened. With bloodthirsty roars, the gangsters charged the zombies. Inside the train, panicked passengers were forced out as well. Under the threat of violence, they grabbed makeshift weapons like wooden sticks and charged forward. Why waste fodder? Are you all idiots? Yang Xinhai barked at his underlings while killing a zombie with a clean slash to the head. Move out. Loot everything. Find me those treasure chests. Yes, boss. The thugs battered and kicked their way through the passengers, driving them deeper into the heart of the district. Back on my side, I encountered another gigantic zombie for the second time. This time, I made quick work of it, decapitating it with a single horizontal swing. Items obtained. Compound Bow X1, Alloy Arrows X15, Mounted Machine Gun Blueprint X1. Huh? A blueprint. Mounted Machine Gun Blueprint. Allows installation of a machine gun at designated positions on the train. Requires building materials X100, rare metals X50. Nice. With this, the train will have active defense capabilities. Since I'd obtained such a blueprint, it seemed the road ahead wouldn't be smooth sailing. I slung the compound bow on my back, secured the arrow quiver, and made my way toward the next chest. Meanwhile, Lin Yining had approached Gao Tian with a suggestion. Brother Gao, clearing zombies with just this small group is too slow. I think we should start crafting weapons ourselves. Craft weapons. Gao Tian was momentarily stunned, but the more he thought about it, the more it seemed reasonable. He called Zhao Guoqiang and Lu Daong over, and the 4 huddled together to brainstorm. We've got steel pipes and angle grinders. We can whip up a batch of spears in no time. Zhao Guoqiang suggested. Welding rods work too. Weld some rebar tips onto the pipes. It'll be perfect for stabbing zombies. For armor, we can piece something together with plastic boards, corrugated steel sheets, or even cardboard. As for power, the train can provide electricity. 3 heads are better than 1. After some quick discussions, the plan was set. Lu Daong and Zhao Guoqiang swiftly went into action. The sooner they were fully armed, the better their chances of survival. Zhao Guoqiang was so eager he broke into a run. Thanks to a 100% work efficiency boost, it wasn't long before the 2 returned, lugging a batch of makeshift spears. They distributed them immediately. Now, over 30 male passengers, each armed with a polearm, formed a zombie-slaying brigade. Most of you have been through military drills before. Let me demonstrate the stabbing technique a couple of times. Pay attention. Gao Tian instructed, demonstrating the moves. 2 or 3 run-throughs were all it took for the group to regain their rhythm. Even those without training quickly picked it up. Have you ever seen people fending off Japanese soldiers? The team formed 2 columns and charged toward the group of zombies ahead. Ready, attack. More than a dozen spears thrust out simultaneously, piercing directly through the zombies' bodies and skulls. The undead that weren't fully dispatched screeched, trying to pounce forward, but were held relentlessly in place by the spear tips, unable to advance an inch. Fall back. Release. Second squad, move in. The first row withdrew their spears and retreated, allowing the second row to step forward with synchronized stabs. In a mere 10 seconds or so, over a dozen zombies fell lifeless on the spot. Even though a few people got attacked, the iron wall aura significantly mitigated the damage, making it almost negligible. Amazing. I had just defeated the guardian monster of my third treasure chest when I couldn't help but admire the scene unfolding before me. A phalanx of cold weapons using long spears. Who would have thought it actually works? If it were me against such a crowd of zombies, it would have taken considerable effort. Their performance was beyond my expectations. Meanwhile, the number of upgrade materials I had on my interface was skyrocketing. At this pace, by the time we left here, the train would most likely reach level 3. I turned around and opened the treasure chest I had just acquired, and the contents immediately caught my attention. Acquired. Specialized Protective Suit X1, Handgun Bullets X100, Tier 1 Workbench Blueprint X1. Specialized Protective Suit provides defense against Tier 1 attacks and some resistance to harsh environments. Tier 1 Workbench requires 100 building materials, 50 rare metals, and 20 mechanical parts to manufacture. Can produce Tier 1 tools and equipment, but requires corresponding blueprints. A flush of joy surged within me. Handguns and compound bows should qualify as Tier 1 tools. With a workbench in hand, there would be no need to gamble on weapons from treasure chests anymore. There must still be blueprints hiding within the other treasure chests. Remaining docking time, 3 hours and 12 minutes. The system alert popped up, urging me to speed things up. Just then, a sudden bout of crying and shouting reached my ears, causing me to stop in my tracks abruptly. Damn it, hurry up. If you don't, I swear I'll kill you first. I leaned out the window for a better look. 2 or 3 ruffians wielding weapons were driving a group of civilians toward the zombies. Another train, perhaps? I hesitated for a moment, intending to draw my bow and kill the ruffians outright. But then I reconsidered. They'd make perfect slaves. Killing them would be such a waste. With this thought, I leapt down directly, landing right in front of those men. Who are you? What do you want? One of the ruffians, clearly startled, raised his knife and questioned me warily. Who am I? I chuckled softly, letting 2 chains engulfed in soul fire slide to the ground with a crisp metallic clink. Stop putting on airs. I'll slice you into pieces. The ruffian, momentarily intimidated, grew angry instead and swung his blade at me. To me, the sluggish attack of an ordinary human was laughable. With a simple sidestep, I dodged every strike. Then, with a flick of my chains, they whipped sharply against their bodies, skin split open, and blood sprayed everywhere. I had only used 30% of my strength, and yet they were already on the verge of collapse. Contract. Once branded, the 3 ruffians became as docile as sheep. Nearby, the 5 or 6 civilians showered me with gratitude, claiming I had saved their lives. Hold on, you'll need to form contracts too, I said. What? We have to be slaves too. The civilians' expressions shifted drastically. Some lowered their heads in despair, while others tried to flee. I swung my chains, knocking them all to the ground in a writhing mess of pain and wailing. Good or bad, it didn't matter. Everyone would serve me as slaves. My attributes surged by 18%, and an endless stream of power coursed into me. What a rush. Tell me, how many people are there in total? Who's the conductor of your train? I interrogated as I led them back toward our train. Our train is called the Mad Dragon Express. One of the ruffians began obediently. The conductor is a murderer named Yang Xinhai. There used to be a lot of people on the train, but he tortured so many to death that now only 41 remain. The ruffians and civilians alternated unfolding everything they knew about Mad Dragon. Meanwhile, a sudden system notification appeared in Yang Xinhai's interface. His train's population had drastically decreased. Damn it, I'm gonna find out who has the guts to challenge me. Furious, Yang Xinhai immediately rallied the remaining ruffians and set out toward the direction of his missing subordinates. At that very moment, Gao Tian and his group were hard at work scavenging supplies. With the monsters around, the resources in this area had grown increasingly abundant. Tools and spare parts, a supermarket, clothing stores, outdoor gear shops, fast food joints. Practically everything one could need was available. Minister Lin, what should we do with all these clothes? Lu Ning, one of the white-collar workers, wiped the sweat from her brow, glancing at the pile of meticulously sorted garments in frustration. Put them aside for now. If there's space in the last carriage, we'll stash them there, Lin Yining responded, now dressed in sportswear. There was no way she'd allow anyone besides me to catch her still wearing that schoolgirl outfit. Dr. Su, we found a first aid kit and some medicine. Come take a look. Zhao Guoqiang exclaimed excitedly, having stumbled across a small clinic. Dr. Su, someone's injured over here. Quickly, Lu Daong rushed over with a wounded passenger on his back, panicked. Am I going to turn into a zombie? I don't want to die, the young man stammered, his tears and mucus streaming down his face. Relax, I've studied basic medical skills. You won't turn, even if bitten. Su Xinyu reassured him, cleaning his wound with alcohol swabs. Her calmness immediately eased the youth's nerves as he gritted his teeth for treatment. At that moment, I arrived with my captives in tow. Who are these people? Gao Tian instinctively raised his gun, only relaxing upon recognizing me. He approached, casting a curious glance at the prisoners behind me. Boss, who are they? My captives. They've all been contracted. Assign them some tasks. I swept my gaze over the scene. Everyone was working diligently without slacking off. It pleased me. There are survivors in a place like this? Gao Tian was increasingly intrigued. Could there really be people spawning outside the train? No, they're from another train, a place called Mad Dragon Express. Stay battle ready, I warned. Understood, I'll inform everyone now. But before Gao Tian could fully organize the crew, a chaotic series of footsteps resounded from behind. What the hell? So many people. Leading the newcomers was a scarred man wielding a massive blade. His eyes greedily swept over the crowd, stopping particularly on Lin Yining and Su Xinyu. Hey, lil beauties, why don't you come over and play with me? Yang Xinhai grinned lecherously, totally ignoring both me and Gao Tian. Get lost, you piece of garbage. Who do you think you are, messing with our people? Sun Jie was the first to curse, and the others followed suit, weapons in hand, ready for a confrontation. Well, aren't you lot feisty? Yang Xinhai chuckled darkly, stepping closer. His face contorted with rage as he spat venomously. Let's see how tough you think you are after I'm done dealing with you. Swinging that cleaver to show off here, Gao Tian drew his gun, pressing it against the man's head. Go on, show off a bit more if you're so tough. Oh, you've got something this nice? Yang Xinhai not only remained unperturbed, but seemed delighted. The underlings behind him sneered mockingly at Gao Tian. As the train captain, Yang Xinhai had a unique talent. Iron body, grade A. The skin and muscles of the entire body can harden to the strength of steel. As soon as he finished speaking, his body began to shine with a metallic luster. Nice gun you've got there. From now on, it's mine. With that, he charged furiously at Gao Tian. Attack! Kill them all! Gao Tian roared, firing his pistol. However, the bullets struck Yang Xinhai's body with nothing but sparks and ricochets. What? Gao Tian was stunned. Could this guy really have such an ability? All right, let me handle this. I issued an order, and my team instantly ceased their moves. Suddenly, two chains engulfed in soul flames lashed out and sent Yang Xinhai flying through the air. You're dead meat. He roared in fury after being thrown aside. However, his iron body negated most of the damage from the chains, so he wasn't gravely hurt. Wielding his blade, he charged straight at me. Oh, even at 30% power, I can't break through your defense. My interest was piqued. His talent was impressive. Well then, don't blame me for holding back less. Using full power, the chains surged again, slashing him and rolling him across the ground multiple times until he slammed heavily into the earth. Useless. My iron body is invincible. Ah. His sinister grin contorted instantly into unbearable agony. An excruciating pain like he had never experienced robbed him of any will to resist. He writhed and screamed, rolling around on the ground. Is that all you've got? I raised the chains once more and beat him until he was a mess of shredded flesh, blood splattered everywhere. The previously menacing brute was now in so much pain that he couldn't utter another word. Moments later, Yang Xinhai was dead, whipped to death on the spot. The remaining thugs, witnessing such a brutal scene, dropped to their knees in surrender. Are you kidding me? Even their unstoppable boss was turned into a spin top by this guy's chains. What's the point of resisting? You have killed train captain Yang Xinhai and acquired A-grade talent, iron body. Do you wish to absorb it? Yes. Train Mad Dragon has been automatically dismantled. Materials acquired, times 523 building materials, times 213 rare metals, times 136 components. Huh? I can plunder other train captains' talents too. The realization jolted through me. Was the system blatantly encouraging mutual slaughter? Beating Yang Xinhai to death not only struck terror into the gang of thugs, but also elevated the sense of safety for the enslaved women to its peak. Wasn't it a bit wasteful to kill him? He could have been used as a slave. Lin Yining stepped forward to ask. We don't need someone like him. Why keep him around? So he can harass you guys. My response made her let out a soft noise, her legs instinctively closing tighter. He did it for us. Lin Yining's eyes glistened with emotion, but, surrounded by so many people, she couldn't make any overt moves. She retreated into the group of women instead, feverishly spreading tales of my greatness, deepening their awe and admiration for me. I began tying down the captives and contracts. Yang Xinhai's earlier rampage had reduced the original 41 members of the Mad Dragon train to a mere 26 survivors. As for the newcomers, the women were placed under Lin Yining's supervision, while the men were divided between Gao Tian and Sun Jie. 150% attribute boost. With how I am now, I could obliterate Yang Xinhai in a single clash. I glanced at the time. Less than 2 hours remained before the train's departure. Upgrade the train to level 3 first. After dismantling the Mad Dragon train, the resources were barely enough to make the upgrade. Your train has been upgraded to level 3. New skill acquired. Soul Flame Storm. Soul Flame Storm. Spin your chains around you as the center, dealing 150% damage to surrounding enemies, with added Soul Flame Burn effect. Last for 10 seconds. Effect improves with level. Train Captain. Gu Kei Personal Strength. Tier 3 Train Level 3. Armor Value 2000/2000 Train Cars 3. Capacity 150. Current Passengers 75/100. Comfort Level 50. Speed 50 kilometers per hour. Next upgrade requirements. For 1000 building materials, 1600 rare metals, 800 components. Current resources, 223 building materials, 120 rare metals, 78 components. One upgrade drained my resources completely. Had I not dismantled the Mad Dragon, I wouldn't have managed to collect enough materials. It would have taken waiting until the next station. The third level train now featured an additional car, with the comfort level boosted to 50. However, the system's idea of improvements was ridiculously stingy. The toilet in the first car now had a 40-liter water tank that could restore 20 liters per day. But honestly, it couldn't compare to my personal washroom. The seats were upgraded to hard sleeper bunks, which, frankly, were just a way for me to enforce hierarchy. Older passengers could enjoy better comfort. I walked along examining the changes. The second car still had simple seats, while the third was completely empty. Then I checked the captain's cabin, and I froze in surprise. Good grief, this level of comfort was practically decadence. The single bed was now a double. The water tank increased from 200 liters to 300 liters, replenishing 80 liters per day. It even came with a private desk and a compact kitchen. Inwardly, I chuckled. Of the 40 comfort points, at least 35 of them must have been spent on my quarters. Looking at the gas stove in the kitchen, I suddenly had a thought. How about organizing a dinner tonight? With Gao Tian being a chef, I could invite Lin Yining, Su Xinyu, Sun Jie, and the others over. Moreover, the train's outer body seemed much sturdier this time. It was the perfect opportunity to install some mounted machine guns. After surveying the setup, I decided to position the guns at the train's front and between the first and second cars. Once I spent the materials, a gleaming mounted machine gun appeared atop the roof. Mounted machine gun, effective against Tier 2 monsters or below. Ammo capacity, 1,000 rounds. Note, 1 unit of rare metal replenishes 50 bullets. I felt a sudden toothache. Why couldn't it be unlimited ammo? Forget it, forget it. Let's open the green chest first and think about it later. Minute by minute, time ticked away. A massive haul of supplies now filled the third car to the brim. Members who had been scraping and looting every corner gradually returned. Damn, we've got sleeper bunks now. Sun Jie exclaimed, sprawled comfortably atop one. This is amazing. Finally, we can get a proper rest. Lin Yining sighed in relief as well. Let the newcomers wait in the second car for now. I'll oversee things to ensure no funny business happens, Gao Tian said before leading 2 men to the rear. Time until departure, 30 minutes. After reaching the third tier, my body improved significantly once again. With the 150% overall attribute bonus, now I could kill a giant zombie in an instant using just my compound bow. The 3 green treasure chests were a windfall for me. Vehicle-mounted machine gun blueprint X2, Glock handgun blueprint X1, 9mm ammunition blueprint X1, light armor blueprint X1, basic blade skills X1, basic shooting skills X1. In addition, there were 572 pieces of construction materials, 278 units of rare metals, and 117 spare parts. Gathering everyone at the front of the train, I began assigning the loot. Sun Jie, you take the blade skills. Gao Tian, you take the shooting skills. After assigning, I waved my hand in the first carriage and built a workstation. Zhao Guoqiang, Lu Deong, you two are in charge of researching the blueprints. Yes, understood. Holy crap, Zhao Guoqiang exclaimed as he picked up the blueprints, unable to hold back. The others crowded around, faces filled with excitement. If we could mass-produce guns and ammunition, wouldn't we become invincible? Close combat carried too much risk when facing monsters. Additionally, I'm making a change in benefits, I continued. Zhao Guiqiang, Lu Deong, Su Xinyu, you three will enjoy management-level benefits. The trio immediately pledged their loyalty, especially Su Xinyu. Her gaze made Lin Yining feel an unexpected unease. This woman wanted to compete with me for favor? No way. Tonight, I must assert myself by making sure I bathe at Captain Gu's quarters. Lin Yining, draft a system. Rank and benefits should reflect seniority first. New captives will start at a lower tier and can be promoted based on performance later. Got it. She paused thoughtfully. I also have another idea. Should we create a demotion system for passengers in the first carriage with poor performance? Her words sent a shiver through everyone present. This young girl, with such a sweet and lovely appearance. How could her mind be so devious? But she wasn't wrong. Agreed, you handle it. Have the supplies been tallied? They've been tallied. Lin Yining started her report. This haul was several times better than what we found at the beginner station. Canned food, drinking water, beverages, alcohol, tobacco, seasonings. It was enough for everyone on board to eat well for an entire week. They even scavenged frozen meat and vegetables from the supermarket's freezer. Medical supplies, instruments, alcohol, bandages, outdoor ropes, gas stoves, kerosene, sleeping bags, hardware, clothing, everything we could need was accounted for. So much. I was surprised, but upon reflection, it made sense. With the vast size of the zombie-infested district and other trains likely scavenging before, our crew had practically stripped the entire area bare. When the work's done, everyone gathers here for a meal. I directed Lin Yining to get the meat and vegetables. Gao Tian used to run a restaurant. Let's see how good he really is. Great. The mood immediately lightened. Only 2 days into the apocalypse, everyone was already fed up with dry rations. Before long, Lin Yining headed to the third carriage to select ingredients: meat, vegetables, spices, even bottles of white liquor, red wine, and beer. After gathering the goods, she blushed as she picked out a playful JK, Japanese-style school uniform, outfit from a pile of clothes, tucking it into her bag. After dinner, it was time to take action. Cheers. To Captain Gu. In the captain's cabin, everyone crowded around a foldable table. The aroma of dishes wafted out through the small crack in the door. Brother Tian, your cooking is amazing. Lin Yining gave Gao Tian a thumbs up in admiration. Outside the train, office worker Lu Ning gulped while staring at her instant noodles and canned meat. Compared to the banquet inside, hers was a far cry. Only 23 years old, she'd already closed many big deals and knew how to seize opportunities. No, I need to step up too. Her gaze turned to the workstation as an idea struck her. Perhaps this was the breakthrough she needed. Elsewhere, the spectacled Wang Zhe was showing off in the public channel. Didn't get much loot today, just instant noodles and canned meat. Attached photo. The channel instantly exploded. Whoa, screw you. Boss, save some soup for us. Boss, could we trade for some supplies? Wang Zhe laughed smugly, and others aboard even began sharing pictures of their slave meals. Should we stop them? Lin Yining hesitated. No need. It's not a bad thing to put the train's name out there. I responded. She immediately understood. Spreading our reputation early would reduce resistance when encountering others. Some might even surrender willingly. Even if we faced stubborn enemies, they'd have to think twice upon seeing our strength. In the second carriage, the captives murmured among themselves. They didn't even work much, yet they get this kind of food? The older captives, holding bread and water, felt slightly moved. Bah, what's so great about it? A few of the thugs muttered. Back with Yang Xinhai. At least we had meat. You piece of crap. It's all because of you animals. What? You feeling tough now? Several men stood up, their faces hostile. What's going on? Quiet down. A shout from Gao Tian's men silenced the scene immediately. Exactly what I wanted to see. If the captives grew united, that'd be troublesome. But with Lin Yining's competitive structure, captives looking to rise and veterans fearful of demotion created an endless source of motivation for everyone. After several rounds of drinks, most of the group dispersed, leaving only Lin Yining and Su Xinyu in the captain's cabin. Dr. Su, you've worked hard today. Go take a shower and get some rest, I said, nodding toward the washroom. Oh, all right. She thanked me and took her clothes into the washroom. By my side, Lin Yining remained, pouting slightly and refusing to leave. Under the warm lighting, her face carried a delicate blush, her innocence laced with a hint of charm. You should take a shower too. It's been a tough day for you as well. Okay. Her soft, sweet reply stirred something in me. Su Xinyu came out of the washroom, drying her hair. Briefly glancing at the double bed with a hint of envy, she turned and headed back toward the first carriage. Lin Yining's heartbeat quickened in the silence. She took a deep breath, grabbed her bag, and rushed into the washroom. Looking out into the night, I waited for information about the next station. The third-tier train's lights were brighter and extended much farther. The spotlights along the train illuminated the desolate wilderness clearly. Not long after, the washroom door opened. I turned, and her appearance froze me in place. She had donned the low-material version of her chosen JK outfit, the fabric nearly transparent, with the upper piece and skirt hem shortened by nearly 60%. A sultry translucence that left me breathless. I. She lowered her head, face flushed crimson, trembling with nervousness, unable to form a complete sentence. I stepped forward, pulling her into my arms. Words weren't needed at this moment. In my youth and vigor, had it not been for the concerns of surviving the apocalypse, I'd have acted long ago. Now, with Su Xinyu present, there was no need for Lin Yining to get arrogant. I had no reservations anymore. The lights in the captain's quarters dimmed. After a soft squeal, the atmosphere deepened further into the night. The atmosphere was gradually heating up. Damn, that big bed must be so comfortable to sleep on. Su Xinyu, tossing and turning on her hard berth, couldn't fall asleep. She needed to think of a way to intervene. Suddenly, she recalled the ancestral massage technique. Maybe she could use this excuse to get closer to Guke? Closing her eyes, she began calculating her plan. Meanwhile, Lin Yining had already fallen into a semi-unconscious state. She accurately anticipated that showcasing a positive attitude would benefit her, predicted that I might take an interest in her, but overlooked the 150% stamina enhancement I possessed. A small boat struggling in a giant wave was, after all, too frail, too weak. No, it's my stamina that's too strong. I gazed helplessly at her passed-out figure. I'll get her a book on stamina enhancement skills tomorrow. Turning around, I stepped into the washroom. Emergency alert. In 10 minutes, the train will face an attack from a group of wild hunt beasts. Please prepare immediately. Current beast group strength. Mid-level stage 1. Wild hunt beasts. My heart tensed. Gao Tian, get your team to the roof. Prepare for combat. Without finishing my wash routine, I grabbed Gao Tian and bolted for the train roof. Lin Yining, too, groggily awoke, quickly changing into her athletic wear to organize the passengers. As a group of us reached the rooftop, growls and howls of beasts echoed from the darkness. Facing the biting wind, I stared hard into the distance. Countless red dots were rushing towards the train at a terrifying speed. Machine gunners, get into position. My hands firmly gripped the train-mounted machine gun, waiting for the beasts to enter range. Gao Tian and Sun Jie climbed onto the tops of the second and third cars respectively, setting up their machine guns in preparation. In mere moments, countless beasts burst into the glow of the train's lights. They resembled mutated hounds, their red eyes glaring as they lunged at the train. Open fire. I pulled the trigger fiercely, and a chain of fiery red bullets swept across the pack. Bullets tore through their bodies, sending severed limbs flying everywhere, throwing their previously dense ranks into chaos. Gao Tian swung his machine gun towards the other side, while Sun Jie clamped a cigarette between his lips and let out a vicious laugh. Damn, this is exhilarating. A screen of notifications flashed before my eyes. Killed Stage 1 Mutant Hound. Obtained Building Material X3. Killed Stage 1 Mutant Hound. Obtained Rare Metal X1. There were even rewards? Though the quantities seemed small, accumulating them could be helpful for resupplying ammunition or crafting parts for Zhao Guoqiang and the others. The relentless barrage of 3 machine guns overwhelmed the pack, but some slipped through and clawed at the train's sides, causing sparks to fly. At the windows, a young office worker named Lu Ning let out a terrified scream. Over in the hallway, Lin Yining leaned against the wall and reassured everyone, "Don't worry, this is a level 3 train. These beasts can't even break through our defenses." Seeing that the train remained perfectly intact, glasses-wearing Wang Zhe quickly rallied the passengers to grab spears and wildly jabbed them through the window slits. The spirited passengers in Car 1 left the captive passengers in Car 2 dumbfounded. How could they forget they were slaves? Some of the captives began to request to join the fight, and Gao Tian had his people hand them some spears. The captives thrust their spears outward, and the anguished howls of hounds echoed as they were knocked off, rolling away to the rear. "Well done, you've got some guts," Gao Tian praised while continuing his relentless fire. The number of beasts dwindled rapidly. It wasn't that they weren't formidable. It was that this Su Xinyu Doomsday future Su Xinyu train was simply absurd. With its 3 machine guns and an unlimited supply of ammunition, it formed an impenetrable curtain of death. Few global survival trains could boast such firepower. Just as the pack neared extinction, a deafening roar filled the air. Out of the darkness lunged 2 hounds, each about the size of a tiger, stepping into the light. Holy crap, what are those things? Gao Tian and Sun Jie quickly redirected their guns, but the giant hound's speed was terrifying. They dodged the barrage with a quick change in direction before leaping high towards the rooftop. "Dodge quickly," the 2 men shouted, diving to the ground. In the next instant, Two alloy-tipped arrows shimmered as they shot from my hands, piercing the massive creatures' heads with a gruesome su-sinew thud, su-sinew, killing them instantly. Their bodies slammed heavily onto the roof, rolling down to the wasteland below and kicking up a cloud of dust. The train sped on, and the wasteland settled back into a hushed silence. I packed away my compound bow, glanced at the two men on the ground, and said, "Let's go. It's over." They stared at my back, their expressions completely changed. Such terrifying monsters, and the train captain killed them with one arrow each? For every passenger who helped with the defense, one bottle of drink, plus an instant noodle and sausage combo as a reward, I announced. After stating the rewards, I opened my personal inventory. To my surprise, the two massive hounds had dropped two green treasure chests. Basic Stamina Potion X2, Alloy Shield X1, Glock Pistol X1, Wild Hunt Leader Badge X4, Handgun Ammo X200. Double the rewards, and it was a haul of good items. The potion and the badge were particularly enticing. Basic Stamina Potion. Drinking this will increase your physique by 1 level, enhancing endurance and resistance. Wild Hunt Leader Badge can be exchanged at the Central Station for rare equipment blueprints. Central Station? Rare blueprints? This was a new clue. I carefully stored the badges before distributing the equipment. The pistol went to Sun Jia, while the alloy shield went to Gao Tian for him to allocate. I drank one bottle of the stamina potion myself and handed the other to Lin Yining. Her role in the team was critical. Without exceptional stamina, she wouldn't be able to handle multiple tasks or survive in dangerous situations. Besides, lacking stamina meant less fun, didn't it? After drinking the potion, the girl radiated energy, her eyes overflowing with enthusiasm as she softly gazed at me. "Master." With a satisfied smile, I turned off the lights. The train cabin door slid shut, and another night of unrestrained chaos began. Standing guard outside, Gao Tian couldn't help but sigh. Ah, youth is truly wonderful. Just then, another notification appeared. The first Wild Hunt Beast group activity has ended. Activity leaderboard is now active. The top 10 trains will receive exclusive rewards. First place, Doomsday Future, Level 3, Region 9527. Second place, Aurora Frost Train, Level 2, Region 12381. Third place, and Fortress Train, Level 2, Region 66. Exclusive reward obtained. King's Carriage Modification Module. King's Carriage enables monitoring of any corner inside the train. Special features: Suppression, Unstoppable. Suppression lowers all attributes of enemies within a 500-meter radius by 20%. Unstoppable deals 500% crushing damage to obstacles and enemies in front of the train. Modify. Without hesitation, I applied the module to the train's engine car. The previously ordinary engine immediately transformed into something ferocious. The surface now covered in a black and gold coating, faint ripples emanating outward with every motion. The obstacle-clearing device morphed into a massive alloy battering ram, capable of pulverizing anything in its path. Even the control panels were upgraded into a multi-screen futuristic design, giving me real-time monitoring of every corner of the train. Just as I reveled in the transformation, Zhao Guoqiang and Lu Deong came running over excitedly. "Boss, great news. We can now craft Tier 1 items." I opened up the workbench. Workbench Level 1. Light Armor. Blocks Tier 1 attacks. Requires 20 units of rare metal, 2 hours. Glock Pistol. Effective against Tier 1 monsters. Requires 50 units of rare metal and 10 components, 2 hours. 9mm ammunition. Converts 1 unit of rare metal into 50 rounds, 1 minute. Excellent. This way, our team won't have to risk engaging in close combat with the monsters. We're making incredible progress. Meanwhile, discussions about me were stirring in other regions. In Area 12381, a frost-covered train raced through the barren landscape, turning all nearby monsters into frozen corpses. The train conductor, Han Ying, stared at the leaderboard, puzzled. She had used her frost ability to clear out the monsters and directed her team to gather resources tirelessly, yet she was still far from reaching Level 3. How on earth did the train in first place manage to level up so quickly? Could it have some sort of resource multiplying ability? In Area 66, aboard the Terminus Fortress, Conductor Xia and was also deep in thought. His train boasted impressive firepower and came equipped with defensive mechanisms, yet it had suffered significant losses against 2 late Tier 1 monsters. "The world is filled with heroes, like schools of fish crossing a river," he sighed, activating his abilities to repair the train. Meanwhile, in Area 9527, the chat channel exploded with activity. There were still 10,000 trains before, and now we're down to less than 9,000. 8957. This elimination rate is insane. How exactly did the person in first place make it to the top? I glanced at the numbers and felt a pang in my chest. 89.57 out of 10,000, like a mountain weighing on my heart. This was only the first round of the wild hunt, and the casualty rate was already so high. Master, you don't need to feel so pressured, Lin Ening said softly as she leaned toward me. Have you forgotten what happened with the furious dragon train? I immediately understood what she meant. Not every train was committed to plundering and strengthening itself like ours. Some train conductors treated their passengers as expendable slaves, turning their trains into little more than farms. Others tiptoed cautiously, gathering just enough food to survive and then fleeing as soon as possible. Some simply cowered in fear, hiding inside their trains and waiting for the departure whistle to avoid confrontation. You're right. Not every train deserves to survive. Besides, we already have a significant advantage, she murmured as she leaned into my arms, summarizing our situation. Our crew is united, our resources are abundant, our combat capabilities are strong, and now we can even craft firearms. Our next exploration should. Her summary crumbled as I reached for her, interrupting her train of thought. In the second carriage, a group of former troublemakers watched enviously as the regular passengers who had fought in battles enjoyed their rewards: instant noodles, sausages, and cold drinks. The sight stirred their hunger and envy. Damn it, I'm signing up for the next fight too. Yeah, why not? We're no weaker than they are. Food's tantalizing allure began to stoke their fighting spirit as well. The roar of the train's engine announced the upcoming stop. The information for the next destination appeared before me. Current speed, 50 kilometers per hour. Estimated arrival time, 13 hours. Destination, Ashen Wasteland. Danger level, Tier 1 to 2. Team cooperation is recommended. Scheduled stop duration, 10 hours. Tier 1 to 2. The difficulty was increasing, but this also meant better quality loot could be found. Would we finally uncover a blue-tier treasure chest? My heart brimmed with anticipation. As we traveled onward, scattered monsters began to appear on either side of the train. Gao Tian requested permission to lead a group to the rooftop to practice their aim with the firearms. Go ahead. Use as much ammunition as you need. We have plenty, I replied. Gunfire crackled intermittently from the rooftop. Under Gao Tian's guidance, Sun Jie and his group quickly honed their shooting skills. Occasionally, they even managed to hit the weak spots of monsters, earning rare medals that replenished the ammo supply. With the pistols complete and ammunition mass-produced, 7 Glocks swiftly cleared the scattered monsters along both sides of the train. Even Su Xinyu and Lin Ening joined in, learning to shoot from the rooftop. Approaching Ashen Wasteland Station, everyone turned their gaze toward the smoldering ruins in the distance. What the hell is that monstrosity? Sun Jie exclaimed with a shiver. The mutated creatures resembled human corpses impaled by charred, burning wooden spikes. They wailed in agony as they roamed the smoke-filled streets, seemingly eager to infect any living person they encountered and turn them into one of their own. Look over there. Lin Ening pointed toward the distance. A massive, desiccated tree loomed in the shadows, its branches covered with countless mutated creatures hanging like grotesque ornaments. How do we even fight that? The combat team froze in shock. How to fight? Obviously, the boss will handle it. Gao Tian scoffed, shooting the giant tree a look of disdain. One arrow was enough to take down that colossal hound. How long do you think this thing will last? He waved for everyone to return to the train. Meanwhile, 2 other trains also approached the scene. On the harmonium, conductor Su Yuan was briefing his passengers about the scenario ahead. Stay cautious, everyone. Those flaming mutants are tricky to deal with. Don't get hurt. Oh, come on. With you here, do we even need to fight? Exactly. The conductor's so capable. He can handle it while we cheer him on. Su Yuan forced a wry smile and nodded. In this apocalypse, everyone had it tough. He could carry a heavier burden if it meant keeping his passengers safe. On the ghost train, however, there was only an eerie silence throughout the carriages. In fact, there was no one alive aboard. The conductor, Lu Sun, had already transformed all of his passengers into skeletal minions under his control. As we neared the station, a sudden thought struck me. Why the hell were we using pistols to clear the monsters when there was a mounted machine gun on the roof? Couldn't we just lure them in and mow them down with the machine gun? I instructed Lin Ening to make an announcement via the train's PA system. Upon arrival, follow Gao Tian's command and stay on the train first. Everyone slapped their foreheads as the realization hit them. Of course, especially Gao Tian and Sun Jie, who'd been so fixated on the idea of pistol-wielding heroics that they entirely forgot about the mounted machine gun. Suit up for protection. Fast runners, step forward. Gao Tian and Sun Jie picked a few people to bait the creatures. Don't rush in. Observe their movement speed first. As the group edged closer to the mutants, the creatures let out spine-chilling howls and began to charge at an ordinary walking pace. We can handle this. Gao Tian's eyes lit up. The others immediately scattered in all directions to lure the creatures. Not long after, nearly 100 mutated monsters converged near the station. Fire! I pulled the trigger, and the machine gun unleashed a storm of bullets. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere as the monsters were shredded into mangled pieces. The burning blood spilled onto the ground, causing smoke to rise. Su Xinyu quickly assessed the situation. The blood is highly corrosive. Touching it will cause burns, and inhaling the smoke is dangerous. Lin Yining suddenly remembered. Wait, we have industrial masks in the storage room. Lu Ning chimed in. Yes, they're on the second shelf of the third carriage on the right. Lin Yining cast her a glance, assigning her to lead the combat unit to retrieve and distribute the masks. Go fetch the masks, gloves, and safety boots and change into them. Once fully geared up, the combat team began their sweeping operation to clear out the mutated beasts. Gao Tian, wearing a mask, shot down aberrant creatures amidst the ash. Though the thick smoke rushed at him, the dual protection of his goggles and mask kept him unharmed. Even the scorching embers were completely blocked by his uniform and safety boots. Meanwhile, I was darting between high-rises, heading straight towards that massive withered tree. If there's a second-tier monster nearby, there should definitely be a blue treasure chest. What's that? A glint of red suddenly flickered at the edge of my vision. A fiery crystal tree appeared, adorned with 3 blood-red crystals. Flames swirled within them endlessly. Beside it, 3 late-stage first-tier mutated beasts patrolled vigilantly. Rare treasures and guardian beasts, separated from me by just 2 or 3 buildings. Fortunately, after advancing to the 3rd tier, my chains had gained a new ability. With just a thought, they could lengthen and adhere to any surface, helping me move swiftly like Spider-Man's webbing. Here we go, woohoo, takeoff. It was my first attempt. My body plummeted down before curving smoothly into an arc, whistling through the cityscape. The exhilaration was unmatched. In just a dozen seconds, I soared across hundreds of meters, landing above the fruit tree unnoticed by the beasts below. Stringing my alloy bow, I swiftly released 3 arrows, piercing through their skulls in an instant. The late-stage first-tier monsters dropped dead before they even realized what hit them. Truly, nothing beats the convenience of a bow. A blazing chain descended from the sky, and I gracefully landed before the crystal tree. Blood flame crystal, rare material, can be processed at Central Station to upgrade equipment. Host possesses the soulburn chains and may directly absorb the crystal to enhance. Absorb. Yes. Enhancement complete. Soulburn chains damage increased. Agony effect boosted to 600%, and a new soulburn effect added, causing subsequent fire damage to enemies. The ethereal flames on my weapon solidified, droplets of fire falling from the chain's tips with a faint sizzle. I felt my confidence boost for the battle against that massive tree. With a flick of my chain, I launched myself towards it. Elsewhere, Su Yuan was panting heavily as he called into the train car. Everyone, come out and help move supplies, will you? His conductor talent was an A-grade skill called Lightning Reflexes, increasing speed by 100% and evasion by 30%. With all his mobility, attack speed, and reflexes doubled, and given even just a knife, he could effortlessly navigate swarms of monsters unharmed. But stamina and strength were his weaknesses. Complaints rang out from within the train car. We still have to do work. Ugh, it's so hot outside. So annoying. Not a single person budged. Su Yuan forced a bitter smile. There are some good snacks and drinks in there. What? Why didn't you mention the good food earlier? Out of my way. Don't you dare take my share. In an instant, the passengers leaped to their feet, scrambling to grab their share of the provisions. Nobody cared about how weary he was or even offered a word of thanks. Please don't fight over it. There's enough for everyone. He tried to calm them, but no one listened. Sighing, he relented. All right, I'll go clear out some more monsters. Stay safe, everyone. Yeah. Do your thing and bring back more loot. This isn't nearly enough to eat. Can you even handle this or what? Hurry up, we're starving to death. He sighed again and turned, heading deeper into the ruins. Meanwhile, loose-end skeleton warriors were tirelessly slaughtering mutated creatures. A flood of souls surged into his bone staff, conjuring more undead soldiers. With his A-grade necromancer talent, he was unstoppable, growing audacious beyond measure. Smirking sinisterly, he commanded his skeletal army further into the depths. This apocalypse world is practically my playground. This guy's massive. I stared at the withered tree boss before me. It stood at a towering 10 meters tall with a trunk as thick as 2 to 3 meters in diameter. Its surface was decorated with dozens of wailing corpses, and blood vessel-like vines coiled around its bark, oozing foul-smelling liquid that dripped onto the ground, forming acrid puddles. What a pain. Based on gaming logic, the main body was killable, but it was likely the mutated creatures attached to it would also attack. The only question was whether they'd drop down for melee combat or spit projectiles. Whatever, let's start with a few arrows. Pulling out my compound bow, I unleashed a flurry of arrows. Within moments, over a dozen alloy shafts reduced most of the mutated creatures to lifeless husks. The vines on the tree's bark writhed violently, convulsing as if in pain. Roar! With a deafening bellow, the tree turned and charged at me, its gigantic roots slamming against the ground with a thunderous impact, obliterating everything in its path like a rampaging heavy tank. Damn, is it this tough? I swung away with my chain just in time to dodge. Above, the remaining mutated creatures fell and started chasing me, a relief, as they engaged in close combat, leaving me more room to maneuver. Just as I was feeling triumphant, an ominous energy pulse erupted from the tree's core. A blood-red energy sphere shot towards me. Ah, crap. Transforming into Spider-Man once more, I dodged out of the way. The energy sphere exploded violently where I had just been, leaving behind a blazing crater. I switched to my handgun, firing at the tree, but the bullets either embedded uselessly in its bark or ricocheted harmlessly away. Thankfully, after unleashing the energy sphere, the tree entered a brief state of paralysis. Its vines withered slightly, clearly drained of energy. I'll beat the living crap out of you. Swinging over, I activated the Soul Flame Storm, unleashing a devastating cyclone of flames. Branches snapped, bark splintered, and the infernal blaze spread across its body, crackling fiercely. Good, just one more round should finish it. Just then, from the ruins nearby, a bone spear suddenly shot towards me like lightning. Who's there? I swung my chain, deflecting it midair, and quickly grappled away to safety. Oh, you managed to dodge my bone spear. A cloaked figure shrouded in ghostly flames emerged from the rubble. Behind him, hundreds of skeletal soldiers surged forward like a tide. It was Lou Senator hearing the commotion. He had come to investigate. Hiding in the shadows, he'd watched me take out the tree's guards and evade its energy sphere. When he finally decided to strike, I managed to thwart his attempt. Who the hell are you? A necromancer? I shouted, sneaking around like a coward. Why don't you just die? I charged toward him in fury, but the withered tree had already recovered and lunged at me once more. Haha, you'd better worry about yourself first. Lu Sun sneered, tossing several bone daggers toward me. With just you? Steel body. My skin turned a metallic hue, and I tanked his attacks without flinching. What? Impossible. Kill him for me. Lu Sun commanded, his skeletons rushing to surround me. Die, all of you. The Soul Flame Storm transformed into a fiery tornado, sweeping away all the undead in an instant. This can't be. Lu Sun was aghast. As an A-grade necromancer, he'd never encountered an opponent who could withstand his undead horde, not even late-stage first-tier monsters. How could this guy be so strong? Was his talent even stronger than A-grade? Can't be, my ass. You can go to hell. My blazing chain lashed toward him savagely. Bone shield. Magic barrier. He hastily summoned 2 layers of defense, but my chain shattered his magical barrier in one strike. Hey, you think you've won? He sneered defiantly, though, remained completely unperturbed. He had a phylactery. Even if he died, he could resurrect on the train. The second strike shattered the bone shield, blasting his upper body apart. Haha, you can't kill me. I am a necromancer, capable of infinite resurrection. Before he could finish his sentence, terror struck his face as he realized his soul was dissipating. Soul flames were crawling up his body, igniting even the phylactery inside the train car. This was the terrifying power of Soul Flame Shackles, an SSS-ranked ability, a dimension-crushing blow against specters and phantoms. No, this can't be happening. He roared and struggled in anguish, filled with regret. Too many victories had made him arrogant, causing him to forget the true strength of necromancers lay in staying hidden while summoning skeleton minions. Now, facing me directly, he could only embrace annihilation. You have slain train conductor Lou Senator. You've acquired an A-rank talent, necromancy. Would you like to absorb it? The ghost train has automatically disassembled. Acquired, building materials X805, rare metals X403, components X176. Yes. A radiant golden light surged into my body. New skill acquired. Soul Flame Legion. Summons 20 late first-tier Soul Flame undead to fight. Strength increases with level. Let's test out the new skill. With a swing of the shackles, 20 skeleton warriors enveloped in ghostly flames and armed with shields and long swords charged at a giant tree. Their flaming blades chopped away massive chunks of the trunk, felling the colossal tree in moments. Compared to ordinary skeletons, these Soul Flame skeletons were elite units of incredible strength. In the center of the square, a brilliant blue light erupted. A blue treasure chest appeared right before me. A drop from slaying enemies? I dashed over and opened it immediately. Acquired. Energy Bracer X1. Arc Rifle X1, Train Armor Blueprint X1, Advanced Shooting Skill Book X1, Building Materials X300, Rare Metals X150, Components X100. Energy Bracer generates a shield strong enough to withstand Tier 2 attacks for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Arc Rifle fires energy projectiles, effective against Tier 2 enemies and inflicting paralysis. Ammo capacity, 30 rounds, regenerates 1 round every 10 seconds. Advanced Shooting Skill Book, range damage plus 30%, accuracy plus 30%. Train Armor Blueprint, adds armored plating to train windows, granting plus 500 armor. Requires building materials X500, rare metals X200, components X100. Fantastic loot. My eyes lit up. Finally, my composite bow could retire. Pleased with the haul, I immediately learned the advanced shooting skill and raised the rifle, aiming at a distant aberrant. The energy round drilled into its body, plasma bursting forth and vaporizing it into a cloud of blood mist. Holy crap, this thing's absurdly strong. Paralysis? That was more like one-shot annihilation. Who's there? A noise came from the street corner. I swiftly aimed my rifle in that direction. A figure turned and bolted in the opposite direction. Trying to run. Tossing out the shackles, I swung through the air at high speed in pursuit. It's over, it's over. Su Yuan's forehead glistened with sweat as he fled desperately toward the train. As it turned out, while scavenging for supplies, he had overheard the commotion coming from my fight and curiously approached the square. He had arrived just in time to witness the necromancer's ambush. Hordes of skeletons, an enormous menacing tree, and a powerful figure wielding flaming chains. The spectacle fascinated Su Yuan, who had never fought anyone before. Was this what a battle between the strong looked like? But the situation soon baffled him. That incredibly powerful necromancer got taken down in just 2 moves by the chains guy? Aren't necromancers supposed to have numerous last resort escape abilities? Why could chains guy summon skeletons too? And that gigantic tree was also felled in seconds? Even a blue treasure chest dropped. How enviable. Just as he watched eagerly, my rifle suddenly locked onto him. The energy round blasted the nearby aberrant into pieces. No way, I've got to run for it. Realizing I wasn't an ally and that getting caught could be fatal, he finally turned to flee, only to step on an empty soda can, producing a sharp clang. He was doomed. He exerted every ounce of strength, bolting toward the outskirts of the street, but my speed completely outmatched his. Stop! I fired at Su Yuan midair, yet he managed to dodge the rifle's attack with agile maneuvers. Not bad. I observed Su Yuan with intrigue. This guy was at least an A-rank talent. Perhaps agility-focused? If so, I definitely couldn't let him go. One pursuing and one fleeing. We quickly approached the vicinity of the organ train. Inside the train cars, the passengers caught sight of Su Yuan being chased by a formidable foe and erupted into shouts and curses. Lead him away from here, you idiot. Scum. Are you trying to get us all killed? Hey, sir, we have nothing to do with him. Please spare us. With a flick of my shackles, I unfurled a web to entangle the exhausted Su Yuan, binding him tightly. Slightly surprised, I glanced at the passengers in the train car. Are you the train conductor? I looked down at the panting Su Yuan, curious. Yes, this is my train, the organ train. Su Yuan had no fight left in him. Resigned to his fate, he replied with a bitter laugh. These people are your passengers. Yes. I couldn't make sense of this. Do you have a grudge against them? No. I've been looking after them all the way here. What the hell? I stared at the passengers on the other side, my curiosity only growing. No grudge, no grievance, so why are they treating you like this? Seeing that I wasn't showing any killing intent, the passengers in the car shamelessly began to complain. Because he's useless, bragging about protecting us, but we haven't even had one proper meal along the way. Exactly. Some conductor he is, he's a nobody. Sir, can you protect us instead? We don't want this garbage being our conductor anymore. I couldn't help but laugh out of sheer disbelief. These idiots, did they not realize it was already the apocalypse? What's your name? I asked Su Yuan, who looked thoroughly defeated. Despite my annoyance at his overly selfless nature, I bore no ill will toward him. Such overly kind-hearted individuals were rare during the apocalypse. Though his personality frustrated me, I wasn't the type to kill indiscriminately. I could ruthlessly dispose of villains, but when it came to good people, I hesitated to raise my hand. It's one thing to be a slave master, but certainly not a beast. Su Yuan. Sign the contract. Su Yuan obediently extended his hand, allowing Gu Kei to imprint the mark of the contract on him. He was nothing more than a somewhat spineless nice guy, not some hot-blooded hero. Becoming a slave, ironically, filled him with an immense sense of relief. It meant he was finally free from carrying any responsibility. Boss, Gao Tian and Sun Jie arrived with their men in tow. Earlier, during the chase, Gu Kei had already contacted them via the chat channel. These people lack proper education. Gu Kei said briefly about the situation, leaving his own group, including Lin Yining, utterly dumbfounded. What? Are you stupid? Sun Jie yelled as he looked at Su Yuan. Why on earth would you agree? Hey, you're all together, aren't you? Got any food? How about sharing some with us? Yeah, you're all so strong. From now on, we'll follow you. How are your living conditions over there? I'd like a private room with a bathroom, if possible. The insolent demands of the passengers aboard the organ ship made Gao Tian and his group frown. Enough. Let's make them face reality first before we say anything else. Gao Tian glanced over at the passengers of the organ ship, their attitudes remaining arrogantly dismissive. With a sinister smirk, he waved his hand, signaling the combat team members to step into the carriage with batons in hand. Hey, what are you doing? Don't touch me. They're hitting us. Help. Murder. Someone's killing us. Get out. This is our organ ship. You're not welcome here. No. Stop hitting. Stop hitting. The previously brazen passengers were quickly overwhelmed by shock and awe tactics. Like beaten dogs, the combat team members dragged them out of the car one by one, forcing them to kneel before Gu Kei with not even a breath dared to be taken loudly. Was that really necessary? Gao Tian clicked his tongue, looking at the captives kneeling with bloodied foreheads and faces. I'll take it from here. These people need some serious re-education, he said. Lin Yining furrowed her brows. This group of utterly stupid individuals wasn't likely to respond to reasoning and ideological work. They had to grasp the reality of their new circumstances first. Remarkably, none of the passengers of the organ ship were injured, likely thanks to Su Yuan, an invincible babysitter. The addition of 51 slaves caused Gu Kei's attributes to skyrocket by a staggering 102%. This brought his total attribute boost to an astounding 252%, a terrifying level. Gu Kei ran a quick experiment and found his current movement speed had reached an unbelievingly fast 3.5 seconds per 100 meters. Not only that, but he also tested his defensive abilities. Ordinary handgun bullets could no longer penetrate his skin. Hey, why are you shooting yourself? Su Xinyu was startled and quickly pulled Gu Kei aside to inspect him. It's fine. The physical strength of my body right now is... Gu Kei started to explain, but his words trailed off as his eyes caught Su Xinyu's attire under her lab coat, leaving him momentarily stunned. Su Xinyu Chapter 16. A Corner of the World? Sudden weather changes. Su Xinyu. The tightly buttoned-up lab coat that Su Xinyu always wore somehow fully revealed its contents in front of Gu Kei. Underneath, while she wore standard shirt and trousers, a closer look revealed Su Xinyu's subtle flair. The white blouse had 2 buttons unfastened, exposing just enough of her curves that leaning slightly forward would reveal even more. She also wore pantyhose beneath her trousers, creating a striking contrast to Dr. Su's otherwise elegant appearance, exuding an alluring charm. Focus on the inspection, Su Xinyu said in a calm voice, her expression serious as she carefully examined Gu Kei's palm. TSK. Impressive. Dr. Su, you really know how to play the game. Gu Kei couldn't help but praise her inwardly with a thumbs up in his mind. Any issues? Lin Yining approached, feigning concern as she stared at Gu Kei's palm. However, in just 0.1 seconds, the corner of her eyes caught Su Xinyu's choice of clothing. Oh, Su Xinyu, huh? You, the seemingly prim and proper woman, who knew you had such crafty little plans. Thinking you can sneak in with a homewrecker move, are you? Lin Yining clenched her teeth, raising her vigilance against Dr. Su to its peak. No issues. Chief Gu is in remarkable physical health, Su Xinyu said, standing up straight and adjusting her blouse without breaking composure. I'm sorry, I don't mean to flaunt it, but that big, comfy bed is way too tempting. For the briefest moment, their gazes met. It was an unspoken clash. Each saw the unyielding determination in the other's eyes. Gu Kei witnessed this unfolding and felt a surge of pride within himself. Clearing his throat, he turned towards Lu Daong, who was approaching alongside Zhao Guoqiang, pushing a small cart. We found a tool shed back there. It has several of these carts. With the cart, their efficiency for gathering resources drastically increased. The group dispersed once more to resume their busy tasks. The ash-covered ruins didn't offer much to scavenge. Among the little that the group could collect were some white and green chests, which were stored in the train cars to be utilized once the locomotive started running. Gu Kei used his chains to swiftly maneuver through the ruins while commanding his skeletons to search for usable supplies. Meanwhile, Su Yuan, even as a newly designated slave, refused to slack off. After Gao Tian explained his allocated tasks and benefits, Su Yuan seemed as though he had been injected with adrenaline. He cleared entire nearby blocks of monsters without complaint. This guy's really a born workhorse, huh? Sun Jie commented, his expression twisting with a mix of amazement and amusement as he puffed on his cigarette, watching Su Yuan's diligence. Who knows, but isn't he incredibly useful? Gao Tian laughed, placing a wooden log onto a cart. The boss really lucked out this time. Bro Sun, Bro Tian, I have an idea, said Lin Yining as she approached to share her thoughts. She proposed that Gao Tian and Sun Jie lead the captured passengers of the organ ship to clean out more monsters. Won't they die if we make them do that? The more they die, the better. Only then will the effect sink in. Lin Yining's rationale struck a chord with the two. Those useless passengers, well, a stronger dose is needed to cure this. Did the boss agree yet? Yeah, of course we had to consult with the conductor first. He agreed. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Sun Jie grabbed a machete, leading the group and escorting the captives to clear the monsters. Damn it. Even in the apocalypse, they're this arrogant? I'll let you know what it means to be ruthless and unforgiving. The crying and screaming passengers of the organ train, under Sun Jie's punches and kicks, picked up weapons and charged toward the mutants. Time passed quickly, and the departure time drew closer. Gu Kei wandered through a half-collapsed high-rise building, searching for treasure chests that might be hidden inside. A flipped-open diary caught his attention. In this scorched wasteland, a diary still exists? Curious, he picked up the diary and carefully turned its pages. Day 5 of the apocalypse. The train arrived at the underground cavern station. The conductor led the way ahead. He only has a B-grade talent, so dealing with Tier 2 monsters is challenging. Fortunately, the cavern had an abundant water source and plant growth. We had quite the harvest. Day 8 of the apocalypse. The train reached the edge station of the stormy sea. You can fish here, but watch out for sea monsters attacking. Don't ask how I know that. No idea when this will all end. Day 10 of the apocalypse. We arrived at the Molten City station. The monsters here are terrifying. Even the weakest ones are corpse-covered trees. What is that? Why are corpses falling from the sky? I must escape. The diary abruptly ended, and as Gu Kei held it, it turned into ash and scattered into nothingness. This apocalyptic game, it's not the first time it's being played? Are we just latecomers? Gu Kei was stunned by this revelation, unable to snap out of it for a long while. The ash ruins used to be called Molten City? Are there any survivors among the previous pioneers? The faint glimpse of the world from the diary opened up more questions and mysteries. Master, time is running out. In the chat channel, Lin Yining sent him a private message. All right, I'll head back now. Gu Kei returned to the train, where a pile of over a dozen white treasure chests and 4 green ones awaited inside. From the white treasure chests, they obtained a large number of basic skill books and standard close combat gear. He first had his management team learn the skills to enhance their abilities, and then let Gao Tian distribute the equipment to the combat team members. This way, the train's overall strength leveled up again. The green treasure chests contain not only weapons, but also 2 skill books and a blueprint. Basic Inspire motivates nearby comrades, restoring stamina by plus 50%. Lasts 20 minutes with a 30-minute cooldown. Basic Medical Skill increases medical efficiency by 30%, reduces medical supply consumption by 30%, and heals Tier 2 abnormal conditions. Alloy Shield Blueprint allows alloy shield production at the workbench upon use. The 2 skill books were naturally allocated to Lin Yining and Su Xinyu. As for the energy bracelets, Gu Kei planned to give them to Gao Tian. After all, he faced the greatest risks as a frontline combatant. For Lin Yining and Su Xinyu, however, Gu Kei had already arranged for Zhao Guoqiang to craft custom armor as protective gear. I need to work harder too. If I contribute enough, I can earn some good stuff. Nearby, Su Yuan looked enviously at Gu Kei distributing resources and silently vowed to himself to make greater efforts. The train rumbled and roared, departing the ash ruins. It's still far from enough. Gu Kei glanced at the resource panel. The materials from the ash ruins were decidedly insufficient. To upgrade to the next level requires 4,000 construction materials, 1,600 rare metals, and 800 spare parts. Current resources: 2,835 construction materials, 1,123 rare metals, 563 spare parts. And this was even after salvaging everything from the organ and ghost trains. Let's upgrade the armor plates first. With a single thought, a layer of heavy armored plating appeared over the train's original thickened glass exterior. The fully enclosed environment gave everyone a stronger sense of security. Ahead lies the cold tundra region. A simple system message flashed before Gu Kei's eyes. Icy cold winds, dusted with frost, swept in from the direction of the train's engine. Su Xinyu Chapter 17. Harsh weather. Sudden developments. Su Xinyu. So cold. Why is it so freezing? Why did the temperature suddenly drop? What's happening outside? What's going on? Damn it. I'm only wearing a shirt and pants. The temperature inside the train began to plummet rapidly, leaving the passengers confused and a bit panicked. Calm down. Everyone shut up. Lin Yining lost her temper. You panic over the smallest thing. What kind of behavior is this? They were all seasoned passengers by this point. How could a small disruption make them shout and scream like rookies? Seeing Lin Yining snap, everyone couldn't help but shiver slightly and quickly sealed their lips. Someone grab a basin and light a fire. Lu Ning, gather some people and bring over all the clothes, sleeping bags, and anything warm. With swift decisiveness, Lin Yining assigned the tasks immediately. We'll help too. Some of the more experienced passengers, feeling guilty, proactively stood up to help gather supplies. Good thing you folks picked up every scrap of wood and crap you could find. Otherwise, dealing with this sudden drop in temperature would have been a real headache. Gu Kei's comment as he emerged made everyone laugh. From now on, don't call them the loading team. Let's rename them the scavenger squad. Sun Jie handed Gao Tian a cigarette, twisted open a bottle of whiskey, and took a big swig. Distribute the food first. Let everyone warm up from the inside out. Zhao Guoqiang and Lu Daong, work together to see if you can come up with a makeshift ventilation system. If we can build some stoves, even better. And check the gaps between the train carriages, see if there's a way to seal them off. Gu Kei added several more important points. Everything was critically important, which left Lin Yining in great admiration. My master, truly keen-eyed. I pale in comparison to him. Chief, the insulation at the front of the train isn't finished yet. It must be even colder in there, right? I know a massage technique that promotes blood circulation and strengthens the body. Interested in trying it. Su Xinyu's sudden question made Lin Yining's eyes narrow sharply. This woman isn't even pretending anymore. The others immediately became expressionless, calling out to one another as they exited the carriage. Even the old passengers lowered their heads, pretending to be deaf and mute, observing everything but saying nothing. Only Lu Ning looked on enviously at Su Xinyu, scheming in her head about how to make her move higher up the ranks. Su Jie, you're so thoughtful. Lin Yining suddenly gave a sweet smile as she took the initiative, walking over to hold Su Xinyu's hand and leading her towards the front of the train. Chief Gu has been busy all day. He could certainly use some relaxation. Su Xinyu's heart skipped a beat. Well, I'll be damned. This is turning defense into offense, huh? This woman's thoughts run deep. Maybe she's destined to be my lifelong nemesis. The station we stopped at this time was called Desolate Village. The moment I heard the name, my heart skipped a beat. I wasn't worried about myself, but what about Gao Tian and the others? I figured I might as well let management take a guess first and start preparing in advance. Su Xinyu was a little frightened, saying that the name sounded ominous. What if it became like a Chinese horror movie? On the other hand, Su Yuan was optimistic, speculating that it might be a bonus area full of rice, flour, coal, and fuel. Sun Jie rolled his eyes, retorting why not add 10-year-aged liquor to that fantasy. Gao Tian offered the most sensible advice. Better safe than sorry. Let's make preparations. But unfortunately, he admitted they might not be very useful. Meanwhile, Lu Daong was still worrying about the dwindling supply of deadwood on the train, wondering if they could tear down houses to use as fuel. I made the decision. The combat team would get off first to scout the area, the others would wait for a signal. The train slowly pulled into the station. Outside, thick fog shrouded the surroundings, reducing visibility to just 50 meters. The platform resembled a rural station from the 1980s, with red brick pillars and a retro vibe. Inside the waiting hall was a mass of villagers with fearful expressions, all apparently waiting to escape via train. Su Xinyu shrank back in apprehension. She absolutely hated this kind of eerie atmosphere. I reassured her not to worry as I led the way out of the train car. After all, everyone had guns. What monster couldn't we take down with a Glock? As soon as we stepped off the train, two uniformed employees carrying lanterns emerged from the railway office. Their faces were gaunt, their expressions wary as they fixed their eyes on us. Behind me, Sun Jie and Su Yuan were whispering, saying how this desolate village seemed like a trip back to an 80s small town. Could it be that these two were monsters themselves? I replied that we were just passing travelers, here to have a look around. Gao Tian immediately caught on and went up with a smile, offering them 2 cigarettes. Once they accepted the smokes, their demeanor relaxed visibly, and they told us we could leave the station after registering. But a nagging doubt lingered in my mind. They didn't seem concerned at all by the sight of us, heavily armed and clearly not ordinary travelers. I gestured for Gao Tian to probe further. Curious, he asked why they needed lanterns when the fog wasn't even that thick. One of the staff waved the lamp slightly, explaining that it was to ward off evil spirits. Gao Tian's eyes lit up. So there were monsters here after all? I noticed the lantern was covered in ancient script-like symbols engraved on its bronze shell. Turns out, a group of grave robbers had dug open an ancient tomb in the desolate village, accidentally releasing an evil spirit. The spirit had slaughtered the grave robbers and then turned its wrath on the villagers. Most people had fled, leaving only those huddled in the waiting hall, desperate to escape. The staff additionally advised us to visit a temporary Taoist temple outside the station to get exorcist lamps from Taoist Master Lu, who was even handing out talismans and magical artifacts for free. Free? In this day and age? My curiosity was piqued even more. After the staff left, I made a decision. Leave half the combat team to guard the train, doors locked and at the ready. The rest of us would go meet this Taoist Master Lu and see just what kind of figure he was. Stepping out of the station, the full expanse of desolate village unfolded before us. At the entrance stood a couple of two-story buildings that might pass for a commercial street, followed by a cluster of 20 or 30 single-story houses that made up the main portion of the village. Further back loomed a dark, craggy hill that resembled a weathered tombstone. The sight alone gave me chills. I pointed to a store adorned with hanging coins up ahead. That's Lu Daochang's Dao Yuan Pavilion. Outside the shop, a young Taoist apprentice was napping on a reclining chair, one leg propped up on the armrest, soundly asleep. Gao Tian went over and gave him a nudge. The apprentice mumbled groggily, cussing as he opened his eyes with a disgruntled expression. The fleeting trace of hostility in his gaze made Gao Tian frown slightly. However, upon hearing that we were foreign travelers here for talismans to ward off evil, and seeing the equipment we carried, the apprentice's demeanor changed immediately. His eyes lit up as he enthusiastically invited us into the shop to introduce the tools. Exorcist lamps that kept evil spirits at bay within a 10-meter radius when lit, thunder-mark talismans that could repel demons, and peachwood swords that were effective against zombies. Gao Tian was skeptical. These don't cost a dime. The apprentice began heaping praise on Taoist Master Lu, saying that he had interrupted his own seclusion upon the emergence of the evil spirit. Master Lu had expended all his mystical energy crafting these tools to rescue the villagers, even sustaining severe injuries during direct confrontations with the demon, leaving him bedridden as a result. The tale grew so emotional that the apprentice even wiped away tears. I stepped forward, gripping the apprentice's hand with an expression of fervent resolve. Please, give us these tools. We're determined to join the fight against the demons. A flicker of anticipation crossed the apprentice's face as he handed over the tools one by one, heeding us to be cautious as the evil spirit resided in a mountain cave nearby. I pounded my chest fiercely, declaring that we would take care of it all, then led my team out with great bravado. After walking some distance, Sun Jie suddenly broke the silence. Boss, something feels off. The hot-blooded excitement on my face had long since vanished. I asked him what felt wrong. Sun Jie replied, "Where in the world do you find freebies like these? Such powerful tools being given away for nothing?" And that apprentice, he gave me the same slippery vibe as scammers I've run into before, all fake sincerity. Gao Tian chimed in. No one offers help without an ulterior motive. Wasting that much mystical energy just to hand things out for free? Only an idiot would believe that. I nodded, sharp observations from them, but they hadn't yet pieced together the full picture. For example, did they notice that the number of passengers in the waiting hall almost equaled the entire population of the village? Or the frail yet oddly obliging station staff? And then, there was the mysterious Taoist Master Lu we hadn't even met yet. The situation was getting more and more interesting. Just as we were heading towards the dark mountain, Lin Yining sent me a message. The people in the waiting hall were all staring at the train, while the station staff were gathering, weapons in hand. Trying to pull a fast one on us? My brows furrowed as I instantly halted and turned back with my team in tow. Damn it, they're targeting the train? They must have a death wish. Fueled by rage, we stormed back, ready to defend what was ours. Desolate village. Didn't even finish his sentence before my soul-flamed chains tore through the blood lights like paper. The entangled chains formed a fiery net that descended violently, enveloping Lu Wenxuan. You overestimate yourself. Lu Wenxuan roared, his body swelling with ominous energy. A monstrous shadow emerged from his chest, screeching with otherworldly terror, attempting to shield him from the onslaught. Yet my chains, imbued with concentrated soul flames, burned with an intensity that no mere spectral entity could withstand. The shadow wailed as it was consumed, leaving Lu Wenxuan's defenses crumbling. He staggered back, fear radiating from his eyes as each fiery link of the chain seared his flesh. No matter how many obscure spells or countermeasures he invoked, they were useless against the sheer might of my enhanced weaponry and relentless assault. You thought you could play overlord here, spreading terror and controlling lives? I said, tightening the chains around him. The flaming links coiled like a serpent, squeezing out his remaining strength. But today, you'll understand what despair truly feels like. Listen to me, he stammered, his arrogance replaced with desperation. We can make a deal. There's greater power behind all this. Forces that even you can't contend with. Save your breath, I sneered, jerking on the chains and slamming him to the ground. The impact sent tremors through the earth as the surrounding building fragments crumbled further. You think you're different from the lesser dirt I just crushed? You'll burn all the same. As the chains pulsed with power, engulfing him in an unstoppable wave of flame, Lu Wenxuan's screams echoed through the ruined streets. Whatever secrets or hidden masters he served were now irrelevant. His game had ended. I surveyed the destruction left in my wake. Civilians, or what remained of them, peeked cautiously from their hiding places, while my companions emerged from the shadows, faces still bearing the awe from what they had just witnessed. Clean up the rest of this mess, I commanded, motioning toward the remaining quivering remnants of Lu Wenxuan's monstrous followers. Burn it all if you have to. No one here is getting another chance at trickery. As my words settled, Lin Yining stepped forward, the usual cold sharpness in her gaze now mixed with a rare glimmer of concern. What about the larger threat he mentioned? Could this be a bigger problem than we thought? I hesitated for just a fraction of a moment before smirking. Let them come. Whether it's this town, the train, or the ends of the earth, anyone who thinks they can stop us will meet the same fate. The crowd of survivors erupted into cries of relief and triumph, rallying themselves to the task. Meanwhile, I flexed my fingers, flames still licking faintly around my chains, ready to face whatever challenges dared cross our path next. Calmed down before leading everyone toward the source of the blue mist. Under the dim light of the valley, the eerie, swirling vapor looked like it was alive, twisting and dancing in the air as if beckoning us closer. Stay alert, I warned, gripping my chain tightly as we moved closer. The closer we got, the thicker the mist became, and the temperature around us seemed to drop sharply. I've got a bad feeling about this, muttered Sinjia, his voice trembling slightly. Despite his nerves, he stayed close behind me, his hands clutching a crude hammer he'd picked up earlier. Finally, we reached an ancient-looking stone gate, covered in moss and strange glowing green runes. The mist poured out from the cracks in the gate, and it gave off an unsettling energy that made everyone hesitate. What is this place? Lin Yining whispered, her voice barely audible. Her grip on my arm tightened, and for once, she wasn't trying to hide her fear. Looks like we've stumbled upon something big, I replied, taking a cautious step forward. As I approached the gate, the chain in my hand began to glow faintly with soul fire, reacting to the ominous energy emanating from the runes. Suddenly, Su Xinyu stepped forward, her gaze locked on the runes. These symbols, they're ancient curse seals, she said, her calm, analytical demeanor taking over as she examined them closely. If we break through carelessly, it might trigger a trap. Can you disable it? I asked, tightening my grip on the chain. She hesitated, frowning. I can try, but I'll need time. Be prepared for anything. I nodded, signaling everyone to be on guard while Su Xinyu began drawing a faintly luminous sigil in the air with her finger. Strange symbols formed in the glowing trail behind her movements, intertwining with the cursed runes on the gate. My chain buzzed slightly, as if readying itself for a fight. The tension in the air thickened as a deep rumble emanated from the gate. Light flared, and the mist swirled violently before dissipating entirely. The cursed runes on the stone cracked and faded into nothingness. Su Xinyu stepped back, sweat glistening on her brow, but a triumphant glint in her eyes. It's done, she said, panting slightly. Just as I stepped forward to push open the gate, a sharp, piercing cry erupted from behind it. The sound reverberated through the valley, shaking the ground beneath us. Whatever was sealed behind this gate clearly wasn't happy about being disturbed. Well, no turning back now, I muttered with a grin, fueled by the anticipation of the unknown dangers ahead. With a powerful shove, I pushed the ancient doors open, revealing a hidden cavern filled with an eerie green glow. As the others hesitantly followed me inside, we were greeted by the sight of an enormous crystal, pulsating with unnatural light. Encased within the crystal was a monstrous figure, a hulking, grotesque creature with glowing eyes, its body bound by chains and foreign symbols carved into its flesh. So this is what was sealed here. Lin Yining stammered, staring at the horrifying sight. Sun Jia managed to speak up, his voice barely above a whisper. What kind of thing is that? I took a step forward, the chain in my hand glowing brighter as it sensed the creature's corrupted nature. We've got ourselves a big fish this time, I said, a cocky grin spreading across my face. Time to make some waves. The moment I raised the chain, cracks began forming on the surface of the crystal. The creature's glowing eyes snapped open, and the cavern was filled with an earth-shaking roar. Prepare yourselves, I bellowed, adrenaline flowing through my veins. This thing's waking up, and it's not going to be friendly. Recovering their senses, the three of them finally turned their attention to the place where mist was rising. Countless pits for coffins were scattered around a pool of cyan-colored spiritual spring water. The spring exuded a fresh aura. Just one deep breath would clear the mind and lighten the body. It seems these pits were used to bury zombie coffins back in the day. I immediately understood. The trope in online novels claiming that treasures of heaven and earth form in the most dangerous and sinister places turned out to be true. Wow, such beautiful spring water. It must be great for skincare if you use it on your face. The two women were instantly intrigued, crouching by the spring for a closer look. I felt cold sweat drip down my forehead. The first reaction to discovering this heavenly treasure was to use it for beauty treatments? I truly couldn't comprehend the way women thought. Boss, I'm here. Sun Jie came running, panting for breath, and stared at the spring water. What's this stuff? Take a sip and see, I said, scooping up a handful of spring water and drinking it. Instantly, the fatigue from the recent battle disappeared without a trace. Sun Jie imitated my action and took a gulp. His eyes widened immediately. Holy crap, this stuff heals wounds. Not only did it alleviate fatigue, but even his injuries began to slowly close up. We have to take it all. Not a single drop left behind. Lin Yining's eyes gleamed as her hoarding instincts ignited. She shouted into the train's communication channel. Tianji, bring people to the valley at the foot of Rocky Mountain. And remember to bring every bottle and jar you can find. Gao Tian put down what he was working on, gathered a few people, and instructed Su Yuan to stay behind to guard the train. This arrangement was intentional on my part to toughen Su Yuan up, at least enough so he wouldn't continue being a pushover at everyone's beck and call. The combat team returned to the train without a word, leaving Su Yuan alone to face the group of former prisoners from the accordion train. Well, isn't this the train master himself? Sure looks like you're living the good life now. All dressed up and respectable. These people had been living worse than beggars since their capture. Back when they were under Su Yuan's command, they had been well fed on canned snacks, but now they were reduced to dry bread and half a bottle of water, and still had to work to the bone. Su Yuan didn't know how to deal with their taunts and chose to remain silent. His inherently good-hearted nature made it difficult for him to snap back. Are you happy being someone else's dog? You sold us all out for luxury and glory, you bastard. I bet he's been wagging his tail all this time, and still, no one acknowledges him. The ridicule grew harsher, and anger started to boil within Su Yuan. That slave master and his underlings. What good can come from them? Let's just scrape by and see how long their arrogance lasts. Their sarcastic comments turned toward us, and Su Yuan's fury surged all at once. Shut up. He stepped forward and slapped one of them to the ground. You dare hit me? Su Yuan froze for a second, staring at the man holding his cheek, and then a wave of satisfaction surged through him. Damn, that felt incredible. He raised the sheath of his combat knife and began thrashing the group of troublemakers until they were crawling and wailing on the ground. What an idiot I've been. I should have done this earlier instead of putting up with their crap. The combat team inside the train car stepped out as well, joining in the beating of the prisoners. When Gao Tian heard about it later, he smiled meaningfully. This kid, he's finally starting to get it. The 500 liters of spiritual spring water were hauled back to the train. Good work, boss. Su Yuan's voice rang out loud and clear, and I nodded in approval. Gao Tian had already reported Su Yuan's change in attitude to me while we were collecting the spring water. It seemed the plan had worked. After a refreshing shower, I sat up front with the management team to take stock of our gains. You can distribute the white treasure chests among yourselves. I began to delegate, giving Lin Yining and Gao Tian more autonomy. I also set aside blueprints from the green treasure chests and left the rest to them. Guochang, focus all efforts on manufacturing submachine guns from now on. The submachine guns had both greater power and firing rate compared to Glock pistols, and their ammunition was compatible, using 9mm cartridges. Producing 2 or 3 of them before reaching the next train station would be a qualitative leap in firepower. What about the food supply? I turned to Lin Yining. The harvest from the deserted village is excellent. We have rice, flour, oil, cured meat, seasonings, vegetables, and a considerable amount of drinking water. Enough for the entire train to eat freely for half a month. Thanks to the cold wasteland we were in, the 3 train cars now acted as natural cold storage. Otherwise, food preservation would have been a headache. The village also yielded coal and stoves, making the carriages warm and cozy like spring. Cured meat simmered atop the stoves, and its aroma wafted all the way into the second carriage. The prisoners from the accordion train couldn't help but sniff the air, their mouths watering, while our crew on the Dragon Clash train enjoyed steaming hot instant noodles. I pulled up the train status panel. Train Master, Gu Personal Strength, Stage 3 Train Level, 3. Armor Value, 2,000/2,000 carriages, 3. Passenger Capacity, 150 passengers, 75/100 Comfort Level, 50 speed, 50 kilometers per hour. Upgrade requirements. For 1,000 construction materials, 1,600 rare metals, 800 components. Current resources, 5,135 construction materials, 1,223 rare metals, 572 components. Upgrading from level 3 to level 4 is such a pain. Just a bit short. While the abandoned village had ample construction materials, rare metals and components weren't nearly as plentiful. I had scraped together just enough to meet the current total. What I didn't know was that most other trains had barely reached level 2, and the progress of the Apocalypse Future train was shockingly fast. Meanwhile, the number of trains in the regional channel had dropped by 300 or 400. Train Master Gu. A knock sounded at the door, and Su Xinyu entered holding a glass bottle. This is a massage oil I prepared with the spiritual spring water. Would you like to try it? Her expression was neutral, but the black garter stockings peeking out beneath the hem of her white lab coat made me raise an eyebrow. Oh, the spiritual spring water has this kind of effect too? Dr. Su, you've put in a lot of effort. I lay down on the bed, familiar with the sensation of silk against my back. But this time, beyond the smooth texture, I felt the warmth of her skin. Damn it, was she only wearing lingerie underneath? Essential oils can stain clothes, she explained in a matter-of-fact tone. It sounded reasonable enough, but her attire made it hard to believe. Her touch spread heat across the curve of my lower back, gradually morphing into a warm, damp sensation. I didn't expect Dr. Su to have such a sensitive constitution, I commented, glancing at the dressing mirror. Her delicate face was tinged with a faint blush, expressionless but betrayed by her slightly hurried breathing. I reached out toward her, gauging her reaction. Please respect yourself, Train Master Gu. Her voice was cold, yet she subtly leaned forward, making it easier for me to evaluate her efforts. The massage oil soaked into my skin, its cooling and invigorating effects validating the spiritual water's miraculous properties. Time to turn over. Last time, our massage session had been interrupted. This time, I finally got what I wanted, thoroughly appreciating the allure of her work. My enhanced physical abilities made the session more demanding, and combined with my own techniques. Her progress was frequently interrupted as she worked hard to keep up. Beads of sweat formed on her brow, and a faint fragrance emanated from her body, lingering in the air. Lin Yining, seated at the driver's console, wrinkled her nose and let out a disdainful grunt. This woman, did she seriously manage to get perfume? Cheating. Outside, the cold wind howled relentlessly, while inside the carriage, it was warm and pleasant, like spring. On the roof of the train, Gao Tian and his combat team were practicing marksmanship. Sun Jie fired round after round at the monstrous targets. They had made the most of every moment along the journey to sharpen their skills. Their accuracy had now reached military standards, with Gao Tian achieving the level of a sharpshooter, hitting the mark with every single shot. Half an hour later, the massage session finally ended. Su Xinyu emerged, sweat-drenched, and exhaled tremblingly before heading into the washroom. Lin Yining, with a thoughtful expression, grabbed a towel and assisted me with cleaning up. The massage oil absorbed completely? Oh wait, there's still some left here. Her fingertips brushed against my skin and froze. She was stunned to realize that my skin was completely dry. These aren't massage oil, I explained with a dry cough. Lin Yining paused, understood, and quickly recoiled. Blushing furiously, she wiped it clean for me while scolding, "What a shameless act." Traveling at 50 kilometers per hour, estimated arrival at Mutated Botanical Garden Station, 5 hours. Mutated Botanical Garden, danger level 1 to 2. Team cooperation recommended. Planned stopover, 10 hours. Mutated plants. I couldn't help but feel a spark of excitement. I had been worrying about where to find seeds, and now, an opportunity presented itself. We've made 3 submachine guns, with an initial distribution of 500 bullets per person. Zhao Guoqiang retrieved weapons from his workbench and handed them over to Gao Tian and Sun Jie. Wow, this thing packs a punch. Sun Jie beamed with amazement and held the weapon tightly. It wasn't something he had ever encountered before the apocalypse. We've also got over a dozen pistols. Feel free to let loose, Gao Tian noted with satisfaction. Though far from his idealized combat team, what they had was enough to deal with average monsters. As the train decelerated, a massive greenhouse botanical garden came into view amidst the snowy wasteland, a kaleidoscope of colors visible through the glass. What a beautiful station, Lin Yining murmured with astonishment, gazing out of the window. Careful, there might be a lot of mutated plants inside, I warned as I strapped on my Spectre armor and slung my arc rifle over my shoulder, stepping off the platform. 20 skeletal warriors advanced ahead, stopping at the greenhouse's entrance, awaiting orders. This place is enormous, Su Yuan marveled as he gazed up at the structure, which loomed 50 or 60 meters high. Its walls stretched endlessly to either side. With a place this large, there's bound to be other trains coming in. Everyone, stay cautious and avoid getting injured, Gao Tian shouted before pushing open the entrance. Wow! The passengers' exclamations echoed as they stepped inside. The interior was an entirely different world, a lush tropical rainforest brimming with untamed vegetation. This atmosphere, something feels off. I frowned. It was far too silent, unnaturally so. There should have been animals, perhaps insects scuttling about. Yet with my enhanced vision, I couldn't spot a single trace. Hold position. Let the skeletons advance first, I ordered, lifting my rifle and following behind the skeletal squad. As expected, trouble came swiftly. The moment the skeletons stepped into the rainforest, ominous, slithering noises erupted from the ground. Dozens of blood-red vines surged forth, darting towards them at breakneck speed. Enemy attack. I fired immediately, and Gao Tian and the others opened up, bullets slicing through the air and shredding the vines into pieces. Boom! The rainforest quivered violently, as though the enormous entity controlling it had been injured and was venting its fury. Su Yuan, scout ahead with me. Leaping up into the canopy, I signaled for him to follow as we pushed forward. What? What the hell is that? Su Yuan's face was filled with disbelief. Ahead of us stood a monstrous banyan tree, its branches adorned with the skeletal remains of animals and even humans. The horrific sight of pierced human rib cages swaying midair turned my stomach. Whatever it is, we'll destroy it. I trained my arc rifle on the tree trunk and pulled the trigger. Energetic projectiles exploded upon impact, scattering electric plasma and setting sparks alight. Spread out, fight on your own, and be alert, I yelled, emptying another magazine before charging directly at the banyan tree. My chain flail lashed out violently, each swing generating powerful gusts of wind that crashed into the tree trunk. Boom! The colossal trunk, wider than several people embracing each other, suffered a massive gash. Blood-red sap erupted from the wound, sizzling as it dripped to the ground. Boss, watch out! Su Yuan appeared at my side, brandishing an electrified combat blade. In a flash, he cleaved through more than a dozen attacking vines. Excellent work, I commended and continued my relentless assault. Just when things seemed to be turning in our favor, the banyan tree began to tremble. Its vines fell away, wrapping themselves around the skeletal remains scattered across the ground, and then those forsaken bodies began to move. They can revive, I exclaimed as skeletal warriors under my command raised their weapons, engaging the resurrected creatures in a fierce melee. Fire! Quickly fire! Gunshots erupted from the rear as bullets riddled the nightmarish foes, tearing them apart. Demonic Soul Bell. Lin Yining shook her mystical artifact, halting the banyan tree's attacks for 3 seconds before unleashing a thunderous palm lightning strike directly into its exposed wound. Under the concentrated efforts of everyone, the terrifying banyan tree finally toppled. As it fell, a glimmering blue treasure chest manifested before me. Obtain Vegetable Seed Pack X1. Obtain Plant Seed Pack X1. Obtain Nature Staff X1. Obtain Vine Summoning Spell X1. Elation washed over me. I had just been searching for seeds, and here they were, neatly packaged. I handed the 2 seed packs over to Lin Yining and inspected the other 2 loot items. Nature Staff. Harness natural energy to heal allies. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Vine Summoning Spell. Summon 5 Vine Sentinels to attack enemies. Su Xinyu, take the staff. Lin Yining, you handle the summoning spell. The 2 women naturally worked in tandem, complementing each other's actions perfectly. Thank you, Captain Gu. Su Xinyu responded nonchalantly. Dr. Su is so composed, isn't she? Indeed. Even when the boss gives her something, she's utterly calm. Next to her, Lin Yining's lips twitched as she eavesdropped on the conversation. I chuckled, but was quickly brought back to focus as that familiar sensation tickled my arm again. All right, everyone stay alert. Search the area thoroughly. Gao Tian clapped his hands, dispatching Lu Daong and Zhao Guoqiang to lead the team in combing every inch of the garden. After all, this was a botanical garden. Carrying off some of the fertile soil alone would make the trip worthwhile. Unbeknownst to me, 3 additional trains had also arrived at the botanical garden. Having survived previous ordeals, these new groups of survivors finally displayed more civility. Though they couldn't rival my team's advanced readiness, they managed a fragile facade of harmony, branching out in teams to gather supplies. From the Farser train, there emerged a petite girl named Su Xiaodang, standing at just 1.55 meters tall and clad in sportswear. By sheer luck, she had discovered a green treasure chest and unlocked the detection skill, a life-saving asset that allowed her to scrape by in this hostile world. Meanwhile, burly men armed with pistols descended from the Black Tiger train, led by their conductor, Zhao Hu, whose hunter ability granted him 30% increased damage and defense against humans. This group oozed aggression. Zhao Hu lit a cigarette, his eyes gleaming with greed as he scanned the vivid rainforest ahead. A cruel smile played on his lips. Can't beat the monsters? Fine. But beating you lot? Now that's a different story. There was another team operating in the shadows, Arcane Train. At the helm was the female conductor Luo Yin, clad in a mage's robe. She wielded her staff to conjure flames, which she shot toward the monsters. Behind her, passengers opened metal cases, activating 3 alchemical puppets made of rare metals. The puppets' arms transformed into blades, their torsos spun, clearing out the rainforest ahead in an instant. From a bird's-eye view, we held the southern main gate, occupying the largest territory. Far Hope was in the northeast, Black Tiger in the north, and Arcane Train entered through the western gate. The 4 teams, unspoken but synchronized, searched as they converged towards the center. So many good things. Lu Daong pounded his chest and stomped his feet in excitement. The vines could be made into ropes, the wood used for burning or repairs, and even leaves and soil he wanted to take back for the greenhouse carriage. While tightening the screws on a pushcart, Zhao Guoqiang scoffed at him mockingly, saying that in the apocalypse, he'd want to grab whatever he laid eyes on. Up ahead, Gao Tian's combat team was clearing monsters. Gunfire rang out incessantly, like popping firecrackers. Any monsters that slipped through were dealt with by the melee squad using alloy shields to hold the line. I wonder how strong the other train teams are. Gao Tian murmured absent-mindedly as he shot down a monster with precise bursts. Nearby, Sun Jie cleaved a late-tier level 1 monster in 2 with a single strike, the blood misting the air. He sneered. None of them could compare to us. At the center of the team, Su Xinyu and Lin Yining coordinated actions, while Lu Ning acted as a runner passing orders. He joined their conversation casually. The two were amicable toward him, likely hoping to form an alliance to deal with someone else together. At this time, however, I wasn't with the group. I was heading deeper into the botanical garden. Su Yuan, barely keeping up with me, relied on his speed. Boss is so unfathomable. Just how strong are you? The further we went, the more uneasy Su Yuan felt. From the moment I had captured him, each move I revealed was fiercer than the last, whether taking on Dark Path cultivators alone or face-tanking a late-tier level 2 banyan tree monster. None of them posed any threat before me. Not only was I far stronger, but I was faster too. If not for me leading the way, Su Yuan would have long been left behind in the dust. Before long, we reached the depths. Careful. I stopped and turned back to remind him. My God. Su Yuan peered from the edge of the dense forest. In front of us was a high-tech research facility, completely engulfed by a mass of massive vine-like roots, their sheer density bursting through the outer walls. Dozens, if not hundreds, of 2-meter-tall carnivorous flowers roamed in and around the site. Late tier level 2? You're calling Su Xinyu Su Xinyu late tier level 2? Su Yuan complained bitterly. Compared to this monstrosity, the banyan tree earlier seemed downright puny. I studied the roots nearby. Strange. They were enormous, but didn't exude much of an oppressive aura. Could it be the difference between level 2 and level 3 wasn't determined by physical size? Boss, what do we do now? Su Yuan was at his wit's end. Facing a beast this colossal, would we need to swing a blade 1,000 times just to take it down? What now? I let my soul flame chains dangle as I stood. I'll go kill them all, and you can entertain yourself on the sidelines. Huh. The next second, Su Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. I charged straight at the mass of carnivorous flowers and vines. Boss, careful. He instinctively grabbed his blade to join, but then abruptly stopped. A fiery storm, over 10 meters in diameter, erupted right before his eyes. Holy! Even the usually mild-mannered Su Yuan couldn't help but curse. The carnivorous flowers screeched as they lunged, only to be shredded into countless fragments mid-air. Their fire-resistant mucus never had the chance to take effect. In the blink of an eye, I obliterated over a dozen of them and stormed into the research facility. Su Yuan opened his mouth, but decided to obediently stay outside as lookout. Boss was inhuman. There was no point meddling. Listening to orders was the safest bet. Outside the research facility, the other 3 teams were gradually closing in. On Far Hope, Su shouting dug out yet another mutated mushroom from a corner, dusted it off, and popped it into her mouth to chew. So crisp and sweet. These mutated mushrooms are so delicious. Infamous among her university's student council as the gourmet queen, Su Xiaodong's aptitude for exploration became evident post-awakening, with the downside being her insatiable appetite. Contentedly chewing, she thought of her senior, Lin Yining. If it were her, she'd probably be fine, maybe even a train captain by now. As her team advanced, the full view of the research facility came into sight. Wow, do you think there's treasure in there? A teammate marveled. But Su Xiaodong suddenly halted, a chilling fear clawing its way up from her core, as if plunged into an icy abyss. Get down, she shouted. Her teammates hesitated but hit the dirt just in time as gunshots crackled, ripping through the air where they had just stood. Leaves and branches splintered under the assault, pinning them down. Finally found ourselves some fat lambs. Get him, boys. It was Zhao Hu from Black Tiger, shooting while rallying his men to encircle them. Su Xiaodong's team wasn't entirely defenseless. Some threw disposable grenades, while others fired back with their guns. A thunderous explosion resounded, alerting nearby forces to the fray. On Arcane Train, Luo Yin was instantly on guard and began heading toward the skirmish. Where there was fighting, there was opportunity. Even if no treasures could be claimed, scavenging whatever dropped from bodies was still spoils. In our group, Sun Jia perked up at the sounds of combat and climbed a tree for a better view. What are you, a monkey? Gao Tian teased. With those toy pistols, they're no match for us. Meanwhile, Su Yuan reported over our comms. It started, a firefight between two squads with grenades flying. One of the leaders seems to be a young lady. No way, live commentary? Keep going, brother Su. Sun Jie urged. Su Yuan assessed their firepower, abilities, and formations. Lin Yining instructed while she, Su Xinyu, and others were sorting valuable plants. The garden held not just dangerous flora but also edible treasures, sweet mushrooms, bamboo dripping with nectar, fruit resembling bread, all precious food that couldn't be wasted. Roger, Minister Lin, Su Yuan replied, leaping closer to the battle. Charge them. They're about to fall. Zhao Hu barked, his face twisted in rage as he pried a bloody bullet out of his arm with a knife. It was a stray shot earlier that grazed him. Get the flamethrower and burn them alive. Flames engulfed the battleground, forcing Su Xiaotong's side into a panicked retreat. Sister Xiaodong, what do we do? A teammate cried. Don't panic. Run first. Su Xiaodong herself was on the verge of breaking down. Before the apocalypse, she had been a carefree food lover. She had never faced a life-and-death situation like this. The little girl's out of her league now, Su Yuan remarked casually. But then his expression sharpened. Another group had arrived. 3 formidable puppets emerged from the jungle, followed by the mage-robed Luo Yin. We're too early, Luo Yin murmured, slightly taken aback. Should have waited till the fight ended. Her presence, however, bought Su Xiaodong a brief reprieve. Gathering her team, the girl cautiously tried to slip away amidst the chaos. Did I say you could leave? Zhao Hu snarled. His eyes gleamed with malice as he cautiously observed Luo Yin while closing in on Su Xiaodong. Do you think I don't exist? Luo Yin was enraged. His puppet took several threatening steps toward the Black Tiger gang, forcing Zhao Hu to back off. Things are already like this. Why not have some food and think of a plan? In her panic, Su Xiaodong eagerly flaunted her snacks, leaving Su Yuan dumbfounded. How could her appetite still be so good at a time like this? What sorcerer puppet? How many cars are actually parked at the botanical garden? The communication channel was a chaotic mess. Lin Yining stared at Su Yuan's description, feeling a growing sense of familiarity. No way. Could it be Xiaodong? Su Yuan, what does that girl look like? She asked, instructing Su Yuan to send a photo through the channel. When the image came through, Lin Yining instantly recognized the foodie. It's really Xiaodong. I have to save her, she exclaimed, panicking as she immediately sent me a private message. A friend of yours? At that moment, I was in a research facility, cutting through vines while scavenging for resources. Upon seeing her private message, I replied right away. Of course we must save her. I'll contact Gao Tian immediately. Gao Tian received my message, gathered his team, and marched forward. Meanwhile, Su Yuan, who was watching from the sidelines, began to maneuver strategically, moving around to position himself behind Su Xiaodong, prepared to act at any moment. The situation was at an impasse. Luo Yan's puppet kept Zhao Hu immobilized, while Su Xiaotong's group didn't dare to flee. However, Luo Yin was quickly losing his patience. Attack! Kill them all! The puppet commanded, initiating an assault. You think I'm afraid of you? Zhao Hu gritted his teeth and smashed a summoning stone onto the ground. Roar! A mid-second-tier demonic wolf emerged, striking the puppet airborne with a single swipe. A summoned creature? Luo Yan's gaze sharpened as he began chanting an incantation, hurling a fireball outward. Don't let that wench off. Kill them all. Zhao Hu's heart ached terribly. This summoning stone was a one-time use item, and the demonic wolf could only last for 2 hours. Back when he defeated a second-tier boss, he paid the price of 5 lives. The time is now. Su Yuan jumped in front of Su Xiaodong, startling her. Who are you? Lin Yining sent me to rescue you. She'll be here soon. The moment Su Xiaodong heard the name, she froze, tears welling up in her eyes. Her senior was coming to rescue her. Retreat in that direction. I'll cover you. Su Yuan instructed while drawing his combat blade and advancing toward the members of the Black Tiger crew. A flash of electric light streaked across his blade, causing envy to flare in Su Xiaodong's teammates' eyes. Who was this man? Just by looking at his weapon, it was obvious he belonged to a powerful team. Is he a conductor? Judging by his gear, absolutely. Stop gossiping. Retreat. Don't run. Stop right there. The Black Tiger members shouted, pursuing them. No killing. Su Yuan tightened his grip on the blade as Lin Yining's earlier warning echoed in his mind. If you kill them all, the boss won't capture any slaves. He took a deep breath, then vanished in a flash. The Black Tiger members had just charged forward when their vision blurred. Su Yuan had already darted past, and with the hilt of his blade, he struck their necks hard, knocking several of them unconscious together. At that moment, Gao Tian and his team arrived. Yiningjia. The moment Su Xiaodang caught sight of a familiar face, her tears brimmed over as she ran into Lin Yining's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Xiaodang, it's really you. You're safe now, it's okay. Lin Yining gently patted her back, comforting her. Her teammates watched our group and whispered among themselves. Their gear is amazing. It's not just their gear. Even their presence is completely different. If only we could join them. Their eyes glistened with envy. I am Gu Kei. Gao Tian and his team had already tied up the captives and sent me a private message asking if they should act now. I replied, wait until I get out. At that moment, I had just cleared another floor and opened several treasure chests along the way. The tendrils of those vine monsters had long since been hacked into tatters and incinerated to ash. The skeletal warriors I summoned earlier continued exploring the building, keeping a lookout. Suddenly, from the depths of the research facility, another wave of bizarre plants surged forward, crashing into the skeleton's defensive line. With a casual wave of my hand, Soulflame Storm, chains swept across, obliterating the creatures entirely. Even the slimy residues and plant roots clinging to the walls burned to a crisp. Now that was satisfying. I directed the skeletons deeper, my eyes scanning the signs on the walls. Biological laboratory, basement level 2. I thought to myself, this place must have some good loot. Thus, I continued eliminating monsters while heading down. As I reached basement level 1, a sudden whistling sound erupted from the side. Countless red, spiky fruits exploded among the skeletons, their acidic juices corroding the bones with a hiss. Some droplets splattered toward me, but were intercepted by the vengeful spirits in my armor. What the heck? Peering ahead, I spotted a hall where the walls were densely covered in blood-red flowers. From their centers, new fruit was forming, preparing for another volley. Interesting. Plants capable of ranged attacks. I raised my arc rifle and unleashed a torrent of shots. Meanwhile, the skeletal warriors charged forward, shields raised, slicing the flowers apart with a swing of their weapons. Unexpectedly, when the flowers died, they dropped seeds. Caustic flower seeds. Plant to grow caustic flowers that corrode enemies, lowering their defense. Pocketing the seeds, I continued descending to basement level 2. Strangely, the hallways here were eerily empty, pristine as if untouched by the invading flora. This raised my guard. Such odd tranquility usually meant trouble. From my gaming experience, there was an 80% chance a powerful boss was hidden here. The offices on both sides of the corridor were wide open, stacked with documents and materials, but now wasn't the time to comb through them. I reached its end and found an alloy door with the label Experimental Biozone. Why did this feel like entering a boss chamber? I gave it a slight push, but it didn't budge. That thick? Bracing myself, I unleashed superhuman strength, surpassing even Spider-Man at his peak. Su Sinew rumble. Su Sinew, the massive door, slowly slid open. Lights flickered on sequentially, revealing the laboratory within. At the center of the facility stood 3 nutrient tanks. 2 of the tanks were shattered, their contents nowhere to be seen. The remaining tank contained a writhing mass of peculiar plant life. Stepping closer with my skeletal army, I examined the creature within. It resembled a giant human brain, its surface covered with nerve-like tendrils. Crazy slogans like, "Let plants rule the world," and "Long live parasitic plants," were plastered across the tank walls. What kind of eco-nutcase came up with this? Just as I finished mocking it, the plant suddenly transformed. Dozens of eyeballs sprouted simultaneously, spinning frantically across its surface. What the hell? A shiver ran down my spine. Without hesitation, I lashed out with a chain. I didn't care what it was. Killing it first seemed like the best plan. Su Sinew boom. Su Sinew, the 3-meter-high nutrient tank shattered from my strike. The tumbling plant mass soared through the air, crashing into one of my skeletons. Alluring words like these to entice her? She'll probably surrender eagerly. The plants instantly wrapped themselves around the skeleton, and then, terrifyingly, formed the shape of a man. The mental link I had with the skeleton was severed in a snap. In the next second, the parasitic plant took control of the body and charged at me, slashing down at my head with a blade. Nice idea, pity about reality. The wrathful ghost blocked the attack with iron resolve, its chains of soul fire whipping viciously at the creature, sending it flying into the wall. Just 2 hits? Trying to scare some kids? I sneered disdainfully and unleashed another soul flame storm. Eek! The monster shrieked, shrinking back to its initial form and frantically fleeing. Run? Not on my watch. Die? With my chain spinning, I chased after it. Meanwhile, on the surface, 3 factions were locked in a tense standoff. Zhao Hu recalled his demonic wolf, and Luo Yin ceased her attacks. Surprisingly, both sides tacitly decided to halt their skirmish at the same time, then turned their attention to Gao Tian and his group. Oh, trying to play the hero saving the damsel in distress, huh? What of it? Got something to say. Gao Tian and his group brandished their firearms. Zhao Hu seemed utterly unfazed. Ordinary firearms were useless against his demon wolf. Scanning the group, only the kid with the blade appeared remotely threatening. The rest weren't worth his attention. Luo Yan, on the other hand, clearly didn't want to provoke Zhao Hu, so she redirected her focus to the Mori future team. Trying to reap the rewards while we fight, huh? Who are you calling out? Don't like it? Come at me, you barking dog. Sun Jie snarled back, brandishing his large blade. Tensions rose to a boiling point, weapons raised, battles about to ignite. Su Xiaodang grew uneasy. Sister Lin, you guys are really going to be okay? She had witnessed firsthand how powerful the combined forces of both factions could be. Lin Yining contemplated for a moment. It won't be easy. We'll need the captain to take care of it. Capturing the enemy without sustaining injuries would likely require me to act personally. The captain? Sister Yining, aren't you the captain? Gu Kei is our captain. You'll meet him soon. Su Xiaodang nodded, now quite curious about me. If Gao Tian and his team were already so strong, could Gu Kei be even more formidable? Or did their captain possess some special support ability that boosted the entire team? As Lin Yining was considering whether or not to initiate the battle, a message suddenly popped up in their chat channel. My message. Evacuate now. A parasitic monster is about to emerge. Lin Yining's pupils contracted. With my tone so urgent, it was clear that this creature was no simple adversary. Quick, everyone retreat. Gao Tian received the order, immediately turning to lead his team away. Huh, thought you were tough, but it turns out you're just a bunch of cowards. Ha ha ha. Zhao Hu laughed uproariously, preparing to give chase. Before he could, the walls of the research facility suddenly exploded outward, capturing everyone's attention. What was that? Just as Zhao Hu turned around, a dark shadow abruptly lunged at his face. What the hell is this thing? He bellowed in terror, dropping his gun as his hands desperately clawed at the plant writhing on his face. Its roots quickly burrowed into his ears and nostrils, plunging toward his brain. Ah, help me. Zhao Hu writhed in agony, losing control as he rolled on the ground, slamming his head into the floor. His underlings rushed to save him, but alas, it was already too late. In mere moments, the burly man transformed into a 3-meter-tall monster, his demonic wolf vanishing into light. Proof that Zhao Hu was entirely dead. Run? Get out of here now. Luo Yan's face turned ashen. Though she didn't know exactly what this creature was, her sixth sense as a sorceress sent chills down her spine. This monster's aura was on the verge of breaking into Tier 3. Impossible. The dungeon information stated its danger level was only Tier 1 to 2. She nearly screamed as she hastily commanded her puppets to shield her. Zhao Hu's subordinates, still in shock, were slaughtered on the spot by the parasitized monster. Its tendrils pierced their bodies, draining them into brittle husks. Die! I emerged from the smoke, my soul flame chains cleaving through the air. Yet the monster did not engage me head-on. Instead, it launched itself directly at Luo Yan. In its perception, Luo Yan was the second most powerful presence in the area. If it could absorb her strength, it might stand a chance against me. Damn you! All dignity abandoned, Luo Yan shrieked, ordering her puppets to charge. But they were no match for the near Tier 3 monster. With a casual swing, it smashed another puppet to pieces. Damn it all. Flamestorm. She unleashed her most potent spell, Heartbroken. Those puppets were crafted from rare metals and parts, a costly investment that had even delayed their train upgrades. The flames charred the monster's vines, turning them into ashes that fell away. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, new tendrils sprouted, dripping with mucus that made the flames nearly ineffective. The tendrils lashed through the air, inches from impaling her. No, I can't die here. Luo Yin crushed a rune in her hand, summoning a protective light shield that enveloped her body, with a small teleportation circle forming beneath her feet. Damn this monster. And damn you too. If it wasn't for you luring it out, I wouldn't need to waste this. She was nearly apoplectic with rage. The rune was a life-saving treasure sent by her sister, Luo Zhishui, from Central Station, a hefty price to pay, only to be forced into using it so soon after traveling merely a few stations. What are you, crazy? I lashed my chains at the monster, tearing its flesh open. Do you think surviving on a doomsday train is just a game? Shut up. I won't forget you. Next time, I'll kill you. With that, Luo Yin vanished in a flash of light, callously abandoning her bewildered teammates aboard the arcane train. The monster was flung away by my attack, tumbling across the ground before turning its sights on the remaining arcane train members. Get lost. Don't touch my slaves. I unleashed a storm of soul flames, trapping it within. It couldn't escape. Holy crap, Su Xiaodang stared blankly, forgetting even to eat as she watched the scene unfold. Sister Lin's captain is terrifyingly strong. Her mind word, calculating. She could barely hold her own against Zhao Hu. Zhao Hu lost to Luo Yin. Luo Yin was no match for that monster. Yet now, this horrifying creature was getting thrashed like a ragdoll by Gu Kei. Dear heavens, how strong was he? Even her teammates stood frozen, their thoughts filled with awe and envy as they watched my dominant figure. If only the captain of the far horizon was this strong, they muttered to themselves mournfully. Sadly, Wu Di, their so-called captain, was a selfish brute, exploiting his B-grade talent for personal gain, hoarding half the team's resources while lifting not a finger. Comparison was indeed the thief of joy. Maybe we should talk to Xiaodang and suggest jumping ship? They began whispering among themselves. Little did they know, their mutterings were overheard by the Doomsday Future team members, who nearly burst into laughter. Switching sides? Soon enough, resisting the urge to join might be the real challenge, especially for someone like Su Xiaodang. Those expectant eyes were fixed on Lin Yining, making her feel a twinge of guilt. If I don't tell her now, does this count as deceiving an innocent girl? Minister Lin fell into a dilemma. That nearly third-tier plant didn't stand a chance against my third-tier power. Even with the integration of Zhao Hu's abilities, it couldn't withstand the chains. Every strike I delivered brought it 600% of the usual agony, making it spasm uncontrollably. The sensory nerves it gained after parasitizing a human had ironically turned into its greatest weakness. Its current combat effectiveness was even less than when it had parasitized a skeleton. Humans must all perish. The genetic information injected during its editing made it harbor an extreme hatred toward humans. Even on the verge of death, it tried to counterattack. Its vines fell one section at a time, reduced to ash by soul flames. Its roars grew weaker and weaker. With the protection of my ghostly armor, I had no need to worry about defense. I didn't even activate my steel body, focusing entirely on offense. With such power, not even a parasitic plant could endure for more than a few seconds. Soon, the plant drew its final breath. A blue treasure chest materialized before me, and at the same time, a pulsating plant core rolled out from its corpse and came to rest at my feet. It was finally over. Say what you will about plant-type monsters, but they can sure take a beating. You've obtained the parasitic plant's core. Ding. With the soul-burning chains in your possession, you can directly absorb the core to enhance your weapon. Do you wish to absorb it? It can enhance my weapon? Absorb it. The chains pierced through the core, and a stream of blood-red energy coursed along their length, transforming into intricate crimson patterns that made the chains look as though they were soaked in blood, imposing and fierce. Enhancement complete. Soul-burning chains damage increased. New traits added. New trait. Upon killing an enemy, resurrected as a parasitic thrall with 100% certainty. Thralls retain 30% of their original combat power and persist for 10 minutes. Oh wow, that's insane. A 100% resurrection rate. From now on, if I encounter a mob of monsters, I can casually create an army of them. The combat power might be lower, but since it consumes no resources, I just need to kill, kill, and kill. Next, I opened the blue treasure chest. Blueprint for a tier, 2 vehicle-mounted machine gun, X1. Blood-sucking blade, X1. Supplementary building materials pack X1. Grenade blueprint X1. I opened the supplementary pack and obtained 500 construction materials, 300 rare metals, and 200 spare parts. Finally, I'd gathered enough materials to upgrade my tier for train. Level up. Train captain, Gu Kei. Personal power, tier 4. Train level 4. Current armor value, 3000/3000. Number of carriages, 4. Max capacity, 200 passengers. Current passengers, 126 200ths. Comfort level, 100. Speed, 60 kilometers per hour. Required for next upgrade, 8,000 construction materials, 3,200 rare metals, 1,600 spare parts. Current materials, 1135 construction materials, 23 rare metals, 3 spare parts. The armor value increased by 1,000 points, and comfort level doubled. I stared at the screen. With the upgrade to level 4 came a new skill. Warlord's Mark. This allows me to designate 2 slaves as warlords, granting them 50% of my total attributes and enhancing skills from my main body. Moreover, warlords unconditionally obey all my commands. The number of marks increases as my rank rises. Currently, I have 2. In addition, the soul-burning chains and the soul army were also enhanced. However, my top priority now was to capture more slaves. You're from the Secret Arts vessel? If you don't want to die, accept the contract. Gao Tian led his team to encircle them, cutting off all escape routes. Contract? What's that? Su Xiaodang asked curiously, while Lin Yining quietly positioned herself behind her, ready to control her at the first sign of trouble. After all, this girl excelled at what she did, and they couldn't afford any missteps. Nearby, Su Xinyu and Lu Ning exchanged serious looks. I could see the silent contest between the two women. Su Xinyu suddenly flashed Lu Ning a friendly smile. Little Ning, interested in learning massage therapy? Massage therapy? Yes, I love giving massages. Lu Ning perked up instantly. In a snap, the two formed an alliance. Lin Yining, her ears twitching, sensed impending trouble and quickly pulled Su Xiaodang closer to her chest. If they could form alliances, she at least had a campus beauty bond to rely on. After tallying up, the Secret Arts vessel had 25 people, the Black Tiger vessel had another 25, and Su Xiaotang's group added 15 more, for a total of 65. I was quite pleased. This haul alone would boost my stats by 130%, pushing me to 384% of a normal person's capability, like a budget Iron Man. The Soul Flame chains secured contracts for each of them, turning the members of both vessels into dejected slaves, waiting for my directives. When it was Su Xiaotang's group's turn, they began to stir. Sister Yining, do I have to become a slave too? Su Xiaodang clung to Lin Yining's sleeve, her face full of fear. Good girl, Xiaodang, it'll only hurt for a moment, Lin Yining said with a heavy heart, feeling like the bad guy tricking her innocent friend into a trap. The rest of her team erupted, protesting that they didn't want to join and threatening to leave. Sun Jie roared and swung his large saber. Today, you'll become slaves whether you like it or not. You don't have a choice. I stumbled for a moment, glaring at him irritably. Do we really look like villains? Even Lin Yining's eyebrows arched sharply in anger. Sun Jie, Su Xiaodang is my friend. You've crossed the line. Just messing around with them. Got a little too into it. Sun Jie scratched his head awkwardly. After signing off on the remaining slaves, I approached Su Xiaodang. The air grew silent, and everyone held their breath. They might not have witnessed Sun Jie's combat prowess, but they had plenty of exposure to my merciless brutality. See, can we not become slaves? Su Xiaodang asked timidly, her expression tugging at heartstrings. No, that single word nearly made her faint. Despite my polite tone, the outcome was the same, wasn't it? In the end, the group begrudgingly signed the contract. Su Xiaodang squatted on the ground, drawing circles, daydreaming about the ways her master might humiliate her, making her wear embarrassing outfits or pose shamefully. She looked utterly dejected, as if. Lin Yining comforted her while pulling out a bag of candy from her pocket and handing it over. Su Xiaotang's face lit up instantly, her dark mood dissipating in a flash. Watching her childlike joy as she munched away, I couldn't help but think, maybe offering snacks earlier would have been the faster route to success. My skill is detection. I can scan for valuables within a 200-meter range. Valuable things. Su Xiaodang answered straightforwardly. After all, being a slave already meant there was no point in hiding things. Detection skill? My eyes lit up. This skill was absolutely amazing. So far, the most troublesome thing had been finding stuff. Yining, you take Xiaodang and the others to the research facility and search it thoroughly. I've basically cleared out the monsters inside. Before I finished speaking, I slapped my forehead. How could I forget about the massive vine monster on the rooftop of the research facility? Perfect. I haven't used my commander's mark yet. This was a good opportunity to both divide resources and test its effects. The loot distribution meeting began. The first item was the blood-sucking blade. Its attacks could absorb life force and deal effective damage to Tier 2 monsters, perfect for Sun Jie. With it, he could go all out with his frenzied blood slash without having to worry about his health. Sun Jie hugged the blade, grinning from ear to ear. Blueprints of a Tier 2 machine gun and grenades were handed to Zhao Guoqiang, so he could start producing them right away. As for Lin Yining and Gao Tian, I extended my right hand, and 2 malevolent marks materialized in my palm. You two have been designated as commanders by me. The marks turned into streams of light, merging into the centers of their foreheads. Initially confused, their expressions soon shifted to disbelief as power began surging continuously through their bodies. Without a word, Gao Tian picked up the blood-sucking blade and struck a nearby tree. With one slash, the entire tree was split in half. What the hell? Sun Jie pointed at the severed tree trunk, trembling. Commander's mark? Indeed, Commander's mark. With the power of a Tier 4 warrior and a 126% attribute boost, Gao Tian could now hold his own even against Tier 3 enemies. Lin Yining was even more extraordinary. Her palm lightning had evolved into thunder magic. A thin streak of electricity had transformed into a blazing purple thunderbolt. A tree in the distance was split into two and immediately burst into flames. So powerful. Is this really strength I can possess? She gazed at her palm in ecstasy. At this moment, in her heart, I had become more important than the entire world for granting her this power. Sun Jie looked utterly envious, his expression almost twisted, while the combat team erupted into cheers. Without me around earlier, they'd barely been able to survive encounters with powerful monsters, thanks solely to Dr. Su holding the rear to prevent casualties. Go, take it down, and bring out all the good stuff inside. I nodded toward the colossal vine monster. The two couldn't wait to begin. Lin Yining summoned 5 vine guards. These warriors, who were originally just over a meter tall, grew into towering figures nearly 3 meters high. With a single pull, they could tear apart the thick vines, while the monster's attacks left nothing more than shallow marks on their bodies. Next, I shifted my attention toward the direction of the arcane train. I wondered if that arrogant Luo Yin had managed to escape. The captives on the arcane train obediently guided me, harboring a bitter sense of vindication. After all we've endured with you, now you've fled yourself? Even if we're slaves now, we won't let you off easily. Some provided directions. Others described the train's defenses or even reported Luo Yan's abilities. They were all more eager than the last, their enthusiasm making it seem like I wasn't their slave master, but rather their great savior. Shaking my head, I sped toward the arcane train like a missile. With the sheer number of slaves I'd amassed, my movement speed had skyrocketed to 2.5 seconds per 100 meters. All the while, I kept my iron body active. Monsters and trees alike were smashed into splinters as I forged a straight path through sheer force. The group of captives trailing behind me were utterly dumbfounded. If the slave master is this powerful, maybe being a slave isn't so bad after all. At least he's strong and can protect us. Their despair began to lift slightly. In an apocalypse, people feared an incompetent leader far more than having a low status. If the captain was useless, no matter how kind they were, the entire train was doomed. At this moment, Luo Yin was in the train's cockpit, talking to her sister Luo Zhishui via a crystal orb. Taking a small loss isn't necessarily a bad thing, said Luo Zhishui with a light chuckle. So frustrating. It was supposed to be a simple station. Luo Yin fumed at the thought of me and that parasitic plant. Her anger threatened to explode. Just move on quickly. It's only 4 or 5 more stations until the central terminal. Luo Yin was just about to start the train when Su Sinew boom. Su Sinew tremors rattled the frontal side door. She let out a shriek, catching sight of me through the window. I stood there, swinging a chain and slamming it repeatedly against the train's front end. Now that I was Tier 4, the chain had transformed from steel to a mysterious metal, covered in sharp spikes and doubling in weight. Simultaneously, the Soulburn Legion skeleton warriors had grown to 30 in number, each standing at early Tier 2, 20 wielding sharpened swords and fully protective shields, and 10 equipped with elemental longbows capable of firing deadly arrows. Their bones were thicker now, with significantly higher defense. Sis, he's caught up. Help! Luo Yin shrieked, clutching her head. The window glass began to crack, and the magical ballista on the train's roof was bombarded by the skeletons until it turned to scrap metal. Luo Zhishui let out a sigh and crushed the purple crystal orb in her hand. A projection of herself, clad in an opulent mage's robe, materialized before me. You may stop now. I cast her a glance and completely ignored her. Who are you to tell me to stop? Luo Yan's voice trembled with panic, but her actions were pragmatic. She promptly started the train by paying the necessary resources. Within just 2 or 3 minutes, her train's armor durability dropped from 2,000 to 1238. Very well, it seems talking nicely won't work, Luo Zhishui said, her expression darkening as she conjured a terrifying magic orb and launched it at me. Talking nicely? Don't make me laugh. I bellowed. Iron Body and Soul Flame Storm activated simultaneously. As the skeletons focused their attacks, my chain, carried by a fierce wind, slammed into the magic orb with full force. The violent explosion shook the arcane train, shaving off more than 300 points of armor durability. TCH, if only my projection had full strength. Luo Zhishui muttered with some bravado, though internally, she was utterly astonished. It was far too early on this journey for someone so terrifyingly strong to show up. What kind of monster had her sister provoked? Immediately, she switched tactics, using spells like Slow and Quagmire to hinder my movements. The train sped forward rapidly and was soon out of sight. Let's see you chase us now. Luo Zhishui smirked in triumph. Even if her sister's train were to be completely surrounded by chains, she wouldn't care at this point. Die for me. I forcefully tightened the chains, binding her projection firmly in the middle. It's useless. This is merely a puppet I projected through my soul, she said mockingly, watching me with disdain. What could I, a low-tier zone novice, possibly accomplish? But then, in the very next moment, she let out a miserable scream. A searing pain, directly linked to her soul, returned explosively through the projection to her main body. What sort of monster are you? Her face contorted in agony. In desperation, she detonated the puppet herself, preferring to suffer soul damage than risk further connection. If this dragged on any longer, the soul was about to be severely wounded. Damn it, I'm going to put a bounty on him. Luo Jishui gritted her teeth as she opened the guild channel and posted my wanted notice. The arcane guild she belonged to was a level 3 guild in the intermediate zone, with a decent number of bounty hunters in residence. Moments later, several private messages came through, all expressing their willingness to take this job. She deposited the bounty payment at Central Station, and the bounty hunters began their cross-district operation. TCH, pretending, huh? I glanced at the puppet core in my hand, sneered disdainfully, and retracted my chain. Advanced puppet core, rare quality, can be used to craft advanced magical puppets. This thing should fetch a good price. I quickly stashed it away and headed toward the Far Hope. Time to see if I could capture any of the remaining people. On the other side, Wu Di, the conductor of the Far Hope, raged in his private message, Su shouting, "How dare your group abandon the train?" Lin Yining stared at the chat panel, instructing Su shouting to reply. Oh, really? Do we need your permission to leave? Fine, fine, fine. It seems you won't understand my power as a conductor until I intervene. Wu Di, fuming with anger, charged toward the direction where Su Xiaodang had disappeared, his followers in tow. I paused in my tracks, gazing at the message Lin Yining sent me. She led them right to me. For 100%. My attributes were now quadrupled from before. Wu Di? Nothing worth mentioning. He was utterly defenseless and was taken out with a single strike from my chain. He even dropped a B-grade trait. Exploiter, plus 50% damage against passengers on the same train, plus 20% defense. What trash, I muttered dismissively as I cast a glance at it. I casually tossed it to Sun Jia. With my slave master trait, it was useless to me. Wu Di's true value lay in his 8 lackeys. Each provided a 2% boost to attributes, pushing my stats all the way up to 400%. The train roster was now full, and the harvests were bountiful. And the benefits didn't end there. Under Su Xiaodong's direction, our team's efficiency in scavenging resources skyrocketed. Mushrooms, plants, the hidden armory in the research lab, and the secret food storage, all were unearthed by her. The members were busier than ever, their feet barely touching the ground, but their faces were brimming with joy. The fuller the train cars, the better life became. We found an experimental log. Lin Yining handed it to me. You might find the contents interesting. I took it, planning to read it back on the train. Once we board, handle the new captives. Have Zhao Guoqiang get back to work and make everything on the blueprint, especially the level 2 train-mounted machine gun. No problem. We also found a good amount of nutrient solution. It'll speed up plant growth. Once the greenhouse car is complete, we can start production immediately. Excellent, I said, satisfied. I hadn't expected one of Lin Yining's acquaintances to have such expertise. A series of white and green chests were opened, and resources were distributed among the combat team to enhance their strength. From the green chests, we obtained new blueprints and skills. Shooting plating, installed on the train roof, it provides protection for station shooters. Enhanced headlights, expands the light range by 50%, capable of marking monster locations. Expanded racks, creates additional storage space inside train cars. The skills gained were decent too. Lin Yining acquired Fireball, Su Xinyu got Shield, and the rest of the basic combat and shooting abilities were shared accordingly. Finally, we amassed a wealth of new materials. The outer wall of the botanical garden, wood, concrete, rare metals, and spare parts were stripped down to scraps. The entire platform seemed like a swarm of locusts had ravaged it multiple times. Still, the seasoned passengers weren't satisfied, complaining the stop was too short. Let's go, I murmured, glancing at the botanical garden reduced to ruins. I couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. What kind of monsters would my slaves turn into in the future? Is this a level 4 train? When our group returned to the station, everyone was stunned by the sight before them. The train parked at the station had undergone a massive transformation. The rear had acquired a 4th train car, increasing the passenger capacity to 200. The cars were now longer, wider, and taller, with the internal space boosted by 50% compared to level 1. The first car was now a soft sleeper, the second a hard sleeper, with a significant improvement in comfort levels. The metal hull had also been upgraded from standard steel to a special alloy, dramatically ramping up its defense. As for the king's carriage, it was unbelievably luxurious. The space had expanded again, though the exterior remained unchanged. as if spatial compression technology had been employed. There was now a small dining area, a full kitchen, a refrigerator, a TV, a washing machine, everything anyone could dream of. The shower in the bathroom had been replaced with a luxurious bathtub that could fit 3 to 4 people, complete with premium bathroom amenities. The old large bed was replaced with an independent, soundproofed bedroom. Most importantly, the entire train was now equipped with an air conditioning system that allowed for custom adjustments to temperature and humidity. This is far more luxurious than the apartment I lived in before I transmigrated. I couldn't help but exclaim in awe. We can finally take a bath tonight. Lin Ening's eyes lit up as she checked out the bathroom. Wow, the conductor's room is insanely lavish. Su Xiaodong's eyes sparkled. The environment here was 10 times better than on the Far Hope. Even if she couldn't stay in this carriage, the soft sleepers in the first car crushed the Far Hope's hard seats. Do you wish to stay here? Lin Ening began coaxing gently, raising Su Xinyu's suspicions. Su Xinyu looked back and forth between the luxurious carriage and Su Xiaodong beside her, overcome with an unprecedented sense of urgency. If she didn't make a move soon, Su Xiaodong would beat her to the punch. She wasn't about to be third in line. A bold idea blossomed in her mind. A personal massage? Of course, no problem. When I heard her proposal, I agreed eagerly. I, too, was curious to see how far Dr. Su would go under the pressure from the newcomers. Meanwhile, the fresh captives were being fed and assigned to different carriages. Holy crap, it's so warm in here. One of the new prisoners was too shocked to speak coherently. Constant temperature and humidity, plus hot water. What the hell? And the hard sleepers. Did they just climb onto them and sleep? Was this really a place for slaves? Sit down and wait for your food. A seasoned passenger directed the newcomers into seats. What? We get food too. What else? You think you can photosynthesize? Snapped Wang Zhe, the bespectacled man, tossing him a bag of bread and a bottle of water. Listen up. If you don't work hard, this is all you get to eat. But if you contribute, you'll get instant noodles, canned food, ham, snacks, the works. The captives stared at the bread and water in their hands, utterly dumbfounded. Wait, hold on. Whose slaves live this well? The train whistle blared loudly as the train began its journey to the next unknown destination. A new chapter of the adventure had begun. The train moved steadily forward. The management team was bustling nonstop. Current materials: 3,251 building materials, 1047 rare metals, 890 components. We're still far from unlocking the level 5 car. I glanced at the blueprint for the greenhouse car. Greenhouse car accelerates plant growth, yields a harvest every 7 days, requires 1,000 building materials, 600 rare metals, 500 components. Let's prioritize building the greenhouse. I made a decision and designated it as the second car on the train, pushing the original second car down to become the third. This adjustment had 2 advantages. First, the relevant personnel wouldn't need to run all the way to the tail of the train to work, saving time. Second, it separated the passenger area, further highlighting the class differences. Car 1 as the inner circle, with cars 2 and 3 forming outer circles, naturally driving motivation. The newly constructed greenhouse quickly drew everyone's attention. I led Lin Ening and the others inside to take a look. This is the greenhouse car. Stepping inside, I was momentarily stunned. Rather than a greenhouse, it felt more like a high-tech factory. A fully packed hydroponic system filled every corner of the car, complete with brand new equipment. Luning, go fetch the seed packets and the nutrient solution along with the spirit liquid. Lin Ening promptly began arranging for tests. Moments later, a handful of cabbage seeds were dropped into the cultivation box, followed by an injection of nutrient solution. This nutrient solution can boost growth rate by 100%, cutting the maturity period in half. With this setup, crops in the greenhouse could be harvested every 3.5 days. I nodded. Conduct a few comparative experiments with the spirit liquid as well, to observe the effects of different concentrations. Understood. I'll start now. Lin Ening immediately prepared experiments with concentrations of 1 drop, 10 drops, and 20 drops in 3 separate setups. The full-spectrum LED lights switched on, and everyone held their breath as they watched the boxes. If the maturity period is 3.5 days, staring like this won't yield any results for hours, Lin Ening remarked with a smirk. If you really want to watch germination, you'll need to give it some time. Ahem. It's just that fresh cabbage is too tempting. Sun Jie scratched his head. In a post-apocalyptic world, the thought of eating fresh vegetables was a rare luxury. Just as we were about to leave, Su Xinyu suddenly spoke up. It sprouted. What? Everyone hurried over. Inside the box treated with spirit liquid, the cabbage seeds had already cracked open and begun sprouting. A true gift of nature, I marveled. Then I briefly reconsidered whether using such a precious resource just to grow vegetables was wasteful, but the train had an abundance of spirit liquid, so it didn't seem like a significant issue to use some. I'll stay behind to monitor. The rest of you go ahead with your tasks. Lin Yining, accompanied by Su Xiaodang, began meticulous recordings to determine the optimal balance and minimize waste. Looks promising. Su Sinyu's eyes lit up. A short while later, there was a knock at my bedroom door. Come in. Su Sinyu entered, still dressed in her white coat. Yet this time, her feet were adorned with a pair of elegant black high heels with red soles. The crisp sound they made against the wooden floor piqued my interest. Without a word, she unfastened her white coat and hung it on the rack, revealing black lace lingerie underneath, her figure as striking as ever. For an essential oil massage, the outer clothing has to come off, she stated matter-of-factly. She knelt by the side of the bed, looking up at me. Her fair skin glowed, a result of long hours in the office, offering a different allure compared to Lin Yining. Dr. Su, you're too thoughtful. I smiled and gestured for her to proceed. The warmed, essential oil touched my shoulders, trailing slowly down, bringing a cooling but soothing sensation that made me close my eyes to savor it. I had to admit, Dr. Su's technique was undeniably professional. A faint rustling sound brushed past my ear. My skin suddenly felt a warm layer free from the obstruction of fabric. Dr. Su, I didn't open my eyes, but I could immediately guess what had transpired. This way the effects are better. Her voice remained calm, yet carried a subtle hint of tremor. Is that so? Dr. Su, you seem quite proactive today. There was no turning back at this point, and I decided to encourage her further. I just don't want someone else to get ahead of me, cough. I couldn't help but laugh. Was this really something that needed to be approached like a ranking system? Opening my eyes, I looked at her reddened ears. Well, you'll need to be even more proactive then. She didn't respond. After a slight pause, she suddenly leaned in and kissed me fiercely. What followed left the room in complete silence. The spirit liquid concentration results are in, Su Xiaodang announced, her eyes fixed on the instruments as a stack of charts lay beside her. What's the optimal ratio? Lin Yining asked, glancing toward the cultivation boxes now filled with various seeds. 2 drops of spirit liquid per box of vegetables. At this ratio, the maturity time can be reduced to a day and a half. Excellent. This solves the problem of dietary fiber and vitamins. Lin Yining noted with a hunch. Once the produce is ready, let's compare spirit liquid grown vegetables with those grown with regular nutrient solutions. The former is bound to stand out. I exhaled deeply, feeling utterly satisfied. After a major battle, indulging in an intense, invigorating physical activity truly did wonders for relaxation. I walked over to the window in my bedroom and gazed out at the harsh, snow-laden wilderness. Inside, the atmosphere was as warm as spring, with a distinct fragrance that lingered as the ventilation system worked to disperse it outside. Su Sinyu had already fallen into a deep sleep on the bed. Her stamina couldn't compare to Lin Yining's, yet she had pushed herself to the limit despite the odds, a testament to her determination. What's the status of the greenhouse car? I wondered, the thought suddenly surfacing in my mind. At that moment, I remembered the journal Lin Yining had handed me earlier. Flipping it open, its contents immediately captured my attention. Humankind vile, disgusting, repulsive. How dare they inflict such cruel acts upon such adorable plants? The opening sentences drew a chuckle from me. Environmental extremists? To me, they were no more than a bunch of lunatics. I continued reading. Using the greenhouse car on the survival train, we've developed a new nutrient pod. Plants grow exceptionally fast within it. Resources in the low-grade zone are too scarce. Mid-grade zone resources are abundant, but the environment is too hazardous, so we've ruled it out for now. Recently, natural disasters have descended upon us. Ice storms have frozen everything, and monsters have begun appearing within. The Guild of Nature's Heart from the mid-grade zone has provided us with support. Grateful for these like-minded beings from another world. Of course, I knew they were after the plant cultivation technology, seeking to weaponize the products for their war efforts. Filthy. Although their parasitic plant concepts are innovative, it could be worth exploiting. Natural disasters? Ice storms? Mid-grade zones? The Guild of Nature's Heart? Each new term leaped off the page. These lunatics were apparently a local power group, and to my surprise, they had even formed an alliance with survivalists. The doors to a new world were being pushed open. Impact. Only the people outside the car are bustling about. As it proceeded, I fell into contemplation. Seems like future encounters with neutral forces should prioritize peaceful contact to avoid unnecessary trouble. In the intermediate zone, that robed woman, could she be from the intermediate zone? My gaze turned sharp. Veteran players pointing fingers at newcomers, acting superior just because of their high stats? Once I reach the intermediate zone, who knows who'll end up stronger? The icy storm is also something to watch out for. It significantly slows down trains, and in severe cases can freeze them entirely. Not to mention the swarm of monsters that use the storm as cover to attack passengers. As I was digesting these bits of information, a new prompt appeared on my interface. Calamity alert. Ice storm will arrive in 2 hours. All train conductors, please prepare accordingly. This is too much of a coincidence. Barely learned about the ice storm, and now it's right on its way. The chat channel immediately descended into chaos. What the hell is this ice storm thing? The train's not even fully repaired yet, and now a calamity's coming. Screw this, I'm done. No trade channel, so we can only fend for ourselves. I glanced at the number of trains in the area. It had dropped from nearly 8,000 to 6,532. This can't go on. Though the apocalypse may push everyone to fight for themselves, I can't shake the feeling that having more survivors isn't a bad thing. Thinking about the situation in the intermediate zone, an odd sense of urgency crept over me. Releasing some goodwill now could lead to unexpected benefits when we reach the central station or the intermediate zone. With that thought, I decided to make the detailed information on the ice storm public. Holy crap, it's the big shot from Apocalypse Future. Everyone shut up. The boss is about to teach us sacred knowledge. Boss, you're the best. I'll worship you forever. The palpable despair in the chat channel eased significantly as everyone awaited my input in silence. First, I began. The ice storm will freeze the tracks and slow down your train. You'll need to clear the hazards promptly. Second, it will create obstacles ahead on the rails, damaging your train. Third, with the calamity will come monsters. Stay vigilant. My advice, prepare anti-freeze measures in advance. Don't hesitate to use your firewood or fuel if you have it, and escape the storm's range as quickly as possible. My words gave the conductors a clearer sense of direction. Whether or not they could survive, at least they wouldn't be caught completely off guard. Wake up, there's a meeting to prepare for. I nudged Susinyu awake. She tried standing up, but her legs gave out, and she fell into my arms. Her first high-intensity experience had left her unable to even walk. With no choice, I carried her to the bathroom for a quick rinse. Only after casting a few healing spells on herself did she regain some strength. A little while later, everyone gathered at the train engine, preparing for the impending ice storm. Have the Grade 2 mounted machine guns been produced yet? Still 2 hours to go. These things take time. But the mounted guns from before have already been upgraded. Good. Make sure to inspect them later. I nodded, turning to Lin Yining. I'll leave personnel arrangements to you. No problem, I'll handle it now. She glanced first at Susinyu, who was glowing with vitality, then at me, before finally casting a pointed look towards the bathroom door. Damn it, you got to the bathroom first. Tasks were assigned one by one, and the train car erupted into activity. I led Gao Tian and the others to the train roof to test the upgraded Grade 2 mounted machine guns. From single barrel to double barrel, the bullets are larger, and the firing speed has increased. I aimed the machine gun at a few monsters nearby and fired off several shots. The results were immediate. Bullets that once could only pierce through first-tier monsters now caused them to explode on impact. Additionally, shooting shields surrounded the gun's base to fend off long-range attacks from enemies. The lights are brighter too. Makes night combat much easier, Gao Tian remarked about the glowing halo surrounding nearby monsters. This was an added feature of the upgraded headlights, allowing them to illuminate targets through snowstorms. Yeah, but don't lower your guard. I know, it's still a calamity after all. After a brief exchange, I returned inside the train. With everything set up, the group began to relax, awaiting the storm's arrival. 1 hour to go. I'd like to use the bathroom. In the conductor's room, Lin Yining bit her lip, half complaining, half jesting, as she looked at me with a mix of reluctance and mischief. What more needed to be said? Without another word, I picked her up and carried her straight into the bathroom. Through the dark night of the wasteland, the train thundered forward as the wind and snow intensified. After a while, a crackling noise unexpectedly echoed through the train car. Hail? Are you kidding me? Wang Zhe, the bespectacled member, peered outside, utterly baffled. Just the forewarning of the calamity has this much power? Su Xiaodang gazed outside, relief washing over her. If she were still on the distant hope, that train probably wouldn't have withstood this storm. That said, what was the relationship between Sister Yining and that conductor? Thinking back on their intimate behavior, an answer began to formulate in her heart. At first, pea-sized ice chunks fell from the sky, but soon they grew to the size of pigeon eggs. Following that, freezing rain blanketed the world, glazing the wasteland and train in a thin layer of ice. Cracking sounds came from the rails as the train wheels shattered the ice. The lead locomotive of the King-class train plunged forward into the storm with silent determination, breaking apart ice chunks and filling the air with a frosty haze. Damn it, this hail's making work a nightmare. Lu Daong, holding up a metal alloy shield, smashed at the ice outside the train with a hammer. Quit whining and keep at it. The ice is forming too fast, Zhao Guoqiang shouted, his face nearly numb from the biting wind. Outside the 5 train cars, passengers clung onto shields, furiously breaking apart the accumulating ice. This calamity is straight up insane. Sun Jie, armed with the vampiric blade on his waist, swung his hammer relentlessly at the accumulating masses of ice. The speed of the freezing rain was several times faster than normal. I summoned a skeletal army to join the ice-clearing efforts. With flaming weapons and shields, the process sped up noticeably. Meanwhile, inside the train, female passengers split into 2 groups. Those with enhanced stamina helped outside, while the others brewed hot soup in the car, helping everyone recover their strength. In the chat channel, chaos erupted again. Holy crap, has this storm lost its mind? I'm out here in just a thin shirt, trembling all over. Did you guys slow down your trains? Mine's completely immobilized. If it comes down to it, why not just hunker down? When the ice forms completely, doesn't it add a layer of ice armor? Ice armor? For the monsters, maybe a nice frozen food container. Amid the chatter, I observed the vast array of reactions. Meanwhile, the speed of the apocalypse future held steady at 60 kilometers per hour, virtually untouched by the conditions. Only those working outside were caught in an intense struggle. Impact. If it's only to this extent. I felt a little relieved. Everyone working together. It seemed this icy storm wouldn't be too hard to get through. But just as this thought arose, a towering tornado appeared in the distant sky. Shit. Everyone, retreat to the train cars. A tornado's coming. Move. Forget the ice layer. Terrified, everyone scrambled back to the train cars in a panic, tripping over themselves in their haste. The train began to slow down along with the retreat. Is this really what a natural disaster looks like? I was frozen in shock, realizing it just would not stop. The tornado moved with incredible speed, rapidly closing the distance in an instant. The storm carried chunks of ice, slamming them ferociously against the armored train. Vehicle under natural disaster assault. Current armor, 2,997. Vehicle under natural disaster assault. Current armor, 2,991. The notifications flooded the interface. At the moment, all I could do was wait within the safety of the train cars. This is insane. This is way too terrifying. A captured prisoner from the far vision muttered, staring out through the windows. The apocalyptic storm raged across the wasteland, flinging even the lower-tiered monsters, Tier 1 and Tier 2, into the sky like wisps of cotton, tearing them into misty clouds of blood. I suddenly feel a little fortunate, mused another prisoner from the arcane beacon. If I was still aboard the arcane beacon, I'd probably be a dead man by now. Surviving this ordeal brought a new light to the captives' faces, relief mixing with disbelief. The train's broadcast system came alive with Lin Ening's voice. Everyone, stay calm. Line up in an orderly manner to receive food. Be sure to replenish your energy. There will be ice-clearing tasks after the storm passes. The captives obediently formed lines, waiting for their food. What's that smell? A peculiar aroma wafted into everyone's noses. Smells like hot soup, stew, canned meat. Whatever it is, it smells amazing. Moments later, when the food was served, everyone was stunned. Holy shit, pork and cabbage stew. Someone blurted out the words instinctively, but no one found their reaction exaggerated. What the hell? Pork was understandable since canned meat wasn't exactly rare. But fresh cabbage? In a post-apocalyptic world? Fresh as if it had just been pulled out of the earth moments ago. A bowl of pork and cabbage soup paired with dry bread and biscuits, and each pair of people were even given a bottle of sugary beverage to share. Is this paradise? One of the captives held their bowl of soup, moved to the point where their eyes welled up. I'm living better now than the train captain of my last train. And you want to tell me I'm a slave? This kind of slavery I'd happily do for life. A simple stew annihilated all barriers, thoroughly conquering both stomachs and hearts. The storm outside continued unabated, but in every person's eyes burned a renewed fighting spirit. How's the cabbage cultivating with the spirit liquid? In the head carriage, the management team was having their own meal, their table filled with dishes featuring various vegetables alongside the stew. Recovery is practically instant. Muscle aches disappear almost immediately. It also seems to give a noticeable resistance to the cold after eating. The group enthusiastically debated the myriad effects of the spirit liquid-grown vegetables. Outside, the wind still screamed ferociously, though the hail and frozen rain had ceased. Only ice and rocks remained, thudding violently as they were flung against the train's armor. Another 10 minutes passed, and finally, the howl of the tornado receded into the distance. The train's armor rating had dropped by over 800 points. If this were a regular Tier 2 train, it'd be scrap metal by now, I thought briefly. For a Tier 4 train, however, this was only a minor injury, nothing to worry about. Get to work. All right, let's go. The captives didn't need prompting, rushing out of the passenger cars yelling enthusiastically. A cacophony of clinking and clanging soon echoed all around the train. The train, which had slowed to a crawl of 10 kilometers per hour, gradually began to pick up speed again. This is going to be a major project, Zhao Guoqiang muttered, staring at the pitted and worn train body, clearly pained. It wasn't so bad when the train was stationary, but once it moved, repairs became ever more challenging. What's that sound? A distant ominous roar reached their ears, and Zhao's expression darkened. Monsters inbound. Retreat now. Everyone looked up, spotting a black wave in the distance. A massive horde of Tier 2 monsters stampeding toward the train. Finally, I felt a surge of excitement. The arrival of the monsters signaled the final phase of this natural disaster. Fire. Open fire. 6 streams of fiery bullets tore into the approaching Tier 2 monster horde from all directions, the bullets' extreme velocity tearing creatures apart on impact. Oh yeah. Sun Jie enthusiastically adjusted his aim, gleefully firing wild bursts into the monster mass. Thunderpalm. A streaking chain of lightning arced from one monstrous figure to another, their grotesque forms convulsing and crackling before collapsing. Abominations such as the mutated giant hounds sizzled and howled as their bodies smoked, until other clawed horrors tore them apart in a frenzy of violent competition. The clawed monstrosities were fierce late-stage Tier 2 opponents with dense pelts of fur and arms transformed into bone-blade claws. Each swipe could easily cleave a giant hound into pieces. They roared wildly as they herded the hounds forward, using them as shields to launch their own attacks. Flame Ball. Vine Summit. A fireball, nearly the size of a basketball, crashed into the ranks of clawed monsters and erupted in an intense explosion. The screeching creatures flailed as the flames engulfed them, their burning forms thrashing until rendered into charred remains. Meanwhile, 5 gigantic vine-formed treants charged the chaotic mass of monsters, relentlessly smashing about with their vine-like limbs. Their durable bark-like armor rendered the enemy's offensive attacks nearly useless. The brazen display of dominance invited the wrath of the clawed monsters. Roar! A clawed nightmare lunged at a treant, leaving a deep gash across the creature's wooden trunk chest. In retaliation, the treant seized the monster's bone-bladed claws with its own vine arms. Planting a massive wooden foot against the abomination's chest, the treant gave a mighty pull, tearing the creature's limbs clean off. Damn, hand-to-hand combat at its prime. Sun Jie exclaimed, his blood boiling at the sight. Stay calm, now's not the time for excitement. Gao Tian warned, methodically analyzing the engagement front and directing sniper units. While handguns or submachine guns weren't particularly effective, they still served to slow the enemy's advance. 20 skeletal warriors plunged into the fray, with flaming blades cleaving flesh and bone. Fire spread across the battlefield, consuming the abominations. Elemental arrows, particularly flame-tipped ones, were loosed at intervals of 2 arrows every second, focusing on taking down clawed monsters one by one. Is it just me, or is this a lot easier than I thought it'd be? Su Yuan scratched his head, feeling somewhat out of place. Why complain about it being easy? It'd be best if they couldn't even get here, quipped Sun Jie next to him. Though excitement surged through him, he clearly preferred a safe passage over risking his life. Yeah, fair point. Su Yuan chuckled awkwardly, looking past the battlefield. To his surprise, the cluster of monsters in the distance was already thinning, their hordes seeming to run out of reinforcements. Standing atop the train, I swept my gaze across the field, my information interface continuously updating. Building materials, rare metals, all accounted for. The profits from the Tier 2 monster wave are more than double those of Tier 1. With the defenses now stabilized, my train can easily withstand the assaults without breaking a sweat. What's that? In the distance, across the wasteland, 2 massive black figures loomed, pacing lazily. They weren't charging over, but instead casually grabbing mutated direwolves and clawed beasts, shoving them into their mouths to devour. Wild monsters? Or are they hidden elites from the calamity? I leapt off the train and bolted toward them. No matter what they are, it's best to figure it out first. As I closed the distance, the black shadows revealed their full forms. 2 mid-tier, 3 yetis, feasting merrily. Several clawed beasts cowered nearby, wanting to intervene but too afraid to act. But I wasn't afraid. With my current Tier 4 strength, dealing with them wouldn't even take any effort. Steel body. I stomped the ground hard and shot forward like a cannonball. A fierce glint flashed in the yeti's eyes as they conjured massive ice spheres with their hands and hurled them at me. Boom. The ice sphere shattered on impact as I plowed straight through. In the next second, I planted a kick squarely into the chest of one yeti, the accompanying chain lash drawing a bone-deep gash across its body. The other yeti swung a massive fist into my back, only to end up with its own hand badly mangled and bloodied. With my steel body and high attributes, my defenses were absurdly solid. The Yeti was soon reduced to a pitiful state under the combined effects of Soul Flame Chain's searing pain, the high physical defense from Steel Body, and the elemental burn from Soul Flame. It wasn't long before life left its massive frame. The parasitic plant's traits activated, and the two frostbitten corpses rose once again. Even at just 30% of their full combat strength, their maxed-out health made them perfect temporary meat shields. From the fallen Yetis, two blue chests emerged, spilling an abundance of loot. A blueprint for a Tier 2 workbench, an alloy greatsword, alloy armor, a high-grade food pack, along with 576 building materials, 313 rare metals, 158 components, regeneration spells, an earth shield, 10 high-energy grenades, and a precision elite assault rifle. I was preparing to return to assist with the defensive efforts when, behind me, a pitch-black portal suddenly tore open, radiating an ominous glow. What the hell is that? I whipped around, retreating cautiously in a defensive stance. Finally. Stepping out from the portal was a man clad in advanced tech combat armor, wielding a power longsword. His aura was overwhelming. Tier 5 late stage, just shy of Tier 6. So you're Gu Kei? The guy who supposedly beat Luo Zhishui so badly he put out a bounty. He scanned me, his expression bizarre. The young man standing before him was only Tier 4. How could someone like this have taken on a Tier 7 powerhouse like Luo Zhishui? And you are? My heart tensed. Name's Fong Hong, bounty hunter. He chuckled and continued. Luo Zhishui hired me to kill you. Before his words had fully landed, his blade sliced through the air, an arc of cutting wind transforming into a blade aura that appeared in front of me within a heartbeat. Damn, my pupils shrank to pinpoints as I raised the chains to block the blow. A massive crash reverberated across the wasteland, turning the faces of everyone still on the train grim. The wind blade clashed with the chains, sparks flying, but I managed to hold it off. The force sent me skidding backward 10 meters, carving deep trenches into the ground with my heels. Huh? You're still alive? Kid, you're not bad. I'll give you that. Fong Hong raised his eyebrows in surprise. Stop acting tough, you piece of crap. Suppressing the blood churning inside me, I lunged toward him, the chains writhing midair, striking like venomous serpents. Huh? You're fighting back? Brave of you. His combat armor lit up, forming an energy shield to deflect my attacks. How's that? Feeling the despair yet, kid? This guy had a twisted sense of humor. He loved watching his prey writhe in panic before their inevitable end. Despair? In your dreams. I closed the gap in an instant, winding my chain-wrapped fist to strike down on him. I told you it won't work. A sudden force made his expression shift drastically. He scrambled to bring his arm up to shield his chest. Boom. He was sent flying dozens of meters by the sheer impact. Still want to act tough, huh? I closed the distance with explosive speed, landing another punch. You son of a... Before he could finish cursing, I slammed him straight into the frozen earth. Bang, 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 bang. Go on. Keep pretending. I dare you. My fists rained down mercilessly as I cursed between strikes. People who act all high and mighty, especially those who flaunt their strength like tyrants in front of me. I detest them the most. His energy shield flickered violently from the pummeling. While Fong Hong wasn't injured, being physically dominated by a mere Tier 4 survivor enraged and humiliated him to no end. I'll kill you, he roared in fury. In response, I redoubled my assault. Known for his agility and technique, Fong Hong had little chance in a pure test of brute strength. Near Tier 6 though he was, the astronomical boost to my attributes, stacked on top of my Tier 4 advantage, flipped the balance entirely. This once arrogant bounty hunter was paying the ultimate price for underestimating me. Sure, it helped that I was practically a walking cheat code. My 400% attribute bonus and tier progression made my power something other Tier 4 train operators could only dream of. By now, I had hammered him so deep into the frozen soil, he was basically a decorative embedded sculpture. What the hell kind of monster is this guy? Fong Hong's rage transformed into pure terror. This freak, he wasn't even showing signs of fatigue yet. What did Luo Zhishui get himself into by provoking this lunatic? He sneaked a glance at his interface. His combat armor's energy had dropped from 100% to 41%. No, if this continued, he'd really be done for. And to think this was a Tier 5 epic grade purple armor. How was it struggling to survive against a Tier 4 enemy? Driven by near-death fear, he let out a desperate shout and forcibly pulled himself out of the frozen ground. Running? Not a chance. The chains coiled around his arm, and I shadowed him relentlessly. Get off me. He lashed out, delivering 5 quick slashes that shattered my steel body defenses and cut deep into my chest. I'll end you. Despite the wounds, I didn't retreat. Instead, I launched myself forward like a madman, determined to take him down with me. You're insane. Leave me alone. Fong Hong was utterly terrified now, his composure crumbling into chaos. Kill. Lifting my blood-soaked fist, I unleashed the final blow on his cracking energy shield. The light barrier burst into glittering shards. His protective shield couldn't withstand my iron fists anymore. Ah! My bloodied punch drew out a pained scream from him. Die! Lost in the frenzy, I had only one thought consuming me: to beat him to death. 2 more punches landed squarely on his face before pure, unadulterated panic surged within him. Screw this. This psycho's going to kill me. I have to escape. There's no other choice. Shaking uncontrollably from the soul-burning agony, he fumbled to retrieve a teleportation rune, smashing it to pieces. It was a talisman he'd spent an astronomical sum on acquiring, reserved only for the most desperate of situations. But now, survival trumped all else. The once proud bounty hunter, now looking like a mangled wreck, vanished in a streak of shimmering light. Ran away. I panted heavily, battered and bruised, kneeling in the desolate wasteland. Damn it, this is ridiculous. They even chased us across zones. Commander, Captain Gu, are you all right? Boss, the officers who had just finished the defensive battle rushed over. At the sight of me, they were all startled. Lin Yining burst into tears on the spot, kneeling before me, unsure of what to do. Su Xinyu forced herself to suppress her dizziness, tending to my wounds while channeling her natural healing powers. Sun Jia, brandishing his battle blade, roared in anger. Who dared to ambush the boss? I'll kill them. Gao Tian stood cautiously on guard nearby, ready to fend off any potential threats. I'm fine, we'll discuss it back at base, I said. Exhausted, I was supported by 2 teammates as we made our way back. On the journey, I shared the information I had gathered, leaving everyone stunned. It turned out that woman had a sister, and there was an intermediate zone? Were we really not the first batch of survivors? That's right. This place is just the beginner zone, I nodded. From the logs in the botanical garden, there seems to be an intermediate zone above us. Maybe there's even an advanced zone. Those bastards are too arrogant. Next time, I'll cut them down myself. Sun Jia exclaimed, brimming with determination. We need to get stronger as soon as possible, Gao Tian expressed, his face full of worry. Don't worry. With my current abilities, it's not like I can't hold my own against them, I reassured them. But deep down, an unprecedented sense of urgency gripped me. This was just a Tier 5 opponent. What if a Tier 6 appears in the future? Would they still underestimate us then? I had to push harder to gain strength. Meanwhile, back in the intermediate zone, Fang Hong, who had fled in embarrassment, was fuming as he argued with Luo Zhishui. What do you mean? You failed. Luo Zhishui, who was en route to the Free City, was shocked. You never told me the guy was that strong. I even used my life-saving items. Impossible. Aren't you late-stage Tier 5? A Tier 5 couldn't beat a Tier 3? Her first instinct was that this guy hadn't even gone and was just trying to scam her for money. You think I'm trying to cheat you? Fang Hong growled on the other end, filled with impotent rage, but too embarrassed to share the details. Losing to a Tier 3? Did you really even go? Either way, your intel was off. At least reimburse me for the teleportation talisman. Are you crazy? No completion, no payment. Get lost, you useless piece of trash. Luo Zhishui swiftly cut the channel and blacklisted him. Bitch. Fang Hong was so furious he nearly spat blood. This whole ordeal had been a major loss for him. Gu Kei, when you get to the intermediate zone, I'll make sure to properly entertain you. His expression shifted unpredictably as he decided to put the mission on hold for the time being. Closing her chat, Luo Zhishui fell into deep thought. With Fang Hong's strength and personality, he wouldn't lie about the bounty. Could it be that Gu Kei had truly grown this strong, this quickly? Her battle plan clearly needed some revisions. She sent messages to other bounty hunters, updating Gu Kei's strength to Tier 4. Doing some mental math, she realized the second wave of mutant creature hunts would soon arrive. This time, she considered using special items to give the creature hordes a boost. However, the cost of cross-zone teleportation was steep, and she wavered. No, he must be eliminated ahead of schedule. The image of chains burning with soul flames flickered in her mind once more, and she finally resolved herself. Back on the Su Xinyu Apocalypse Voyager Su Xinyu, a notification for the next station popped up. Current speed, 60 kilometers per hour. Estimated arrival in 4 hours. Abandoned military base. Threat level, Tier 3. Team coordination recommended. Planned stop duration, 12 hours. The announcement for the next stop is out. I called out to everyone, reading the information aloud. This military base poses a high threat. Stay cautious. The group nodded and retreated to their designated carriages to prepare. Returning to the Monarch's carriage, Su Xinyu and Lin Yining both simultaneously voiced concern about my injuries. I'm fine. They're already healed, I said, pulling back my shirt. The wounds were already gone, as if they'd never existed. With my extraordinary physique, my regeneration capabilities were terrifyingly fast. Even without healing spells or spirit liquids, my injuries would heal on their own. That's incredible. Our master is simply amazing. The two women stared at me, their gazes shifting into something more curious and contemplative. The atmosphere became markedly peculiar. Wait a second. Is that it? I'm no longer being treated as an injured patient. I chuckled awkwardly. After such a life-and-death battle, I truly did feel the need to unwind. Ahem. I'll go first. Lin Ening coughed softly, stepping forward shyly. Su Xinyu obediently retreated to the door, heading toward the driver's cabin to wait for her turn. Following the unspoken rules of seniority, Lin Ening went first. Dressed in a tennis skirt and snowy white sneakers, she stepped into the bedroom, flashing me a playful smile. Wow, I blinked, captivated. I used to be the president of the tennis club at Haicheng University. What do you think? She spun in a cute twirl, her skirt and ponytail spinning in tandem. Fantastic. For the next hour, we discussed various tennis techniques in earnest. Her ability to return volleys was impressive, but my stamina was simply overpowered. In the end, she collapsed, thoroughly outmatched. Next up was Su Xinyu, who entered in a nurse's uniform. With wavy long hair and golden-rimmed glasses, she walked in wearing high heels. The night shift was short-staffed, and I had to fill in temporarily. Now, patient, where does it hurt? She asked, adjusting her glasses while giving me a chilly stare. I couldn't help but scrutinize her outfit and remarked, "Nurse, something about your attire seems a bit off." Her nurse's skirt was significantly shorter than standard, and beneath were white garter stockings that pressed snugly against her thighs, squeezing out an enticing curve of soft flesh. This? What dissatisfied? She asked, her tone cold and her face slightly flushed. Seems like you require a minor correction. Faced with her frosty demeanor and reddened cheeks, I immediately became humble and dutifully complied with her special guidance. An hour later, I sat in the bathtub with a glass of wine in hand, gazing at the frozen wasteland outside the window. Following the apocalyptic disasters, the entire world was blanketed in snow and ice, slowing the movements of even the magical beasts. The two women lay beside me, enjoying the view. I glanced between them, my thoughts stirring when the train is under automated turret gunfire. Current armor value, 2561. What? I froze, startled. Automated turrets? Where did those come from? Bullets sprayed against the armored exterior, sparking as they ricocheted off. But the damage was minor compared to the apocalyptic catastrophes we'd faced before. The passengers in the carriages remained unfazed, used to such trials, even joking as they pointed at the turrets. Is that it? Even our level 2 turrets outmatched that. So much for this military base. Lin Ening and Su Xinyu had swapped attire and the armored figure stepped forward. We're almost at the station. Everyone, get ready. I emerged from behind the two women, glancing at the bus full of passengers. Understood, the entire group shouted in unison. The morale was high. It seemed that successive victories had instilled a new confidence in everyone. That wasn't a bad thing. Prolonged fear and hesitation would have only weakened the fighting spirit. The train slowly rolled into the station. This abandoned military base was far more complex than the other stations we had encountered. Barbed wire, concrete fortifications, machine gun towers lined the streets. The entire platform itself was a fortress. The level of difficulty here was self-evident. I issued my commands. Stick to the usual plan. Summoned creatures scout ahead. Su Yuan climbs to a vantage point for reconnaissance, and the combat team stays on standby at the rear. If you can lure the monsters toward us, do it. The tray-mounted machine guns are even deadlier than you think. Move out. The soul-burning legion and tree folk were summoned, charging ahead with a fierce momentum. As anticipated, even in its abandoned state, this military base was on a whole different level compared to the previous stations. Hundreds of zombie soldiers wielding firearms opened fire on my skeleton army, even throwing grenades. From the very start, the situation had escalated into a fierce firefight. Retreat. Draw them in. I led the team in a strategic retreat, leaving a few openings to bait them into pursuit. These guys are relentless. Gao Tian exclaimed in frustration as he observed the zombie soldiers. Not only were they using firearms effectively, but they also utilized cover and fired alternately, some even climbing to higher ground with agility surpassing that of live humans. Are you kidding? Are these even zombies anymore? Sun Jie was dumbfounded. Stop gawking. They're within machine gun range now. Open fire. Gao Tian pulled the trigger. The level 2 train-mounted machine gun unleashed devastating firepower, forcing the zombie soldiers to retreat instantly. Those hiding behind concrete fortifications weren't spared either, with bullets tearing straight through. Meanwhile, the combat team began hurling heaps of grenades toward the enemy's cover. The deafening explosions painted the base's outskirts with gore, turning it into a vision of hell. That's more like it. Sun Jie grinned as he tossed his last grenade, and marched forward. Over 100 zombie soldiers had been wiped out, clearing a path. Keep scouting and gather resources. I ordered. The zombies were dead, but their weapons and equipment were treasures. Slaves worked tirelessly to haul supplies onto the train, while the combat team grabbed grenades and other essentials for backup. Just as I was about to move further ahead to scout, Lin Yining called out to me, pushing Su Xiaodang into my arms. Take her with you. Her detection ability will come in handy. Everyone else tactfully pretended not to notice, while Su Xiaotang's face flushed bright red as she fidgeted nervously, unsure of how to react. Lin Yining had mentioned the bond with High City to me before. Thinking back on it, perhaps I really was interested in her. Bringing her along could help develop that relationship. And, besides, her detection ability was undeniably useful. Captain Gu, she mumbled nervously, clutching the hem of her clothes. Her mind was clearly spinning into unhelpful thoughts. I shot her a bemused look as her expression shifted between hesitation and confusion. Snap out of it. We're moving. Scooping her up with one arm, I extended a chain and swung us forward in a powerful arc. Ah! She screamed, flailing midair before the rush of wind stifled her cries. As the sensation of plummeting hit her, she clung to me tightly, burying her face in my chest, too terrified to look down. Well, what do you know? Surprisingly, despite her petite frame, she had quite the rare and generous figure. There's something good ahead. A treasure chest. Once she regained her composure, she eagerly pointed it out to me. All right, hold on tight. I replied, and we swung off to the side in another large arc. Meanwhile, deep within the military base, the central computer screen abruptly lit up. It displayed the information of 4 trains, marking my Apocalypse Vanguard, train with a red label indicating extreme danger. Massive groups of soldiers and weapons began amassing in my direction. Elsewhere, the Rock train entered the station. Brother Peng, the defenses here are lighter than we thought. Don't let your guard down, Chung Peng warned, but just as the words left his mouth, a barrage of firepower came their way. Damn it, jinxed it again. This is your fault, someone shouted as they ducked behind cover. Chung Peng retaliated with a burst of gunfire, forcing the zombies back. 2 other trains arrived at different stations. One disgorged an overwhelming horde of biomonsters, while the other saw a dozen fully armed soldiers clambering down. From the New World train, biomonsters swarmed out, facehuggers that latched onto victims for parasitism. Shell-armored chargers with bone blade arms, and hulking pursuers over 2.5 meters tall wielding rocket launchers. Commander Lu Ku, the train conductor who transformed all his passengers into monsters, observed his surroundings with interest. Living zombies. His eyes gleamed with excitement. Flexible, intelligent, a new virus? Or perhaps there's a chip in their brains. Capture a few for study. With a command, his biomonsters roared and charged ahead. Back at the soldier train, the battle was fierce. Enemy tactics are outdated and movements are sluggish. 10 minutes to secure the area. Yes, sir. The soldiers' coordination was far superior to the zombies, with their firepower rapidly overwhelming the opposing forces. This unit had adhered to strict military protocols since the apocalypse began, enduring wild hunts and plagues alike. Though battered, they were survivors, hardened by the gauntlet they passed through. The many trains advanced simultaneously towards the interiors of their respective areas. My team, however, had already secured the outermost streets of the base. Holy shit, this military base is massive, Sun Jie exclaimed from the rooftop, surveying the landscape. This single base stretched for several square kilometers. This is barely medium-sized, Gao Tian commented, scanning the area through binoculars. A true large-scale base spans hundreds, even thousands, of square kilometers, complete with fully functional city infrastructure. What? Sun Jie was dumbfounded. Inside the buildings, resources were being rapidly packed up and hauled onto the train. While the outer area didn't yield much in terms of weaponry, there was an abundance of civilian supplies, storefronts, eateries. Even refrigerated units were brought back to alleviate our food storage concerns. Holy crap, a fridge full of frozen meat. We've struck gold. There's hot pot broth and all kinds of meatballs. Zhao Guoqiang and Lu Deong were ecstatic. Tonight, there would be a feast. Grab clothes, medical supplies, anything salvageable. Lu Ning took over resource team command from Lin Yining, demonstrating commendable efficiency. Lin Yining and Su Xinyu, meanwhile, were finishing off the remaining zombies at the front lines, methodically hunting down stragglers hidden throughout the area. These zombies are way too cunning. They even planted booby traps. Lin Yining directed her Vine Guardians to charge through the area. A fragmentation grenade exploded near one of the Guardians, the metal shrapnel embedding itself in its surface. A zombie screeched and opened fire, only for a massive arm to sweep across and smash it in two. The upper half of the zombie twitched weakly before being stomped into pulp. The soul-burning legion I left behind was proving even more effective. Conventional firearms were practically useless against the skeletons. And with unwavering precision, su sinew, su sinew, su sinew. The archer patrolled the area as the entire district was being rapidly evacuated. I had just finished opening a blue treasure chest and collecting materials, but something felt off. Looking down from the building, I realized, why were the monsters here disproportionately concentrated around me? A barrage of intense gunfire forced me to retreat. Almost immediately, the tum-tum sounds of grenades being launched echoed ominously. My face darkened. Su shouting wasn't equipped to endure such a level of defense. Let's go. I grabbed her, wrapping myself and her with chains for protection, swinging away in the opposite direction. The zombie horde below quickly began to pursue us. These creatures were not ordinary. Their gear and weapons were of noticeably higher grade, and snipers locked onto me with laser sights. So it was as I suspected. They were targeting me specifically. Given the circumstances, my top priority was to escort Su Xiaodang to safety first. There, something valuable, she shouted, using her detection skill to point at an installation within the base. I need to get you out of here first. This is too dangerous. No, let's grab what's inside first, she protested vehemently, shaking her head. There's an entire suite of power armor in there. What? Power armor? My eyes lit up. Wasting no time, I swung toward the direction she indicated, summoning my Soul Flame Legion to engage the surrounding zombies. To my surprise, the seemingly nondescript facility was a wholly enclosed structure, with nothing but a heavy alloy gate as the entrance. I swung my chains against it with full force, but all I managed to leave was a faint mark, barely a scratch. Tough one, huh? I muttered, turning my gaze toward the adjacent concrete walls and getting an idea. If the gate wouldn't yield, then I'd just tear down the wall. With my chain-wrapped fists, I pounded at the wall, each strike creating a noticeable crater. Bricks flew under the immense power of my blows. What could possibly stop me? In a mere 3 minutes, I had blasted a human-sized hole right through the storage building's wall. Let's go. I carried Su Xiaodang inside. The sight of rows of power armor lining the walls made me laugh out loud triumphantly. Standard power armor effectively withstands attacks from Tier 2 through early Tier 3 threats. Once the built-in modules are activated, mobility increases by 100%. Excellent. Excellent. I loaded all 20 sets into my storage inventory. Unfortunately, Su Xiaodang was too slender to properly fit the armor. I had to settle for equipping her with a bulletproof vest and a helmet to protect against stray grenades in upcoming combat. I made a mental note to reinforce her physique and defenses later. I glanced outside the warehouse to see the open terrain. A large battalion of soldiers had encircled us and was launching a fierce assault. Did they really think this small force could take me on? I sneered and donned one of the power armor suits. Iron Body, activate. Soul Flame Storm, activate. A storm of fire erupted within the military base, the scattered soul flames sticking to the zombie soldiers. These undead abominations had long since lost all awareness of pain, yet they now howled in agony. The torment struck directly at their souls, something no ghost or zombie could withstand. My soul flame charge chains even resurrected a few soldiers, turning them against the very zombies they once served with. But then, a crimson alert flashed across the computer screens deep inside the base. In the underground labs, chips embedded in the brains of a batch of heavy combat units activated, their eyes flickering open. As it turned out, this military base had once been a secret testing ground for a powerful nation, where gruesome human experiments were the order of the day. The elite soldiers in power armor, displaying early Tier 3 combat prowess, were but one small success of those experiments. Command received. Executing extermination protocol. A chilling mechanical voice came from their pale, undead lips. One by one, a group of nearly 3-meter-tall bioengineered warriors equipped with heavy weaponry began converging on my location. Captain, I have a bad feeling about this. Su Xiaotang's private message flashed onto my communication interface. Given the chaotic battle, it was likely she couldn't be heard out loud, so she resorted to text. These chumps think they're a threat. I quipped confidently as I mowed through dozens, elite or not, carving a bloody path of destruction through the base. Still, my sixth sense is sounding alarms, she persisted. Relax. You feel scared because you're too weak. With a chain strike, I shattered the heads of 5 or 6 zombies, taking the opportunity to give her a confident thumbs up. Remember, I'm ridiculously strong. Before I could finish reveling in my bravado, a grenade laced with frost exploded directly on me. Damn, who dares? My fury flared as the remnants of the frost dissipated around me. Looking up, I saw 20 bioengineered warriors, all clad in power armor, simultaneously raising their weapons toward me. Acid, fire, frost, and even storm grenades engulfed me, waves of explosions blocking all visibility. "Captain!" Su Xiaodang gasped in horror as she anxiously stared at where I had been. Could I possibly survive such a fierce assault? Damn it! Courting death, are we? Emerging like a cannonball from the explosions, I smashed into a bioengineered soldier, my punch tearing straight through its chest. Yet for these undead horrors, such a grievous wound was meaningless. They remained stoic, continuing their relentless barrage. TCH, such trouble, I muttered as I leapt backward, growing increasingly irate and puzzled. Why didn't the soul-searing pain affect these warriors? Could they truly lack souls, merely artificial constructs devoid of life? The soul flame storm swept through the area again, but the enemy units had spread out, firing at me from behind cover. Enhanced mobility granted by their power armor made them far more troublesome than typical zombies. Do you really think I can't deal with you? My gaze hardened as I switched tactics. Target the head directly. No matter how formidable a zombie was, destroying its head meant it couldn't persist. Leveraging my superior stats and agility, I systematically demolished the bio-warriors by obliterating their control chips, bringing each crashing down. Finally, that was interesting. Despite the slight inconvenience, I'd managed to overcome them. Still, I realized I needed to curb my overconfidence. It reminded me of how Fong Hong had underestimated me once, an arrogance that nearly cost him his life. Had I begun to follow in those footsteps? A troubling sign, indeed. Resolving to stay on guard, I hoisted Su Xiaotang into my arms, making my way back toward our camp. My caution proved justified. As we retreated, the rumbling of engines echoed throughout the base. The moment the bio-warriors were defeated, heavy tanks emerged from the underground hangars. Are you kidding me? Run! Panic lit up my mind. As strong as they were, my chains couldn't possibly crush these metal monstrosities. Forget trying to punch through armor. Boom, boom, boom. The tanks pivoted their cannons, unleashing a barrage of firepower, their explosions reverberating for miles. Carrying Su Xiaodang, I leapt fervently through the ruins and structures, sniper fire cracking through the air as my spectral minions deflected the shots. So, you want to strike while I'm at a disadvantage? I landed on a rooftop, pulling out my arc rifle and picking off the snipers one by one. With that dealt with, we resumed our escape. Navigating through the buildings, we finally managed to shake off our pursuers. Are you back already? Lin Ening approached us, a trace of confusion in her gaze. By rights, I should have stayed a few more hours. That military base is not as simple as it looks. As soon as I described the situation, everyone was stunned. What did I mean by 3-meter-tall biochemical warriors in powered armor? And tanks? What kind of madness was that? This means we can only clear it bit by bit from the perimeter. We can't afford to be reckless. I glanced at Su Yuan's map. Earlier, when we were clearing the district, I used my speed to sketch out the surrounding terrain. Gao Tian, you decide the combat plan. No problem. Combat group, assemble. Gao Tian shouted, gathering everyone to assign tasks. Our firepower is too weak. There's no way we can deal with a tank, Gao Tian frowned. If only we had anti-tank mines or rocket launchers. No rush, the tanks are sparse. Let's cautiously explore first. I distributed the powered armor, instructing everyone to thoroughly clear the surrounding area before proceeding. On the other side, Lu Ke's biochemical troops had also finished clearing monsters near the station. Chips? How boring. Controlling organisms through such means. He shook his head, disappointed as he finished dissecting a zombie. Before him, the whole street was dominated by a mass of fleshy tendrils, with his biochemical creations dragging zombies into incubation sacs. From these sacs, an endless stream of new monsters emerged, spreading in all directions. The flesh field needs another half an hour to be complete. Lu Ke calculated the optimal timing for maximizing his own power. His ability was an S-grade biochemical field, sacrificing personal combat strength in exchange for creating powerful biochemical creatures. Furthermore, these creatures could expand the flesh field, which amplified all attributes by 100% and boosted life recovery by 300% within its radius. Though slow to establish, once the field was complete, both he and his army would be invincible. At Spider Town, a former station, he had used his field and an overwhelming number of creatures to turn the town into a resource base. Even second-tier spiders stood no chance. Even the third-tier spider queen was eventually overwhelmed and became one of his elite monsters. A massive, hollowed-out spider stuffed with flesh emerged behind him, standing nearly 5 meters tall, a late third-tier beast, his strongest unit so far. Hide for now. Wait for the field to finish. Lu Ke adjusted his glasses. Avoid a fight if you can. Why expose yourself? The spider carried him on its back, retreating into an underground tunnel it had burrowed earlier, hidden and ready to escape if needed. Meanwhile, Cheng Peng's group had also dealt with the zombies guarding their area. Hell yeah, look at this weapon stash. We're rich. Someone excitedly opened a wooden crate and found over a dozen grenades. Quick, keep searching, but be careful. Chung Peng was equally thrilled. With this gear, their team could reach a whole new level. The train carrying soldiers was also beginning its operation of securing the nearby district. Their combat discipline was clearly on another level compared to ours or Chung Peng's group. Captain Liu, all enemies in the area have been neutralized. A soldier saluted. Good. Have the others disembark and start gathering supplies. Liu Yong instructed as he climbed to the rooftop, binoculars in hand, scanning the massive military base ahead. This place sure is huge, huh? The distant flash of explosions caught his attention. Scouts, investigate the situation. Two soldiers in camouflaged cloaks moved swiftly in the direction of the explosion. Looks like we've encountered another train. Friend or foe, I wonder. Liu Yong's expression turned grim. Along the way, he had seen too many betrayals and conflicts. His survival until now was due to the sacrifices of his brothers. He could only hope for an ally this time. He sighed and began fortifying their position. Damn, that was intense. Sun Jia climbed out of the rubble, his face covered in soot, spitting out bloody saliva. Across the street, a biochemical warrior who had just launched a rocket was sent rolling by a single strike of my chains. Kill. Su Yuan and Gao Tian struck simultaneously, decapitating the creature. I keep having a feeling that something terrifying lies deep inside that base, Su Xiaodong murmured, standing next to Lin Yining while munching on a bag of chips. No rush, we'll advance carefully. We have enough time. Lin Yining patted her head, already planning the next steps. It wasn't about combat. Gao Tian's group had that covered, but rather the segment concerning their two-man operation. After finishing off another biochemical warrior, I consulted Gao Tian on strategies for dealing with tanks. Anti-tank mines, rocket launchers, anti-tank cannons, explosives, anything will do, Gao Tian said. The military base should have equipment like that. Later, I'll bring Su Xiaodong for another round of reconnaissance. I nodded, opening the treasure chest. The proportion of white-level chests was now less than half, with most upgraded to green. The higher the difficulty, the better the loot, it seemed. The skills and equipment we acquired were distributed among the combat group, and we even shared a significant amount with a carriage full of passengers. With Su Xinyu's healing support, the team's combat strength was now well formed, and even ordinary passengers could easily handle early second-tier monsters with firearms. While we were discussing, the edge of the district erupted with gunfire and shouting. Boss, we found another train group. Sun Jie's message came through. Another train group? That meant one thing. My strength was about to grow once again. Understood, don't kill them. I'm coming over. I replied, leaping forward with my chains, flying towards the skirmish. The other side's firepower is decent, but we're in powered armor, Sun Jie reported cheerfully amidst enemy bullets that couldn't penetrate his suit. How many are there? I asked. Looks like 15 or 16. That's enough. I nodded and charged forward without hesitation. Sure enough, it was Chung Peng's group. They had just looted resources, brimming with confidence, and chose what seemed to be the safest direction to explore. Unfortunately for them, that area was under my control. Gao Tian's team had long cleared out the zombies nearby, but Chung Peng's group, the moment they entered, found themselves face-to-face with a squad in powered armor. In their panic, they had opened fire, triggering the conflict. Drop your weapons. Surrender, and you won't be killed. Spectral shadows swirled around me, blocking all incoming bullets. My chains slithered like serpents, menacingly coiling and striking, intimidating Chung Peng's group into shock. Shit. Retreat. We're outmatched. Chung Peng cursed as he signaled for his group to flee. Their bullets were useless against us. Staying would mean death. Trying to escape? Not so fast. I frowned. My potential slaves, thinking they could run? With a fierce leap, I landed in their path. My chains lashed out, sweeping Chung Peng and his crew off their feet. I had deliberately restrained my strength to just 1/10 of my capability, but even so, the soul-wrenching pain left them utterly defenseless. Sign the contract, I demanded, skipping any pointless dialogue. The chains compelled each of them to comply, one by one. Shit, it's over. We're slaves now. I'd rather die. Don't die, bro. As long as you're alive, there's hope. There must be a way. Don't give up. A group of big men huddled together, encouraging each other with fiery tears in their eyes. I stood off to the side, my face covered in a bleak expression. Weren't they being a bit too overly dramatic? Becoming a slave isn't Su Xinyathat Su Xinyu big a deal. Do I look like a villain or something? As they continued their teary embrace, Lin Yining and Gao Tian arrived. Upon seeing Lin Yining, Chun Peng's eyes lit up, not just because of her beauty, but mainly because of her outfit. She was dressed in powered armor, radiating energy and composure, completely unlike the stereotypical image of a slave. I wonder if she's some kind of private concubine. But the others seemed to be in good spirits too. Could they be elite slaves or something? Their whispered speculations almost made me burst out laughing. Damn it, they managed to guess right. Surprisingly, Lin Ening didn't get angry, and upon hearing the words private concubine, she even seemed a bit pleased. Su Sinu private concubine? Sounds exclusive. What a flattering way to put it.su Sinu. Since you're all slaves now, I'll explain the rules aboard the Doomsday Future for you. Lin cleared her throat, about to continue when she was interrupted by Chin Peng. Doomsday Future? The number 1 on the Wild Hunt Monster rankings? Captain Gu Ke. Chin Peng looked up at me, a face full of disbelief. Huh? You seem pretty well informed, I said in surprise, then nodded. Yep, that's me. What? I'm Chin Peng. Boss, you forgot. I was the one who gave you info about the Icefield Thorn Demon. Oh crap. Looking at his dejected face, I suddenly felt a little embarrassed. What a mess. Su Sinu ahem. Su Sinu I didn't realize it was you. Lin Ening, standing beside me, couldn't hold back and let out a chuckle. Anyway, things aren't quite what you think. Lin Ening will explain it to you. I made a swift retreat, heading towards Su Xiaodang. How did this mess end up turning good people into slaves? Behind me, I could hear Chin Peng and his group continue their discussion. Peng, this treatment kinda seems better than us hustling on our own, doesn't it? Right. And there's even meat to eat? Food provided daily. Forget that. There's even Su Xinyu vegetables Su Sinu on board. I want to eat vegetables. Shut up. Let's gather the others first. Chin Peng waved his hand and led the group to lure in their former passengers. Gao Tian nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, worthy of the train captain. He'd immediately honed in on the key point. This way, Chin Peng could even be reassigned to the first carriage and receive veteran-level treatment. When I found Su Xiaodang, the young girl was happily slurping down a bowl of noodles. Su Sinu is her stomach infinite. Su Sinu from the moment she became our captive until now. This kid hadn't stopped eating. Oh, whatever. There were plenty of supplies, so a bit extra wasn't an issue. As long as we could locate a few treasure chests, it was worth it. Hey, are we going exploring now? Sounds fun. Su Xiaodang finished her noodles, clapping her hands before latching onto my waist. Su Sinu, who stood nearby, was quietly watching. Who knew what thoughts were swirling in her mind? Maybe she regretted not mastering the detection skill herself. Time to fly. The second flight seemed like an entirely different experience for her. She'd gone from frightened to excited. This was Spider-Man level treatment. Looking down, I noticed her little face glowing with exhilaration as she reached out her hands to feel the rushing wind. Don't forget the detection skill. Oh right, over there, a blue treasure chest. She suddenly remembered her mission, quickly using detection, and then stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. Adorable. With a small smile, I swung the chain in an arc, leaping toward the treasure chest amidst her excited screams. 3 automated cannons opened fire simultaneously, but my armor deflected all the bullets. A flick of the chain turned the cannons into scrap metal, and the chest opened. Acquired automated cannons X2, effective against Tier 3 monsters, classified as train weaponry. Acquired automated cannon blueprint X1 requires a level 2 workbench for crafting. Wow, what a find. Su Xiaodang's eyes sparkled. Indeed, I responded. These automated cannons required no human operation and packed more firepower than the train's machine guns. If peripheral blue treasure chests held such valuable items, what treasures awaited deeper inside the base? My gaze turned toward the inner military camp, anticipation swelling in my chest. Meanwhile, on another front, Lu Ku's blood and flesh domain was finally complete. Vast stretches of streets were polluted and corroded into a grotesque world of gore. A layer of sticky flesh now covered building surfaces, emanating a nauseating stench. Biochemical monsters were ecstatic amidst the transformations. Their appearances had begun mutating as well. Facehugger parasites secreted keratin layers, doubling their defense. Blade arm chargers developed sturdier legs and gained a charge skill. Rocket launcher-wielding hunters grew to 4 meters tall, sprouting fleshy tendrils for armor. It's time, Luca muttered from his hidden underground lair, using mutated flies to monitor the battlefield from above. Devour them. Over 100 biochemical monsters roared as they stormed the camp. The blood and flesh domains spread rapidly behind them, transforming the surroundings into a living hell. Alarms blared from deep within the base. The screen flashed red and black, signaling threat levels identical to when I had first arrived. Tanks, biosoldiers, and experimental units surged out in waves, charging toward Lu Ku's monster horde under the cover of zombie soldiers. Looks like they're fighting over there, Su Xiaodang nestled against me, pointing at the camp's gates. I followed her gaze to find an all-out battlefield in full swing at the gates. The thunderous roars of machine guns and turrets filled the air. Explosions erupted within the monster horde, scattering charging beasts into debris. From fortified positions, zombie soldiers set up dense fire nets that turned the front lines into a death zone. But the monsters within the blood and flesh domain were unrelenting. Even when reduced to mincemeat, the domain absorbed them and converted the remains into new reinforcements, overwhelming the base's defenses with an inexhaustible supply. The rapid depletion of the defenders' ammunition meant that the slightest mistake led to facehuggers infecting and converting their ranks into new horrors. Is this the train captain's ability? Incredible. I stood atop a high vantage point, silently astounded. The effects of the red flesh domain were overwhelmingly terrifying. The monsters weren't exceptionally powerful, only Tier 2 or Tier 3 at most, but their endless regeneration was a nightmare. That's so gross. Su Xiaoding murmured around her lollipop, shivering as if wanting to burn the entire area clean. The battle was in a deadlock, but the scales of victory were beginning to tip in Lu Ke's favor. Alert, deploying war mechs. From the massive central facility within the base, 2 towering 10-meter-high war mechs emerged. Each one carried massive missile pods on its sides, with heavy rocket launchers mounted on their backs. Their alloy blade arms each bore 2 spinning Gatling guns beneath them. What the hell? I immediately grabbed Su Xiaoding and took cover. Those mechs were practically near Tier 4 combatants, and I couldn't. I want to be the target. Extermination mode activated. Firepower module unlocked. Full power output. The 2 mechas took massive strides, roaring as they charged toward the horde of monsters. At least it hasn't appeared. Underground, Lu Ke wiped his sweat away. This thing was beyond even his ability to contend with. Even his Spider Queen wouldn't last a few rounds against it. Stall them for now. The other creatures search for supplies. He immediately altered his strategy. But the next second, why are there people here? From above, he spotted me and Su Xiaoding. Bring them over and test their strength. The biomutant monsters promptly shifted course, charging straight at us. Not good. We've been spotted. My eyes narrowed. Picking Su Xiaoding up, I took off running. Trying to run? Stay where you are. Lu Ke sneered, commanding the pursuers to fire rockets at us. Over a dozen rockets, trailing white smoke, smashed into the building beneath my feet with terrifying force. Let's see how you run now. Yet, in the next moment, as we soared through the air, his expression turned into one of utter frustration. Damn it. What kind of ability is that? With Su Xiaoding in my arms, I flew out of the thick smoke and shot straight into the enemy camp. Bastard. Get back here. Lu Ke was just about to pursue when the armored mechas stormed into the monster horde, beginning a ruthless massacre. A storm of Gatling bullets shredded hundreds of pursuers in an instant. With casual stomps, it crushed numerous face-hugging parasites, while even the blood-flesh domain was charred black by the mecha's blade-mounted flamethrowers. Shit. Finish them off first. Attack. Lu Ke directed his pursuers to surround the mechas, while I used the opening to infiltrate the base interior. That actually helped a lot. The base defenses were now vacuously weak. Under Su Xiaodong's guidance, I slipped into the side entrance and clambered through ventilation ducts, making my way to the underground command center. Alert. Enemy infiltration detected. Activating defense system. Initiating robot systems. Deploying biochemical weapons. The central control computer issued a series of commands as countless defensive weapons surged out of the hangar. However, these defensive mechanisms were of too low a tier. Soul Flame Legion. A ghostly army ablaze with soul fire emerged from the corridors, mounting their assault. Undead warriors cleaved second-tier robots in half with a single strike, while elemental arrows from the phantom archers accurately dispatched automatic guns mounted on the ceilings. I, on the other hand, relied on the durability of my armor, wielding my chains with explosive force. The advancing bio-warriors stood no chance and were torn into bloody shreds. With 4th-tier strength, I rampaged through the base, utterly unstoppable. There's a blue chest over there, and 2 green ones here. Wow, it's an armory. Su Xiaoding bubbled over like a mouse falling into a vat of oil, constantly calling out discoveries behind me. Collect them first. We can open them later. Got it. With the undead protecting her, she diligently grabbed every chest and closely followed me. The base's zombie soldiers had long been annihilated, leaving only robots and automatic turrets behind. Beep. Security doors closing. Command to recall armored mechas has been issued. The new broadcast sounded, and my guts sank. This base was reacting way too swiftly. Xiaoding, hide with the undead for now. Leaving that instruction, I pushed my speed to the max, covering 100 meters in barely 2 seconds, barely slipping through the closing security doors into the lower passageway. Meanwhile, Lu Ke's face had turned to despair. Against a near 4th-tier mecha, his bioweapons were as flimsy as paper. The raw flesh couldn't even find a crack to exploit, and a single sweep of the alloy blade could obliterate 3rd-tier pursuers. Still too weak. Lu Ke muttered grimly, frustrated beyond belief. As he brooded, the mecha abruptly halted, turned around, and charged back toward the base. Huh? Why the sudden retreat? Could it be those two? He paused, then recalled me. Follow them and see. The blood-flesh domain continued spreading, expanding its territory toward the base. By then, I had already breached multiple layers of defenses and reached the final stage. Outside the master control room, a massive armored mecha took heavy steps as it approached me. Enemy detected. Initiating extermination operations. In the colossal corridor, the rocket launchers on the mecha's back hissed with white smoke as a tidal wave of missiles rained down. The barrel of its dual Gatling guns whirred ominously, unleashing a torrent of bullets. TCH. I sidestepped swiftly, zigzagging wildly. Brandishing my chains, I struck down the missiles mid-flight, one by one. The explosions flashed brilliantly, deafening blasts reverberated through the corridor, and the shockwaves pierced even through alloy doors, shaking Su Xiaotang where she hid. Ah! She crouched in a corner, covering her head and squealing softly. What kind of monstrosity could cause such destruction? The alloy corridor became riddled with craters, thick smoke engulfing the entire passage and obscuring visibility for both sides. Infrared mode activated. Scanning mode activated. Ventilation system activated. Red lights gleamed from the mecha's head as it scanned the corridor. Radar beams pierced through the smoke, while its top-mounted ventilation unit started extracting the fog upward. Then, out of nowhere, a fierce blaze ignited 10 meters ahead of the mecha. For me, I blurred into an afterimage, cloaked within the smoke as I leapt high toward the mecha's head like a furious dragon of mist. To crush, the chain, carrying a violent wind, slammed down, shattering the armor plating on the mecha's chest. Target located. Initiating elimination operations. The mecha stepped back and raised its arms, alloy blades slashing toward me. Too slow. Dodging swiftly, I launched a fierce assault at its right leg, smashing apart large segments of its armor. As sparks flew from its exposed cables, the right leg's functionality instantly dropped by 30%. The once invincible mecha that had wreaked havoc before Liu Kanao seemed completely outmatched by me. Clumsy, flustered, and unable to mount any real defense. I darted around it, disassembling its legs until they were in complete disarray. Flamethrower activated. Engaging indiscriminate attack. From its arms, high-temperature flames burst forth as the mecha rotated its waist, sweeping the surrounding area alongside its Gatling guns, creating a searing inferno. Heh, that's it. Su Sinew Iron Body. Su Sinew Phantom Armor activate. Su Sinew. I leapt high, landing right atop its head, and smashed down with my fist. Boom! The alloy headplate cracked open with spiderweb-like fractures. Break! One punch fractured it further, a second punch brought with it devastating force, and the third punch obliterated the headplate entirely. Soul Flame Storm. With a roar, I morphed into a fiery tornado, wreaking havoc inside its colossal head, destroying it relentlessly. Within mere 10 seconds, the supposedly formidable armored mecha lost all power, collapsing to its knees as little more than scrap metal. Phew, quite a challenge, I muttered, catching my breath. This thing wasn't exactly a worthy opponent, but its thick defenses and bulky frame sure made it an exhausting fight. A blue treasure chest fell to the ground, and I casually opened it. Alloy Armor Module X1. Using this will increase the train's armor value by 500 points. Oh, not bad, I exclaimed. My train had been severely lacking in armor, and this would surely help. Rocket Launcher X1, capable of firing rockets, dealing area damage to Tier 3 enemies. Gatling Gun X1, effective against Tier 3 enemies. Advanced Ammunition Pack X1, contains 100,000 Gatling bullets, 200 rockets, and 20 high-explosive anti-tank mines. I'll save these for the crew to use later. After stowing everything away, I turned my attention to the heavy alloy door in front of me. Beyond it lay the base's main control center. What a hassle, I muttered. I tried attacking the door a few times, but it didn't budge, much like the power armor warehouse earlier. The walls beside it were also specially reinforced, impervious to any damage. Better call for Xiaotang to take a look. I went back toward the entrance and summoned Su Xiaotang. Wow, you're amazing, she exclaimed as she surveyed the destruction around her and gaped at the hulking mech laid to waste. The door won't open? Let me see. Activating her detection spell, a faint halo of light radiated outward from her body. A moment later, she opened her eyes and pointed in another direction. The wall over there is weaker. We can dig underneath to get straight into the control room. Oh, and there's a purple treasure chest inside. A purple treasure chest? I froze for a moment, then grinned with excitement. A station not even at Tier 4 had a purple chest? Whatever. First, let's dive in and figure it out. Your indestructible fortress is only as strong as its weakest point, and underneath lies soft earth. Time to dig. In an instant, the undead legion transformed into a team of excavators, grabbing tools and setting to work. The spacious corridor provided plenty of room to pile up the excavated soil. In no time at all, these tireless workers had dug a tunnel leading directly into the control room. Here, I asked, looking up at the alloy floor above. Yes, beneath here is the control room. Xiaotang confidently pointed toward the floor. All right, twisting my waist, I focused my strength and punched straight through the floor, blasting it apart. With one leap, I landed on the control room's flooring. Beep. Threat detected in the control room. Shut up, I bellowed, silencing the computer's alarm in a single yell. From outside, the rumble of mechs grew louder. The two that had left earlier were now storming back into the hallway. The control room door issued a pressurized hiss as it slowly began to slide open. Don't even think about keeping that door open. Close it now, or you're getting destroyed. The door obediently slid shut, and even the mechs froze in place. This AI is smarter than I expected, and seems pretty scared of dying, I muttered. But my gaze was already locked onto something behind the computer, a purple treasure chest resting within a shimmering energy shield, radiating a glow too tantalizing to ignore. My heart raced as my hands trembled. I approached the treasure chest, took a deep breath, and opened the lid. Acquired. Armament Manufacturing Carriage X1. Greed Harvest activated, granting additional rewards. Railgun Module X1, Orbital Strike X1, Raikiri Skillbook X1. Holy shit, my hands were trembling now. I just struck gold. Wasting no time, I immediately learned the Raikiri skill. The rest of the items went safely into my inventory. 3 epic grade items and skills from 1 Greed Harvest activation. This was just the tip of the terrifying iceberg that was my Slaver Mastery talent. Damn, if I end up scoring legendary or mythical treasure chests later, I'm gonna be unstoppable. The thought alone sent a thrill through me. For now, though, this haul was more than enough. It was time to deal with the control room's computer. The fact that it was afraid of dying suggested this artificial intelligence had consciousness. I stared at it, and a sudden thought struck. Could this thing become a slave, too? Up until now, the creatures I encountered were either mindless monsters or ghosts. None of them had real intelligence. But trying didn't cost anything. I extended a chain toward the control computer. A small spark shot out from the chain's tip, forming an intricate magical array. The symbol of a slave contract materialized above the computer, leaving Xiaotang staring in awe. Wait, the train captain can enslave computers too. Before she could finish her sentence, a warm and pleasant female voice emanated from the speakers. Master, the contract is complete. Imperial Frontier Base AI, designation 81092389, reporting for duty. What the? It actually worked? I was utterly shocked. Had AI advanced to the point where they now possessed souls, making them intelligent entities? Your name's too long. From now on, you're Ling Shu. Understood. Ling Shu will now serve you, master. The voice replied, now tinged with sweetness. It sounded strikingly similar to Xiaotang's voice. Huh? Why does it sound so much like me? Xiaotang widened her eyes in surprise. Because I modeled my voice after your vocal profile. Similarity is 92.3%, Ling Shu replied politely. At that moment, noise erupted from outside the room. Ling Shu immediately displayed a live feed on the screen. Hordes of mutated creatures were stampeding down the corridor. That bastard's monsters again? They're taking advantage of the mech's withdrawing, trying to fish in troubled waters. I quickly pieced together Lu Ku's intentions. Ling Shu, can you still command the base's defense network? Not a problem, master. Activate the defense system. Kill them all. Confirmed. Defense system operating at full capacity. The armed mechs, which had been dormant moments ago, suddenly flashed blazing red lights in their eyes. In a flash, a torrent of rockets and bullets turned the corridors into a slaughterhouse of flesh and blood. Damn it. What's wrong with these mechs? Lu Ku cursed angrily from his nest. They were motionless just now. Why are they suddenly going berserk and attacking us now? Retreat. Fall back now. Facing the undefeatable onslaught of mechs and now-mad defensive systems, continuing was pointless. Lu Ku wisely cut his losses, opting to scavenge supplies and retreat. At least he's not stupid. This guy's got a slippery survival instinct. I remarked. These train masters, blessed with infinite persistence and resurrection abilities like flesh realms, rarely backed down so quickly. Unbeknownst to me, Lu Ku's retreat wasn't entirely fruitless. His ranks had swelled with zombie soldiers and bio-warriors, while his confiscated resources from occupied zones brought his train to Tier 3 at 60%. While not on par with my Tier 4 standing, it was still top of the ladder. Shall we pursue, master? People. No need. Mark all the supplies in the base. and add all our people to the defense whitelist. Compared to hunting Lu Ku, the supplies in front of us were obviously more important. Everyone come. We've struck gold. Just 5 words sent all the passengers on Doomsday Future into a frenzy. It was the first time that the captain had ever said something like this in the channel. Quick, stop fiddling with those scraps and charge with me. Sun Jia hollered as he dashed toward me. The others didn't want to be left behind either. Be careful. There are zombies ahead. Lin Yining warned hurriedly. Sun Jia immediately skidded to a halt, awkwardly looking at the not-too-distant monsters. He'd been so focused on responding to the boss that he'd forgotten about them. Wait, something's not right. Lin Yining shouted again, sensing an anomaly. Even Gao Tian looked ahead in confusion. The ferocious zombie soldiers had unexpectedly formed a neat line and slung their firearms behind their backs. Long story short, the military base is now our territory, I announced. All passengers of Doomsday Future are on the whitelist and won't be attacked. Damn, boss, you're awesome. Sun Jia exclaimed first. Everyone else remained frozen in place, so shocked they couldn't utter a word. What did it mean that the area was now our territory? What was this whitelist? What exactly had the captain done? The next moment, with their heads full of questions, everyone sprinted into the base in a frenzy. At the same time, the remaining soldiers from the final train cautiously approached the outskirts of the base. Leading the group was Lu Yong. He and his team skirted around the blood-soaked battlefield and arrived at the base from the opposite side. Something's up. Hi. The moving zombie soldiers caught his attention, and he led his group into an abandoned 6-story residential building on the outskirts. Inside, the floor was covered in trash, dust, and broken furniture. Stay alert. Observe first, then act, Lu Yong ordered, pulling out his binoculars for a closer look. Huh? What's this? He suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief. The passengers of Doomsday Future were working with zombie soldiers, packing up supplies from the base and moving them to an open field. This is insane. How are they doing it? He passed the binoculars to others, each taking a turn and ending up equally stunned. Do you think they have a necromancer in their group? A necromancer couldn't possibly control this many beings. Wait, look. 2 mech strode out of the base, followed by 4 or 5 tanks lined up with menacing precision. The sight left Lu Yong and his men holding their breath. Can a necromancer control mechs? Someone asked, and the group fell silent. Do you think we could contact them? Maybe they're reasonable. Maybe. Lu Yong hesitated, lifting his binoculars again. He decided to first observe how well the passengers were faring before deciding whether to approach. Typically, captains whose passengers were doing well tended to be more reasonable. Even if they wouldn't provide help, they were less likely to attack outright. We've struck gold, struck gold. The passengers of Doomsday Future had never experienced such a bounty. Entire crates of 2nd and 3rd-tier munitions were being transported, along with powered armor, biochemical protection suits, night vision goggles, a dazzling array of equipment. Holy crap, so many rocket launchers. And explosives, Sun Jia exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he opened a crate. This haul alone could arm every passenger to the teeth. Even the prisoners were eagerly picking up weapons and testing them out. How's the inventory coming along? I asked Lin Yining, who wore a troubled expression. It seems like we won't have enough space, she sighed. The supplies were so extensive that there wasn't enough room on the train. She had never imagined having such a luxurious problem. Start building an armory car? Let's see if we can squeeze in more, I said, a bit overwhelmed myself. The haul had far exceeded our expectations. Even without factoring in the treasure chests, the food reserves alone could feed everyone for 3 months. Everyday goods from the market street filled half a car, not to mention the mountain of medical supplies and the most prized military arsenal. Damn it, what about the mechs and tanks? Those were the hardest items to transport. I couldn't even sleep at night thinking about leaving them behind. Master, the armed mechs can be disassembled and stored in the weaponry compartment of the armory car. Really? That's perfect. Ling Shu's prompt filled me with joy. Each mech had nearly 4th-tier combat power and was worth more than a purple-tier treasure chest. But even more valuable than the mechs or munitions was Ling Shu herself. I had directly integrated her core into Doomsday Future. Thanks to her, Lin Yining's workload had been reduced by over 90%. Inventory tracking, storage, analysis, all of it was handed over to her. She even optimized warehouse organization, increasing space utilization by 20%. The greenhouse carriage had become an automated vegetable factory, and her refinement of spirit liquid distribution reduced waste by 50% without affecting growth speed. Alert! Unknown human forces detected approaching. While busy working, Ling Shu's sudden warning of hostiles interrupted my thoughts. Who goes there? Sun Jia, armed with his vampiric blade, bolted toward the marked point. His powered armor hummed, doubling his speed and causing Lu Yong and his group in the building to panic. Had they been discovered? How was that possible? Come out. If you don't, I'll smash my way in. Sun Jie yelled menacingly, putting on a fierce front. In truth, he didn't dare charge in. Comrade, we mean no harm. The term comrade, so rarely heard in these times, stunned Sun Jie, leaving him momentarily speechless. The others were also caught off guard. I hurried to the building entrance and eyed the group emerging from the stairwell. They wore mismatched clothing, but their disciplined movements betrayed their identity. You're soldiers? Yes, my brothers and I here are all retired soldiers. Lu Yong nodded, extending a hand to me. I'm Lu Yong. May I know your name, young man? Gu Kei, captain of Doomsday Future. Even though they were soldiers, we remained cautious. Soldiers within the foundry were trustworthy, but would they still uphold their principles after leaving their units? In the apocalypse, blind trust could lead to irreparable consequences. We mean no harm. We're just looking for supplies. Lu Yong raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, and the others also assumed non-threatening stances. Looking for supplies? Don't you have enough on your side? Lin Yining asked first. Lu Yong smiled wryly. He couldn't very well admit they were here to scavenge after seeing others win a fight. Never mind. It's the end of the world, after all. There's no point in asking this. I waved my hand, cutting her off. Take me to see your train. No matter what the intentions of this group of soldiers were, just by observing the condition of their passengers, everything would become clear. I'm not a heartless person, but I am not so easily fooled either. A few words alone won't convince me. When we stepped onto the military train, the passengers raised their heads, and upon seeing two enormous mechas approaching them, fell completely silent in shock. Hey, isn't that Brother Young? Did they get hold of some good stuff? No, wait. There's someone with him. Could it be that Brother Young and his team were captured? In an instant, chaos erupted. Everyone armed themselves, rushing into defensive positions, their eyes fixed on us nervously. Don't shoot. They're not hostile. Lu Yong shouted as soon as he saw the situation. If someone fired by mistake, the consequence would be catastrophic. Watching as the passengers obediently lowered their weapons, I couldn't help but respect Lu Yong a bit more. If it had been one of those wretched conductors, their passengers would have been more than happy to kill him outright. Once both sides regrouped, Lin Yining and I split up to investigate the passengers on the military train. Seeing the two mechas also piqued everyone's enthusiasm. You're saying they've been fulfilling their duties as soldiers since they boarded? I asked a middle-aged man in front of me. He nodded. From the time the train departed until now, they've always taken the lead. At the start, they wouldn't even let us leave the train, afraid we'd encounter monsters. Later, after our repeated demands, they issued weapons for us to fight alongside them. I was surprised. To uphold the values of a soldier during an apocalypse, it was truly commendable. Meanwhile, Lin Yining received similar responses. Lu Yong and his team were chatting with passengers from our Tomorrow's End train. Slaves? What do you mean by that? Lu Yong looked baffled as he turned to Wang Zhe, a bespectacled man. Just as it sounds. We're all slaves to Conductor Gu. We can't harbor any intent to kill him, can't harm him in any way. Wang Zhe shrugged. If he orders us to die, we have to die. Lu Yong was highly skeptical. If this was really so terrifying, why did he look so relaxed? Moreover, with Wang Zhe dressed in high-grade military gear, far superior to Lu Yong's, and looking well-fed and rested, it didn't add up. Of course, that's just the factual interpretation. In reality, things are quite different. Wang Zhe remarked slyly, grinning as he began to elaborate on the situation aboard our train. Who ever heard of slaves living better than their masters? Fresh vegetables, abundant food, skill books enough for everyone to enhance themselves a full round. Was this real? To Lu Yong and his team, it all sounded like something out of a fairy tale. Yet, deep down, their beliefs started to waver. As they talked, I walked over with Lin Yining. Shaking hands with Lu Yong, I said, Conductor Lu, it's been tough on you. I meant it. Without exceptional talents or resources, bringing his team this far with just B-rank marksmanship proficiency demanded incredible effort. Sorry for doubting you earlier. That was a bit much on our part, Lin Yining added, bowing politely. Soldiers who dedicated their lives to the nation deserved such respect. No, don't apologize. Please, it's all fine. Lu Yong waved his hands nervously. Protecting civilians is what us soldiers are supposed to do. No need for pleasantries. I cut in, motioning for both the combat and logistics teams to start unloading supplies onto the military train. Under the guidance of Ling Shu, electric trucks quickly piled an open space with crates. 100 automatic rifles, 300,000 rounds of ammunition, 500 grenades, 5 boxes of explosives, 30 sets of military combat uniforms, 5 power armor units, 10 night vision goggles, 10 boxes of compressed dry rations, 10 boxes of ready-to-eat meals, and 2 water purifiers. Lu Yong instinctively wanted to refuse, but, looking at the assembly of supplies, couldn't bring himself to say the words. Just take it. Consider it a small token of our appreciation. Defending the nation is no easy task, and keeping so many people alive in the apocalypse is even harder. The soldiers aboard the train were all silent. Some even had reddened eyes. Since the apocalypse began, they'd encountered all sorts of people, but none like this. When they met someone good, it was usually because the other party was even worse off and needed their help instead. They'd never received serious support, and battles had cost them dearly, even taking the lives of some comrades in arms. Had this world really lost all hope? Did good people no longer deserve a future? Lu Yong felt this most profoundly. When he first met me, he had been incredibly nervous. Our side was strong. Even possessing mechas, they didn't stand a chance if a fight broke out. Their survival had hung entirely on my whims. But now, these supplies had completely dispelled his fears and even brought warmth to his heart. Could his path have been the right one all along? If he refused to abandon others, held on, didn't give up, was there truly a brighter future? Oh, right, I almost forgot. Here's a little extra something for you. I suddenly remembered, wanting to lighten up the heavy atmosphere. Lin Yining brought over a large crate. When Lu Yong opened it, he froze. Inside was a trove of fresh vegetables and fruit. What? Vegetables? The man who barely batted an eye earlier was now thoroughly dumbfounded. The rest of the passengers crowded around, their eyes practically glowing. Don't rush. Share it out first. Lu Yong hugged 2 heads of cabbage and started tearing leaves off, handing them to the others. He also plucked a piece for himself, quickly popping it into his mouth. The freshness and crisp sweetness nearly brought tears to his eyes. How long had it been since he'd last eaten vegetables? Savoring every bite, he reluctantly swallowed the leaf and turned back toward the train. Moments later, he returned with a small pouch, slipping it into my hand. We can't just take all this for nothing. Here, take this. Maybe it'll come in handy. When I opened it, my eyes widened. The pouch contained hunter leader badges and 2 pieces of metal radiating an extraordinary energy. Acquired hunter leader badge X2. Acquired high energy metal X2. Detected. High energy metal can be absorbed to enhance chains of the soul flame. Absorb the metal? Yes/no. Fortification materials for the chains? I was both surprised and delighted. Since the fruit enhancement, I hadn't come across anything else suitable for upgrades. Absorb. The metal liquefied into flowing light, infusing the chains. Moments later, the soul flame chains transformed, a weightier material, now cloaked in a dim yet constantly pulsating glow. Enhancement complete. Soul flame chains damage increased. Pain effect amplified to 700%. New attribute added, armor piercing. Ignores 30% of armor and shield defenses. I tested it on a reinforced alloy door, and the armor piercing effect was obvious. With this enhancement, I was now deadlier against tanks and heavy armor. Even if I confronted someone like Fong Hong again, I'd be confident in holding my ground. This is a huge help. These items are incredibly valuable to me, I said. Gripping Lu Yong's hand tightly, I said, compared to supplies, this badge and the metal are far more valuable. As long as you find it useful. These materials are too precious. I was even worried that this wouldn't be enough, Lu Yong said with relief, and he added me as a friend. This way, he could rely on me if he ever entered the intermediate zone in the future. I should have just added you as a friend earlier too. Cheng Peng sighed beside us, his exaggerated mannerisms causing Su Yuan to laugh. But he didn't seem particularly resentful. After all, someone with weaker strength ending up as a prisoner was as expected. Besides, since joining us, his life was better than before. So what more could he say? Better to quickly integrate into the group. After finishing business matters, I brought up Lu Ku and his band of monsters. Flesh field, biochemical monsters. Lu Yong seemed taken aback and shook his head. We haven't encountered them. Maybe they're in a different zone. Be careful. He's very strong, at least an S-class conductor. I warned him. Lu Yong immediately became more serious. Even though their team was armed to the teeth, facing someone of that caliber would still come with substantial risks. I understand. I'll withdraw quickly and retreat back inside the train, he said before turning to issue orders. Meanwhile, Lu Ku had already withdrawn his flesh field and retreated deep underground to evolve his Spider Queen. With all the resources collected, lying low and developing quietly was now the most sensible approach. Even the spiritual surveillance couldn't detect his tracks, allowing him to escape this time. The flesh field disappeared? No trace left. I was momentarily stunned. This guy really knew how to be cunning. Remembering the bumbling necromancer from earlier, I couldn't help but sigh. Just look at how stealthy this guy was. And then look at that necromancer. Next up was the harvest phase. Massive amounts of raw materials were moved into the train, instantly converted into numbers on the interface. The team carefully picked over everything, packing the best supplies from the base into the warehouse, watching mournfully as piles of guns and ammunition were left behind. I walked over to the train first and used the armaments manufacturing carriage module. After a burst of light, a new carriage appeared behind the greenhouse carriage. Lu Daong, Zhao Guoqiang, come check out the new toy. I called out before stepping inside to inspect. Holy crap, this is insane, Lu Daong exclaimed, cigarette dangling from his mouth, his face full of disbelief. The interior of the carriage was double the size of a regular one, filled with advanced computer numerical controlled machines and a variety of processing equipment. As long as we provided rare metals and components, it could mass-produce quality weapons. Zhao Guoqiang rushed to the control terminal and opened the menu list, breaking into hearty laughter. Elite Assault Rifle, effective against Tier 3 monsters, requires 100 building materials, 50 rare metals, 20 components. Rifle ammunition, produces 100 rounds per 1 rare metal. Powered armor, blocks Tier 3 damage and increases speed, requires 400 building materials, 200 rare metals, 100 components. High explosive grenade, doughy damage effective against Tier 2 and Tier 3, requires 20 building materials, 5 rare metals. Sensor landmine, explosive damage against Tier 3 targets, requires 20 building materials, 5 rare metals. RPG, high explosive damage against Tier 3, requires 200 building materials, 100 rare metals, 50 components. RPG rocket, produces 1 rocket per 10 building materials, 2 rare metals. A dazzling array of options left everyone amazed. With this, firepower won't be an issue. My eyes gleamed in excitement. While our current stockpile of armaments seemed ample, just one major battle could easily deplete everything. As good as firearms were, logistics were the real critical factor. Once I finished checking out the armaments carriage, I quickly focused on collecting materials. Under Ling Zhu's command, countless buildings were reduced to rubble, providing a steady stream of building materials transported straight into the train. Vehicles and tanks we couldn't take with us were dismantled into fragments by mechas, yielding rare metals. Even the trickiest to gather components were no problem for Ling Zhu. Almost everything in the base except medical equipment was smashed into pieces to become materials. The dismantling of Changpeng's train also contributed significantly to our stockpile. I opened the interface. Current materials, 5,321 building materials, 2,351 rare metals, 1,321 components. Upgrade requirements, 8,000 building materials, 3,200 rare metals, 1,600 components. At this rate, we should be able to upgrade to a level 5 train with this batch. Joy surged within me. If I could hit Tier 5 strength even before entering the intermediate zone, I'd practically be untouchable here in the lower zone. Keep it up. There'll be stewed dishes tonight. Lin Yining's cheerful shout brought a wave of cheers. The greenhouse carriage had always had 2 senior passengers growing vegetables, so tonight's stockpile was enough for the entire train to enjoy a vegetable feast. Cheng Peng and his group worked even harder in anticipation. Boss Peng, do we get to eat vegetables too? One of Cheng Peng's former underlings asked in a whisper. Vegetables? Their mouths were watering just thinking about it. Not sure. Let's work harder and hope for the best, Cheng Peng replied. Though he was eager too, he wasn't certain if their batch of new slaves would qualify for such a treat. Cheng Peng is doing well, Lin Yining remarked, standing beside me. Under his leadership, the new slaves worked diligently, even more efficiently than our earlier captives. Yeah, let's reward them with an extra serving tonight. I nodded, feeling the power surging within my body. Adding Cheng Peng's train and the additional captives, I now had 70 slaves in total. A 140% increase in physical power brought my overall stats to 540% of a normal human's capacity. I could run 100 meters in just 1.8 seconds. My bones, muscles, and skin underwent another round of enhancements. At this point, my strength was comparable to Iron Man from the movies. However, a new problem arose. Didn't expect to hit the personnel capacity limit so soon. I muttered, looking at the screen showing 200 to 200, the roster was full. Even when upgrading to level 5, it only unlocks 1 additional carriage, but I have 70 captives here. I grumbled. No matter. First, upgrade the train and see what happens. Where there's a will, there's a way. Worst case scenario, I'd have to reluctantly release 20 slaves, passing them on to Lu Yong's group. Leaving people stranded at the station was essentially a death sentence, and I wouldn't do that. The treasure chests are all gathered. Su Xiaodang and Lin Yining arrived, placing 3 blue chests in front of me. The 2 had driven one of the base's jeeps around earlier, collecting the rest. Adding that to my initial find, we now had 4 blue treasure chests in total. Great. Time to open them, I said, rolling up my sleeves eagerly. Though not epic tier, blue treasure chests still held plenty of good loot. From the chests, we gained Mana Shield Skillbook X1, Grants a shield that blocks Tier 3 attacks, lasts 20 seconds, 30-second cooldown. Electromagnetic Railgun X1. Effective against Tier 3, launches electromagnetic bombs with AoE and paralyzing effects. Healing Spell X1. Restores 15% HP to allies, 3-second cooldown. Spider Boots X1. Grants the ability to climb surfaces. Difficult terrain adhesion functionality. Gene Enhancement Serum X2. Permanently increases all attributes by 10%. Each person can only use it once to. Advanced Material Pack X2. Advanced Food Supply Pack X2. Next was the moment to divide the spoils. The healing spell went to Su Xinyu. The mana shield was claimed by Lin Yining. I drank one of the gene enhancement serums, and the other one was given to Gao Tian. As for the spider boots, of course, they were mine. This thing can actually let you stand directly on walls. I positioned myself at a 90-degree angle with the wall, looking around in amazement. What a treasure! With this, my methods of movement would expand greatly in the future. Each advanced material pack contained 1,000 building materials, 500 rare metals, and 200 parts. The building materials were still lacking, but the metals and parts were already enough to meet the upgrade requirements. Thanks to Xiao Tang for discovering those treasure chests, Lin Yining said with a smile. Beside her, Su Xiaotang, who had overeaten, leaned against a supply box with her hands on her waist. I couldn't help but praise her, and the girl giggled shyly, her innocent appearance making me glance at her twice more. I wonder what she would look like in a JK skirt. Thinking about that slight softness pressed against me during our exploration, I felt a hint of nostalgia. Lin Yining noticed where my gaze was directed and felt a sense of triumph. United Sisters could cut through anything. Her position in the group was already stable, but if she managed to draw Su Xiaodang into her alliance, forming the JK Schoolgirl Council for added bonding, her influence would only solidify further. Casting a discreet glance at Dr. Su, her lips quietly curved in smug satisfaction. Su Xinyu, however, was frustrated. Lin Yining's subtle gestures didn't escape her sharp eyes, but she lacked an immediate countermeasure. The persuasive charm of young, beautiful girls was overwhelming. Dealing with one was manageable, but if the two of them truly became a united front, wouldn't she end up being marginalized? Gritting her teeth, she decided to push Lu Ning into the spotlight, attempting to create a doctor and office lady dynamic to counterbalance the situation. But honestly, Lu Ning's utility to the team was negligible at best, often overshadowed by Su Xiaodang. Never mind, she'd just have to speak with Lu Ning first. Rising from her seat, she headed in his direction. This apocalypse survival scenario was turning into a palace intrigue drama thanks to these women. But it's not necessarily bad for me. I could sit back and reap the rewards of their machinations. In fact, their antics lightened my mood amidst the heavy pressures of the apocalypse. Without me even lifting a finger, these girls were eagerly forming their alliances. On the other side, Gao Tian and his team were getting accustomed to their new powered armor. While undeniably powerful, mastering it to the point of seamless control still required effort. Accelerating too suddenly often led to collisions or losing balance. Sun Jie miscalculated and slammed directly into a building, emerging covered in dust and debris. Shit, this thing's impossible to handle, he cursed, climbing out of the ruins. Quit complaining. This is third-tier equipment. Do you want to go back to using second-tier armor? Gao Tian shot him a glare. Sun Jie fell silent and continued training in the armored suit. Master, resource collection is nearly complete. The area is secure, no enemies detected, Lingzhu reported. I nodded. Still no signs of the bioweapon creature? Not yet. The flesh structures in the previous district have all disintegrated into ash. Looks like that thing is resolutely biding its time until the endgame. I can't help but admire its patience, having such immense power, yet staying hidden so skillfully. Your materials have been fully gathered. The level 5 train is now eligible for an upgrade. Proceed with upgrading. Lingzhu's cheerful prompt caught me by surprise, then sparked joy. I finally had enough resources. Upgrade it. I eagerly pressed the button, hoping that the passenger capacity for level 5 would increase significantly. But the new prompt caught me off guard. Please choose the evolution path of the train. Evolution path? What the heck is this? Looking at the interface, my brows furrowed. The screen displayed 4 distinct paths: industrial, mystical, biological, and warfare. Su Xinyu industrial path Su Xinyu. Production speed doubles, resource consumption halves, bundled with automated repair robots for armor repairs and routine maintenance. Su Xinyu mystical path Su Xinyu. Enhanced energy shields, expanded magical formations, and a mana pool that rapidly regenerates energy. Su Xinyu biological path Su Xinyu. All biological units receive attribute boosts, doubled reproduction rates, and the addition of incubation pods capable of creating low-tier biological units. Su Sinew Warfare Path Su Sinew. Firepower increases, tactical execution quickens, bundled with a command deck capable of real-time battlefield observation. Moreover, each path provided unique features upon upgrading. I immediately excluded mystical and biological. I'm neither a mage nor a mad scientist, so these two options don't align with my expertise. That left industrial and warfare. Lingzhu, what do you think? Analysis complete. Master, I recommend choosing the industrial path. Somewhat surprised, I asked, why not warfare? The warfare path does not align with your train's current setup. Your munitions carriages and greenhouse carriages are all production-oriented. Furthermore, opting for warfare would diminish the potential of your slave labor. The industrial path requires a significant workforce, perfectly complementing your slaveholder strategy. Resources from every station can be efficiently converted into combat power. If you don't process the vast amounts of material you collect in a timely manner, it's just wasted potential. She made a valid point. I nodded in agreement. Industrial path it is. Upgrade. Industrial path selected. Train evolution in progress. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, the train began transforming dramatically. The carriages grew taller and wider, their internal space doubling. Passenger capacity skyrocketed from 200 to 500. The machinery and tools in the munitions carriage blended into a state-of-the-art assembly line. Zhao Guoqiang gave it a try, managing to produce an assault rifle within 10 minutes. This industrial path is insane. The greenhouse carriage underwent similar transformations. The original cultivation boxes evolved into multi-level farming structures. Large-scale technological greenhouses were filled with cultivation racks, with simulated sunlight shining and nutrient solutions flowing through precision pipes. Lin Yining glanced at the output data. At this rate, we'll have enough vegetables for 3 meals a day on board. Moving forward to the first carriage, the soft sleeper compartment doubled in size, now including communal baths, private kitchens, and even a medical bay. Damn, all that's missing is a computer. Sun Jie marveled. Yeah, having a computer would be awesome, Su Yuan chimed in. Before crossing over, he had been a hardcore recluse. It's only a matter of time, I replied with a grin, leading the core team into the king's carriage. Holy shit. Boss, your carriage is unbeatable. Sun Jie rushed in first, jaw dropping in amazement. Previously high-end in appearance, the decor had now reached a level that could only be described as extravagant. Gold-leafed columns, walls adorned with patterned wallpaper, velvet curtains draped over the windows. The group instinctively lowered their voices. Am I in the lavish mansion of some noble lord? Su Xiaodang was utterly shocked. The scene before her was a perfect blend of high-tech sophistication and old-money elegance. Lin Yining stepped into the bedroom, while Su Sinew entered the washroom, both of them carefully examining their new surroundings. By the bedroom window, there was now a chaise lounge, along with a sofa and a tea table. Beneath the television sat the latest gaming console. The washroom was refurbished in resplendent golden marble, with a bathtub facing the scenic view outside. I looked at my own luxurious bed. It was big enough for 5 or 6 people to lie down without feeling cramped, and it even had an electric massage feature underneath. How satisfying. The other train compartments had also been upgraded, with the hard sleepers and hard seats converted to soft sleepers and upgraded hard sleepers. I turned my gaze toward the automatic maintenance robots. With just a thought, countless spider-like industrial robots emerged from beneath the train, led by Ling Xiu, extending their probes to maintain the train and repair any damages, cleaning away every speck of dirt and dust until everything was pristine. This is just too convenient. Passengers marveled endlessly at the revitalized train. Being a slave isn't so bad, honestly, Cheng Peng muttered, recalling his own dilapidated, dirty train. Now, having boarded my magnificent vessel, he completely lost any resentment and even felt a strange pride in it. Who says the apocalypse demands you go it alone? Sometimes clinging to a powerful force is a form of wisdom. After a final round of resource collection, our time to linger was running out. Everyone boarded the train, sorted through their supplies, washed up, and rested while waiting for the kitchen to serve food. We had promised a good meal today. Who knows what kind of surprises awaited? Amid eager anticipation, the massive industrial train roared to life and departed the military base station. Outside, the biting wind whipped up a blizzard of snow and fog. Yet inside the king's carriage, the atmosphere was warm and buzzing with life. Core members, including Cheng Peng, gathered around the table to enjoy a hot pot feast. Fresh vegetables, slices of beef and lamb, and meatballs simmered in spicy red oil, the aroma intoxicating. I sat at the host's seat, with Lin Yining and Su Sinew on either side. To all your hard work. No more words needed. Let's raise our glasses to celebrate victory and toast to an even brighter future. Cheers! Everyone chorused, draining their cups in one go. God, I never dreamed I'd get to eat a meal like this. Cheng Peng sighed contentedly, his eyes narrowing in delight. Su Xiaodang, for her part, buried her head in her food, her chopsticks whirling like a tornado. Members in the other compartments cheered as well, seeing their tables laden with stir-fried vegetables and meat dishes. Cheng Peng's former crew, now newcomers, attacked the vinegar-oozed cabbage as if it were the greatest delicacy. Damn, bro, this is the treatment for slaves. Wang Zhe sneered and pulled out his phone, snapping pictures to share in the regional channel. Sigh, just a few simple dishes for the day. Life as a slave is really tough. You son of a... Su Sinyu beep beep, Su Sinyu. Do you have room for one more slave, boss? Please take me. I'll do anything. Watching Wang Zhe's antics, I couldn't help but laugh. With a marketing minister like this, who knows if it's a blessing or a curse? At that moment, Lin Yining leaned in close and whispered something in my ear. I understand, I said, my expression turning stern as I knocked on the table to get everyone's attention. Lin Yining just informed me that among the senior passengers in the first compartment, there are some who are arrogant and lazy, slacking off in their duties. Such behavior cannot be tolerated. This is a fight for survival, not some casual vacation. At my words, the crowd fell silent, as nervous as if the temperature had dropped further. Gao Tian and Sun Jie, in particular, flushed red with embarrassment and resentment. They felt ashamed. After all, the captain had provided such excellent conditions, yet some still dared to be lazy. Now for the penalties. To those named from the first compartment, you are to immediately move to the last carriage, and your privileges will be revoked. Gao Tian, Sun Jie, take care of this right away. Also, Cheng Peng and the other outstanding passengers will be named and allowed to move into the first compartment to enjoy the benefits. Gao Tian and Sun Jie left grim-faced to handle the matter, while Cheng Peng, on the other hand, looked overjoyed. He hadn't expected to be granted first-class treatment so soon after becoming a slave. And so, the lively banquet came to an abrupt end. Seeing my foul mood, Lin Yining and Su Sinyu hurried to follow me, while Su Xiaodang and Lu Ning were left sitting there, exchanging uneasy glances. Lu Ning had been brought along by Su Sinyu as part of a leadership development plan, but encountering this incident so early left him a little flustered. Maybe we should start by cleaning up? Lu Ning suggested, glancing at Su Xiaodang. The two of them silently began tidying up the tableware. Master, please don't be angry. It's all my fault. Lin Yining bit her lower lip, her watery eyes looking pitifully up at me. I rubbed her head as she crouched before me, my tone softening. No, you've done very well. Master's temper seems too fiery. You need to cool down. Su Sinyu, now dressed in a qipao, joined Lin Yining and directly got to the point. Having experienced the crisis with Su Xiaodang, she too felt a sense of urgency. If she didn't take the initiative, she feared being thrown out of the king's carriage entirely. The ensuing storm of passion began. Outside, the wind howled and chilled to the bone, but the interior remained as warm as spring. Meanwhile, over in the first compartment, Sun Jie scolded the lazy elders. You ungrateful fools, get out there and clean the ice shells off the train. The lazy elders, shamed, picked up their tools and bedding, slinking away with their heads hung low. Could have had it good, but you chose to loaf around. Happy now. The other elders sneered disdainfully, while Wang Zhe threw in a few sarcastic remarks of his own. Elsewhere, Cheng Peng and the rest of the high-performing team were bustling with excitement as they selected their new rooms. I've never stayed in a place this nice, not even before the apocalypse. I used to work as a porter, sleeping in overcrowded dorms. Hearing these words, the lazy ones finally understood. Poor performance truly did lead to punishment. And at that moment, the rule etched itself into everyone's hearts. While I lounged in the bath by the tub with the two girls, Lingshu interrupted us. About to exit the frozen wasteland region. Entering the icebound world region ahead. Icebound world. I froze for a moment. Master, the external environment has shifted, Lingshu announced, projecting the outside scene onto a screen. The icy winds began to ease, and the frosty gray wasteland faded away, replaced by a lifeless world of crystalline ice. What's the situation? How does it differ from before? The icebound world features temperatures of -30 degrees, while the frozen wasteland was at -10. Comparing the air humidity, the icebound world is at 5%, whereas the frozen wasteland was at 40%. I frowned. -10 and -30 are completely different ballgames. Outdoor operations would now require thicker insulation, and our food consumption would undoubtedly increase significantly. Thankfully, the insulation measures in the Level 5 industrial train were flawless, so life inside the carriages remained unaffected. Otherwise, sheer survival would have drained every ounce of energy from the passengers. Yining, Sinyu, Get ready and start preparations. I turned my gaze toward the window. In the distance, blurred silhouettes of monsters lingered on either side of the railway tracks, their predatory gazes fixed upon the train. It's time to fortify the train. I retrieved the items I had acquired from the military base, using them all on the train. Moments later, the control panel displayed wholly refreshed data. First, 2 Tier 3 automatic cannons were installed on either side of the train. Like Gatling guns, they could easily shred through enemy defenses. Meanwhile, the munitions carriage kept producing advanced blueprints, replacing the Tier 1 and Tier 2 weapons from before. Next, the formidable purple train cannon was mounted at the rear of the command carriage, its massive barrel exuding a frosty glimmer. With the industrial carriage's bonus effects, the original cost of 200 construction materials and 50 rare metals per shell was halved to just 100 construction materials and 25 rare metals. Its cost efficiency skyrocketed, making it much less painful to fire at will. Additionally, the alloy armor modules I salvaged from defeating armed mechas were put to use. The previously fully covered armor plates became even harder and more durable. Now, ordinary Tier 2 monsters couldn't even scratch the train, and only those above Tier 3 could leave minor marks. I directed my gaze at the train's control panel. Train Commander, Gu K. Personal Strength, Tier 5. Train Level, Tier 5. Current Armor Value, 6500/6500. Number of carriages, 5+2. Capacity, 500. Current passengers, 270/500. Comfort Level, 200. Speed, 70 kilometers per hour. Required for next level, 20,000 construction materials, 10,000 rare metals, 5,000 spare parts. Current materials, 3,762 construction materials, 2,315 rare metals, 1,896 spare parts. The armor value has doubled directly, and with the alloy modules, we can easily withstand even large-scale disasters. I sighed. But seriously, the upgrade materials needed are just absurd. Double the requirements compared to before. Is this the price of progression? At the next stop, I'll have to scour the place thoroughly. Hopefully, there are abundant resources. Next, I glanced at my personal stats. After advancing to Tier 5, my skills had evolved significantly. First was the chain. Runic symbols faintly appeared on its links, and when swung, it emitted low whispers that disrupted enemies' minds. Then, my Soulburn Legion increased in strength, growing from 30 members to 50, now consisting of 30 skeleton warriors, 15 skeleton archers, and for the first time, 5 skeleton mages. Mages? Really? Watching as the skeleton mages unleashed spell attacks with casual gestures gave the passengers an added sense of security. Boss, your skeletons are way too OP. Sun Jie, clad in a powered exosuit, stared enviously at the heavily armored skeletons. Su Yuan was observing the archers' bone-crafted longbows with deep thought, likely figuring out if he should switch to being a sniper. After all, melee combatants were somewhat oversaturated now, whereas ranged combatants were in short supply. Lin Yining reviewed the mage's abilities and found they were less powerful than hers, which allowed her to let out a sigh of relief. She had no intention of being relegated to just a pretty face. As the former student council president, she'd always harbored ambitions. Before the apocalypse, she had been smart, driven, and had landed several coveted internship offers at top companies. The end of the world had disrupted everything. It was only after joining me that her fighting spirit was rekindled. Meanwhile, Su Xiaodang was munching on potato chips and sipping ice-cold cola, as the freezing post-apocalyptic temperatures made producing chilled beverages a trivial task. Lin Yining squinted at her and muttered under her breath, "Could you not ruin the vibe? I'm having a moment of empowerment here." "Senior, I just thought of something," Xiaodang cheerily said as she stared at the skeletons. "I'm craving bone broth now." Lin Yining was speechless, her arms dropping in exasperation. I chuckled lightly and extended my right hand. A pair of new Warlord seals appeared in my palm. The Warlord seal now granted 2 additional slots, ranking candidates by merit. This time, Sun Jie and Su Xinyu received the buffs. Hoo-hoo, let's go. Sun Jie immediately felt the surge of power and could barely restrain himself from leaping off the train to find monsters to fight. Meanwhile, Su Xinyu stood frozen, wide-eyed, staring at her newly acquired healing skill. She discovered she could now treat 4 or 5 injured individuals simultaneously, with a healing rate boosted by 20%. My base stats had skyrocketed, and all my abilities had undergone terrifying transformations. I wonder what would happen to Su Xiaodang's detection skill if she got the Warlord seal. I mused, glancing at the perpetually snacking girl. Could her range explode to over 1,000 meters? Finally, my new Tier 5 skill, Soul Barrier, activates a layer of soul protection, effectively nullifying all Tier 5 damage for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Finally, a defense skill. Compared to my earlier steel body and ghostly aegis, this was leagues ahead. Being able to block tier 5 damage was a game changer. Against armed mechas, I could march straight through their attacks and finish them off. With a thought, I activated the glow of the soul barrier around me. Curious, Sun Jia and others gave it a test strike, only to get nowhere. This barrier's ridiculous. Ow, boss, stop it. Sun Jia whined after I flicked his forehead. The group burst into laughter. His mouth really had a knack for getting him in trouble. Even my starting skill, Slave Contract, had gained new features. Slave Contract. Upon signing a soul contract, the target becomes a slave, incapable of harming the master and unable to resist commands or demands. Definitely more convenient now. Managing new slaves would now involve far fewer headaches. Emergency alert. In 1 hour, the train will encounter a wild hunt monster horde. Please prepare accordingly. Current monster horde strength, tier 3. The wild hunt horde is coming. 1 hour till go time, I announced to the group. This time, the horde was stronger than at the beginning. But rather than fear, everyone seemed eager. Really? Hell yeah. Sun Jia, freshly empowered, nearly jumped in excitement. Spread the word. Prepare for battle. The group sprang into action. Yet within me, anticipation burned. I wondered what kind of spoils this monster horde would bring. Meanwhile, in the intermediate zone, Luo Zhishui withdrew her astrolabe, examining the unfolding events. The second wild hunt horde was about to descend in the lower zone. Begin the ritual. At her command, a massive red magic circle erupted beneath her feet, slowly expanding outward. Several priceless, sinister artifacts were cast into the center of the array. Gu Kei, I'll see to it that you have no grave to rest in, she declared, her fury unrestrained. The soul-searing pain she had endured still haunted her. Once the ritual was complete, she would unleash bounty hunters to chase Gu Kei down in the lower zone. The crimson light intensified, eerie whispers reverberating throughout her carriage. After enough artifacts had been sacrificed, the red light contracted abruptly, leaving an oppressive silence in its wake. Even the wind seemed to shy away. "O great Lord of Hell, I offer this tribute in exchange for your blessing." Luo Zhishui opened the sheepskin magic book and chanted the summoning incantation loudly. From the center of the magic circle emerged a wisp of frosty mist, which spread and expanded in the void, transforming into an ominous portal. Surrounding the portal were bone-white ice crystals, and the gateway connected straight to the frigid infernal plane, the dwelling of the demon Lord of Everwinter. Howl! 2 frost demons, each 3 meters tall with ice-cold energy cascading off their bodies, stepped forth with heavy gates. Their power level was at mid-tier 5, but in environments of extreme cold, they could fight at late-tier 5 or even reach quasi-tier 6. Go kill him. With a spell, Luo Zhishui embedded Gu Kei's information and coordinates directly into the frost demon's minds, then opened another portal, its exit located near the Apocalypse Future train. With a furious roar, the frost demons turned and charged into the portal. Enslaved by the infernal contract, they had only one thought: to tear Gu Kei and his train into shreds. After finishing his arrangements, Luo Zhishui opened the chat channel and brought a few bounty hunters into the group. "The frost demons have been deployed. Now it's your turn," he said, his tone calm, yet laced with menace. "No problem, heading to the target zone now. Relax, this time we'll make sure he's as good as dead. We're professionals, way better than that arrogant idiot Fong Hong." The hunters all pledged their commitment and used tools to advance toward the lower tier areas. Meanwhile, the train commanders in the lower tier zones were also preparing for war. In Zone 12381, the Aurora Froststorm train had just been upgraded to Tier 4. Han sat in her commander's cabin as large sheets of icy crystals shot out from the train's front, sweeping through obstacles and monsters alike. I wonder what kind of strength the Apocalypse Future train has now. In Zone 66, the Doomsday Bastion train stood proudly. Xian looked smugly across the frozen plains ahead. His train, also freshly upgraded to Tier 4, had turned into an artillery fortress bristling with powerful cannons. Other Tier 4 train commanders from various regions were equally full of anticipation. Survivors who had endured countless battles were gradually evolving into warriors capable of holding their own. The former office workers, laborers, farmers, and students were long gone, replaced by train crews striving toward a future amidst an apocalypse. "Damn, it's so freaking cold outside." Sun Jia shivered as he returned to the train car. He had just completed a patrol on the roof, where the train, zipping through the frozen wasteland at 70 kilometers per hour, turned even the stillest plain into a gale-swept tundra. Thank goodness for the Lingshu spiritual core. All our defense systems are automated now, or it would have been a major hassle, a combat team member sighed. Though they'd been strengthened by treasure chests, the environmental conditions were still harrowing for most of them, unlike Sun Jie's tough constitution. Quit complaining. Once you're all suited up in power armor, you won't feel the chill anymore, Sun Jie said, blowing out a smoke ring and smirking at the non-armored members, earning himself a round of playful jeers. 30 minutes until the emergence of the Hunter's Swarm. Remember your shooting positions and combat assignments. Gao Tian, moving through the car, stopped to ask. Got it down. The elites, clad in power armor and armed with brand-new assault rifles and rocket launchers, were bursting with morale and itching for the enemy to arrive. In the commander's cabin, I turned to Su Yuan. You're switching to a ranged support role? He nodded firmly. Yes. Compared to being an agility-based warrior, I think being a sharpshooter fits me better. His 100% speed boost not only increased movement and attack speed, but also applied to firing rate. His 30% evasion rate gave him an edge in gunfights too. All right, the arc rifle is yours, and take the new electromagnetic cannon as well, I said after some thought. Thank you, boss. Su Yuan's eyes lit up with excitement. Equip yourself with power armor, an assault rifle, and a rocket launcher as well. Got it. After sending Su Yuan off, I went to my quarters and looked at the two women readying their gear. You're both certain about heading to the front lines? Yes. Having been granted the Marshal's insignia, there's no reason for us not to go, Lin Yining replied solemnly as she secured her power armor. Next, I looked at Su Xinyu. When it came to my own woman, I couldn't deny having some bias. You too? Even though you're a support specialist? Yes. Since receiving the Marshal's insignia, I can't just hide behind you and bring you shame, she said resolutely. I'll be careful and stick behind armored cover as much as possible. I sighed in resignation. 10 minutes until the emergence of the Hunter's Swarm. Inside the train cars, everyone was calm, aside from the newly taken captives. As long as I was here, the Apocalypse Future train was invincible. Seething roars echoed from the horizon. Slowly, every train in the lower tier zone began to decelerate until they all came to a full stop. My pupils contracted. This time, the incoming swarm wasn't mobile. It was entrenched in fixed defenses. Don't panic. Get ready, Gao Tian commanded from the rooftop. Stopping's actually better. Less exposure to the freezing wind. Sun Jie encouraged the team, while Su Yuan quietly prepared his weapons. The Lingshu system began preemptively controlling the train's cannon, aiming at the distant swarm. Boom, boom, boom. The cannon fired, smashing a huge gap into the black mass of monsters. Fucking amazing. Sun Jie cheered, pumping his fists. Just then, an eerie dark portal appeared silently behind the swarm, unnoticed. The frost demons had arrived. The vast hordes surged toward the train at full speed. Leading the pack were Tier 2 Icefield wolves, with dense, fluffy fur capable of deflecting blades, bullets, and other projectiles of similar caliber. Who do they think they're intimidating? These guys. Sun Jie sneered through his binoculars, only for his expression to shift drastically. Wait, there's something on them. Crawling amidst the wolves' fur were swarms of spiders. Information came swiftly from Su Xiaodong's data feed. Tier 1 frost spiders, capable of leaping onto enemies and detonating, releasing large amounts of frigid air. Everyone's expressions turned grim. This second wave was significantly tougher than the first. Behind the wolf pack, a group of Tier 3 ice ogres marched forward in unison. Draped in wolf pelts, they wielded massive ice spears, carried rock shields, and drove the wolves ahead as cannon fodder. Amongst them, several shamans adorned with bones and voodoo trinkets swayed in an ecstatic dance. From the shaman's ritual, dark blue energy coalesced on the ground, forming cursed magic circles. A gust of frost-laden black wind swept through the entire horde. The Icefield wolves howled in unison as their bodies swelled noticeably, and their speed doubled in an instant. Even the spiders crawling on their fur emitted a blue-white gleam, their explosive power enhanced. Prepare, Gao Tian shouted. At his command, everyone raised their weapons and aimed forward. 3, 2, 1, fire. Dozens of rifles erupted into a symphony of gunfire, weaving a net of deadly rounds through the advancing horde's vanguard. Initiate obliteration mode. Full spectrum firepower. Auto-reloading engaged. Deploy arm mechs. Maintenance drones ready for deployment, rang the Lingshu's mechanical voice. In the munitions car, the heads of battle mechs lit up with blue energy while hundreds of spider-like repair drones slithered into their armor segments, poised to act at a moment's notice. Boom. The train's cannon fired another deafening shell, and the projectile crashed into troll encampment. A small mushroom cloud rose into the air. The shockwaves, swirling with blood and flesh, turned into a downpour of crimson rain. The trolls, previously so arrogant, now ran in all directions with their hands over their ears, the shaman's frantic roars doing nothing to stop the chaos. Taking out a dozen trolls with a single shot? as expected of the purple railgun. However, the cost was steep. A single shell required 100 construction materials and 25 rare metals. Thankfully, the rewards from the kills helped cover the expenses. Kill Tier 3 Ice Troll. Gain 27 construction materials, 12 rare metals for components. Kill Tier 2 Tundra Wolf. Gain 12 construction materials. Kill Tier 1 Frost Spider. Gain 2 rare metals. With resources pouring in, my heart eased a little. Soulburn Legion. Summon. 50 skeleton warriors, accompanied by the icy winds of the Netherrealm, appeared around the train. The heavily armored skeletal warriors immediately charged to the front lines, their soul-ignited blades slicing through the tundra wolves with ease. Elemental arrows flew out at the rate of 1 per second, taking down enemies with precision. The skeletal mages cast fireballs, lightning strikes, and earth spikes, creating a deathly wall as the howling wolf pack fell piece by piece. Ever since I ascended to Tier 5, their power had skyrocketed. This feels amazing. Sun Jie fired an RPG into the wolf pack, doubling over in laughter as wolf corpses flew in every direction. Careful, ice trolls incoming. Su Yuan activated the railgun, its energy blast shattering the troll's shield. The plasma erupted, paralyzing the troll before several RPG shots blew it to pieces. Vine Guardians. Thunderpalm. Fireball technique. Lin Yining single-handedly cleared a vast area, her spells wreaking devastation. Standing on the train roof, I observed the battlefield, quickly noticing that things weren't so optimistic. Behind the monster horde, shamans were conducting a sinister sacrificial ritual. Ice trolls dragged screaming humanoids to a makeshift altar. As the shamans chanted incantations, they plunged bone daggers into their captives' hearts. Blood sprayed out, coalescing into crimson orbs that extended tendrils, stabbing directly into the ice trolls. Roar. Once blue-skinned, the trolls turned blood-red. Their massive forms swelled from 3 meters to 5 meters, their skin growing hardened crimson keratin, now clad in blood-stained ice armor. Their weapons and shields were equally enhanced. These now blood-red trolls were already at mid-tier 4 in strength. I'll take them out. Focus on defense. Propelling off with sheer force, I leapt from the train roof. The impact caused the carriages to shake, drawing startled cries from the lower deck passengers. But upon seeing it was me, their morale spiked, and they opened fire furiously. Take out the leader, the shaman, first. Through the howling cold wind, I plummeted into the center of the battlefield. The force of landing alone killed a swath of tundra wolves, turning the spiders crawling on their pelts into frozen mist. With successive leaps, I closed in on the shaman. Waving its staff, it screeched in a frenzy as the blood trolls charged toward me with thundering roars. Pathetic fools. I flexed my hands, flames igniting along the chains I wielded just as I was about to swing. Roar, human. Die. 2 earth-shattering howls erupted from behind the shaman. Startled, I turned my gaze. A pair of 10-meter-tall frost behemoths barreled toward me, exuding an overwhelming aura of savagery. Seeing the menacing visage of the frost behemoths, the shaman and the remaining trolls scattered in terror. That hellish, higher plane aura utterly extinguished any will for resistance among the ordinary monsters. Late Tier 5? Suspicion clouded my thoughts. Why would monsters of this caliber appear in a rampage swarm? Something was off here. No time to think. One of the behemoths had already reached me, slamming its massive fists downward. Steel body. Boom. Raising my arms to block. The ferocious impact forced a muffled groan from me as a bitter metallic taste rose in my throat. Worse, a surge of icy energy seeped into me with the attack, momentarily freezing me in place. In the next instant, the other frost behemoth's fist smashed into my waist, sending me flying across the icy terrain, skidding for dozens of meters. Weak human. Ha ha ha. The frost behemoths laughed as they chased after me, their bodies radiating a chilling frost mist that spread in all directions. Their innate ability, Deadly Frost Mist, reduced enemy attack speed by 30% and movement speed by 50%. Once enveloped, there was no escape except a head-on confrontation. Damn it. Whether it's by mistake or not, time to fight. Since the apocalypse began, I had yet to suffer such a grievous blow. The behemoth's 10-meter height made their movement speed chillingly fast, and in the blink of an eye, they were in front of me again, their frost-encrusted fists striking down. Soul barrier. Boom. Their fists were completely blocked. My eyes burned with fury. Soul flame storm. A massive whirlwind of soul fire erupted, engulfing the 2 frost behemoths. With its armor-piercing properties, their icy shells cracked and exploded under the searing flames. The attack power of the reinforced chains was terrifying, while the accompanying soul-searing anguish elicited agonized howls from the behemoths. Arg! Shut up, damn it! The spiked chains tore into their flesh mercilessly, their agony driving the frost behemoths into frenzies, wildly lashing out at me. Our brutal clash made such a tremendous commotion that it overshadowed the entire Rampage Swarm's assault. This won't do. We need to help Gu Kei. Master, we're coming. Lin Yining was frantic, pulling Su Xinyu along to assist. Stay back. I can handle this on my own. Punching one behemoth in the face while wrestling the other with my chains, I barked out my frustration. Did they really think I was made of clay? But, no buts. The shaman is heading toward the future doom. Stay put and defend yourselves. I glanced over. The shaman was leading the blood trolls straight toward future doom. Lingzhu, engage freely. Don't worry about saving ammunition. Copy that. The train's railgun rotated, locking onto its target with a deafening roar, only for the cunning shaman to use an ice troll as a shield, enduring the blow under the protection of its energy barrier. Electromagnetic cannon. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yuan fired, blasting the shaman into the air. It collapsed to the ground, bloodied and stunned. The battle grew fiercer, with waves of monsters crashing against the train's defenses. I'll kill every last one of you. Sun Jie, clad in powered armor, unleashed a rampage of slashes and gunfire, slaughtering the wolf pack until none remained. Machine guns spewed a relentless hail of bullets, painting the icy ground around the train with gore and severed limbs. Just as everyone fought desperately, 3 teleportation gates appeared at the battlefield's edge. The bounty hunters hired by Luo Zhishui had arrived. All 3 were Tier 5. Leading the group was Tang Zhun, a brawny man excelling in close-quarters combat. Next was Fu Zhou, a gaunt young man specializing in curse magic and devastating soul attacks. Lastly, Qi Ying, an aloof, statuesque woman wielding an advanced sniper rifle, expert in stealth and assassination. Well, looks like things are heating up. Fu Zhou chuckled as he summoned malevolent spirits, commanding them to devour the chaos of the battlefield. The lost soul. Where's that brat? Hurry up and kill him so we can wrap this up. Tang Zhun impatiently searched everywhere for me. Up ahead, fighting the snow demons. Qi Ying replied as she put on her tactical helmet, quickly locking in on my location. Then what are we waiting for? Charge. Tang Zhun pulled out his dirt bike, revved it up, and shot off, leaving the other 2 behind in a trail of dust. TCH, do brainy martial artists all have a few screws loose? Fu Zhou shook his head, wincing as if suffering a toothache. He retrieved a bone-crafted flying vessel and began to follow. Qi Ying, though, couldn't help but harbor doubts. How could a 4th-tier survivor withstand the attacks of the snow demons? Whatever. Even if he's 5th tier, it doesn't change anything. She had taken down similarly ranked opponents before, so she brushed off her thoughts and turned in another direction, toward a low hill 500 meters away. It was the perfect spot for sniping. The 3 moved swiftly and soon reached the scene. By then, I had already gravely injured one snow demon, leaving it on the ground, while engaging the other in a fierce duel. Something's off. How is this kid so strong? Tang Zhun's pupils constricted. The late 5th-tier snow demon was actually at a disadvantage? Hiss. Luo Zhishui's intel was wrong. Fu Zhou's heart thudded loudly in his chest. You're telling me this is a 4th-tier fighter? The 2 exchanged a glance and launched their attack at me simultaneously. Su Xinyu, take him down while he's weak. Su Xinyu. Who cared what tier I was? Fighting would reveal the truth soon enough. Bear strike. Tang Zhun roared as he stomped forward with heavy steps, his palms slamming together like a giant bear's deadly swipe. Haunting devour. Fu Zhou tossed a small flag into the air, summoning a swarm of eerie wailing spirits to surge at me. Damn it, what's going on? These people. I was just starting to enjoy the thrill of battle when the sudden ambush forced me to retreat. At the same time, Qi Ying, having secured her shooting position, brought me into her crosshairs. Bang! She fired decisively. The recoil sent her sniper rifle skidding back, etching a faint trace along the icy surface. She was lying prone at the ridge's edge, concealed within the frozen shrubbery. Her combat suit had shifted from gray to a snowy white, blending seamlessly with the wintry landscape, almost undetectable to the naked eye. The armor-piercing bullet slammed into the middle of my back, but to her utter disbelief, a thin soul shield fully absorbed the bullet's impact. What kind of defensive skill was this? Gritting her teeth, Qi Ying didn't hesitate to fire again. Meanwhile, Tang Zhun's palm struck my arm squarely. Haha, still daring to block my blow. He bellowed with laughter. His bear strike wasn't just raw power. Hidden within were streams of needle-sharp inner energy, capable of wreaking havoc on internal organs the moment they invaded. Sigh. I thought he'd be tougher, but turns out he's just mediocre. Fu Zhou looked bored, watching as the ghostly spirits encircled me. Within the next second, they would burrow into my body, instantly reducing all my attributes by 50% and subjecting me to bone-deep agony. leaving me utterly incapable of resistance. Encased in their teamwork, though, I smiled. Ah, now I understand. Luo Zhishui, right? I abruptly lifted my head. You people are bounty hunters? Not bad, quite perceptive. Tang Jun sneered widely, raising his palms for another devastating strike. Too late to beg for mercy, now die. Troublesome. I smashed my fist into his palms, releasing a torrent of soul flames that scattered the wailing spirits into oblivion. What? He resisted my spectral army. Fuzhou's face darkened. Clenching his fingers into a spell gesture, he unleashed another attack. A crimson mist enveloped me, weighing down on my body and rapidly draining my vitality. Behind me, Qi Ying's attacks came raining down as well. I couldn't afford to get entangled in a prolonged fight. Dragging this out would spell disaster. Dodging left and right to evade their strikes, my mind raced through options. The team from Su Xinyu Doomsday Future Su Xinyu could not join this fight. Their strength was far too inferior. If they came, it would be nothing but a slaughter, and it would weaken me. Were there any tools that could break this deadlock? Scanning my storage space, my heart leapt with excitement. Su Xinyu Orbital Strike from space. Deals devastating damage to Tier 5 to 6 enemies within a 100-meter radius. Requires 10 seconds to lock on a target. Single-use item. Su Xinyu. I just needed to lure them into one spot, preferably with the wild hunting monster horde thrown in for good measure. With my plan set, I deliberately dove into the cluster of monsters. Using the chaotic combat between the creatures and Tang Jun's squad as cover, I disrupted Qi Ying's steady sniper aim. He's trying to run. After him, Tang Jun roared furiously, launching an aggressive charge. Fuzhou trailed closely, flinging dark arts to slow me down. Qi Ying finally abandoned her sniper position, switching to a large-caliber rifle to pursue. They had promised an extra hefty reward for killing me, and naturally, she'd maximize her gains. Even the two wounded snow demons staggered back to their feet, howling as they chased behind. Shit, did the boss stir up a hornet's nest? Sun Jie lowered his binoculars, utterly shocked. I shot them a quick message. Su Xinyu, stay back. Keep your distance, Su Xinyu. Everyone was baffled. Gao Tian scoffed and hollered. The boss knows what's best. Quit standing around and keep fighting. Why are you staring like idiots? Without hesitation, the armored mechas plunged into the monster horde, releasing a deluge of blood alongside the blood giants. Think you can escape? Where do you think you're going? Tang Jun's deadly palm strikes were blocked repeatedly by my counterattacks. Frustration burned visibly within him, his seething rage almost tangible. If you've got guts, face me one-on-one. What kind of coward are you to run? Dumbass. That single word from me had him shrieking with fury. The chase tightened, and in no time, I led them to the battle's central hub. Master, all pursuers are now within the strike zone. Sniper location marked. Ling Shu's voice murmured in my ear. All right, railgun is ready. Await my signal. Abruptly, I stopped, dodging Tang Jun's attack before springing toward Qi Ying in a leap. Oh, you think I'm an easy target? Qi Ying smirked coldly, pulling out her electromagnetic scattergun and firing immediately. The massive electric current swirled with alloy rounds, hammering into my shields. The once formidable soul barrier cracked visibly. A muffled grunt escaped me as iron chains lashed out and coiled around her legs. You thought I'd just stand here and let you kill me? She sneered defiantly, firing continuously. There was no way she was letting this prey slip away. Shit, you just want the final kill, don't you? Tang Jun and Fuzhou arrived, unleashing a barrage of attacks against me. Perfect. All together now. Using the chains, I wound all three of them, plus the snow demons, tightly together. Su Xinyu, activate orbital strike. Su Xinyu. A pinpoint of light appeared high above them, its tremendous energy spiraling outward in a terrifying crescendo. The countdown began. Su Xinyu. 10, 9, 8. Su Xinyu. No, something's wrong. Shit, we screwed up. This is bad. All three panicked, even the snow demons sensing imminent doom. They thrashed violently, desperate to escape. I yanked the chains tightly. Ganging up on me? Did you really think you had it in the bag? Su Xinyu. 5, 4, 3. Su Xinyu. Run? It's too late. The trio frantically pulled out life-saving tools. Run? Soul Flame Storm. A vast blaze of soul fire burned along the chains, searing their pain-stricken bodies and causing them to freeze momentarily in agony. Su Xinyu. 2, 1. Strike commencing. Su Xinyu. Ling Shu fire. The rumbling of cannons and roars of battle filled the air. Flames erupted across the battlefield, and a surge of energy painted everyone's world in a blinding white haze. The battlefield fell silent for a fleeting moment. only to be swept up moments later in a storm of explosions and shockwaves that sent everyone aboard the doomsday future spiraling in all directions. The smoke dispersed, and the frost-laden mist settled. I stood at the center, bloodied and barely able to keep my footing. At my feet lay the heavily injured and unconscious Qi-Ying alongside the shattered remains of the others. Damn, that thing packed one hell of a punch. I muttered to myself before collapsing backward, gazing skyward. Master! Boss! The panicked cries of my team echoed as they rushed over. When I awoke again, I was in a bedroom. Lin Yining was sitting beside me, her eyes red from crying, while Su Xinyu was still casting her healing spells. Master, you're finally awake. Lin Yining exclaimed, throwing herself into my arms. Su Xinyu stopped what she was doing, leaning closer too. I assessed my condition. No major injuries, and even my wounds had been cleaned meticulously. How long was I out? And what about that woman? Master, you were unconscious for approximately 28 minutes. Ling Shu's mechanical voice responded as a screen lit up. The prisoner is still heavily injured and remains unconscious in the corner of the bathroom. And outside, all monsters have been eliminated. The train is standing by, ready to depart. I patted the two of them reassuringly, changed into fresh clothes, and stepped out with them. As soon as Sun Jie and Su Yuan saw I was awake, they approached with big smiles to greet me. The battle scars were evident on their mechas, but spirits were high. Dr. Su's shields and healing work like a charm. Good work. You all stay busy. I'm going to check on the prisoner. In the corner of the bathroom, Qi-Ying was still unconscious. Her hands were bound tightly behind her back, and she was dressed in nothing but her underwear. Her entire body was fitted with several glinting, remotely controlled explosives. Not bad, I murmured, this being the first chance I had to really take a proper look at her. During the fight, all I noted was how ferocious she'd been, but upon inspecting her now, the cold, regal beauty was unmistakable. Su Xinyu carried a similar icy demeanor, but this woman was no joke, an authentic Tier 5 combatant. I had Lu Ning secure her equipment to avoid any mishaps. Lin Yining explained as she gestured toward the bombs. She is Tier 5 after all. Good job. Caution is definitely needed. I leaned in and kissed her on the cheek approvingly before etching a contract sigil onto Qi-Ying's stomach with a chain. Master, you certainly have unique tastes, Lin Yining teased, covering her mouth as she laughed. Xinyu, wake her up, I instructed. Raising her hand, Su Xinyu guided a few threads of glowing light into Qi-Ying's body. The effect was immediate. Ugh, wait, this doesn't feel right. Qi-Ying's senses returned immediately. Shouldn't she have been obliterated by the orbital bombardment? Fighting through the pain, she forced her eyes open, only to see us standing there. You, she exclaimed, taking a deep breath as she slumped against the wall, quickly realizing she was a captive. Still, she remained defiant. What could you possibly do to her? Recalling a few escape items stored in her inventory, her resolve strengthened. She casually began assessing her situation. Damn it, my equipment's gone, and this bastard even stripped me. Scum. Seeing the combination of explosives strapped to her and her state of undress, she felt equal parts mortified and furious. What do you want? Spit it out. Just so you know, I'm with the Iron Blood Alliance. Kill me, and you're signing your own death sentence. Watch your tone. Lin Yining's brows furrowed in anger, fire and thunder sparking to life in her hands. Kneel, I commanded calmly. Qi-Ying almost burst into mocking laughter. Did he actually think she'd kneel? But the next second, a searing pain ignited in her abdomen, forcing a scream out of her as her body involuntarily dropped to its knees before me. What did you do to me? She was utterly horrified, her gut instinct urging her to grab her escape tools, but her body refused to cooperate, moving entirely against her will. Hand over your escape tools to Lin Yining, I ordered. How do you even know? Qi-Ying's hope dimmed into pure despair. Your expressions gave you away. Unlike your current defeated face, you were full of confidence earlier, even when firing that shotgun at me, I explained. Watching her face pale further was immensely satisfying. Don't get too full of yourself. The Iron Blood Alliance will never let you go unpunished, she burst out in a last, desperate attempt to save face. How exhausting. All right, get on all fours and bark like a dog. You. Qi-Ying's eyes burned with fury. As someone on track to become an elite member of the Iron Blood Alliance, she had never suffered such humiliation. And yet, her body betrayed her, carrying out the degrading act. Bark, 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 bark. Her humiliation turned to tears as they streamed down her face. All her pride, all her aspirations for the future, were now shattered into nothingness. Good girl, Lin Yining said sweetly, stroking Qi-Ying's head with an amused smile. For reasons she couldn't quite explain, watching me control someone's life and death so definitively filled her with an indescribable thrill. Get your hands off me. Who do you think you are? Qi Ying's fury reignited as she snarled at Lin Yining. A dark glint flickered in Lin Yining's eyes. Master, she seems to have quite the rebellious streak. Shall I train her for a while? Not a bad idea, I nodded. From now on, you are to follow every one of Lin Yining's commands. But take care not to break her. She's still useful to me. I had other matters to attend to and didn't have time to interrogate this stubborn woman. Turning to leave, I heard Lin Yining perch lightly on the edge of the bathtub, crossing her legs with a predatory smile as she looked at Qi Ying. Now, it's just you and me, she said, amusement dancing in her voice. I stepped outside the train with Su Xinyu. A horde of maintenance bots scurried around, servicing the outer armor. Both mechs were extensively battered, but their overall condition wasn't too bad. Boss, here's the loot we've gathered. Gao Tian presented a meticulously engraved chest. Acquired. Frenzied Hunt Beast Horde Treasure, Chest X1. I lifted the lid. Frenzied Hunt Leader Badges, X12. Shaman Staff, X2. Plus 50% elemental spell damage. Plus 100% healing effectiveness. Ice Troll Armor, X3. Blocks damage from Tier 4 early rank attacks. On taking damage, releases Frost Nova, reducing enemy attack speed by 50% for 2 seconds. Production Line Module, X1. Can be applied to a special carriage to add an additional production line. The staves and armors were decent finds, but the production module was the real prize. Whether for armaments or agriculture, doubling production would be an enormous boost. After a moment of consideration, I decided to install the module in the munitions carriage. Fully activating both production lines would significantly bolster our firepower. Soon, everyone would be equipped with rocket launchers, assault rifles, and power armor, allowing us to dominate future station explorations. The shaman staffs were given to Su Xinyu to pass on to Lin Yining, while one ice troll armor was kept for my own use. The remaining ones were assigned to Gao Tian and Sun Jia. Even with the powerful soul barrier, additional layers of defense are always an advantage. The retired phantom armor was handed off to Cheng Peng for his use. Outside, passengers were scavenging for resources while Gao Tian led the combat team on patrol. Though the frenzied hunt beast horde had been defeated, the smell of blood continued to attract Tier 3 monsters by the droves. Can we use these wolf corpses for anything? They can be used, Master. Ice wolves are edible and can serve as food reserves. Good. Organize a team to start butchering the wolves, and don't waste the pelts either. Supplies have been running short lately. Many passengers could only step out briefly before rushing back into the train cars to warm up. But with the wolfskin suits, they could at least hold out a bit longer outside. This is easy. Lu Daong patted his chest confidently. When I was young, I learned it from my grandpa. Skinning, scraping off fat and meat, dehairing, soaking off blood, repeatedly pounding the hide, and finally smoking and sewing it. That's it. Who would have thought the contractor had this skill? I nodded. Whatever you need, just ask Ling Shu. Speaking of which, should we reevaluate the passengers' professions and skills again? As I walked toward the bombardment site, I sent a message to Lin Yining. No problem. I'll have Ling Shu send an electronic form shortly, came her quick reply. At that moment, inside one of the train cars, Lin Yining paced back and forth with a leather whip in hand, while Qi Ying followed her, terror-stricken, trailing closely behind her. Yining, the staff that our master gave you. Huh. Su Xinyu pushed the door open and paused in surprise before handing over the staff. You finished this so quickly? Qi Ying's gaze at Lin Yining was filled with fear and reverence. Far from done. Lin Yining twirled the staff in her hand and casually lashed Qi Ying with it. Did I allow you to look directly at me? Qi Ying flinched and quickly lowered her head in panic. Su Xinyu gasped audibly. What kind of power play was this? This was bad. She immediately turned and rushed out to find Lu Ning. She had to assemble the profession set synergy at all costs. Lin Yining gazed at Su Xinyu's retreating silhouette thoughtfully. Qi Ying might be a fresh asset, but Su Shouting couldn't just eat and do nothing. If she wanted to maintain her position in the master's heart, contributing more was the only way. She should have a talk with her. The rail bombardment was truly terrifyingly powerful. I stood right at the center of the explosion site. The ground beneath my feet had been blown into a massive crater, almost 10 meters deep. Tang Jun and Fu Zhou, having no protection whatsoever, were blown to smithereens, leaving no remains. Not even their gear dropped. Luo Zhishui. Just thinking about that crazy woman made my blood boil. It was clearly her sister who started it, yet she turned around and hunted me relentlessly. One day, I'm going to make both of you sisters my slaves. Time remaining until the event ends, 20 minutes. The system notification popped up. It was only then I remembered I hadn't checked the chat channel in ages. I wondered how many trains were still holding on. Opening it, cries for survival filled the screen. Everyone hang in there. Brothers, I can't hold on any longer, but you guys gotta push through. Endure it. Just 20 more minutes to victory. In Region 9527, the number of surviving trains had already dropped to 5,177. They hadn't even left the novice zone, yet the death toll was almost half. I kept my eyes on the screen as the numbers continued to drop. 5,177 quickly turned into 5,123. I sighed. Without a trading market, everyone had to rely on themselves to grind through this apocalypse. It was undeniably tough. If it weren't for my talent, I probably would have been just like them, struggling desperately to survive. Speaking of which, I wondered how Liu Yong and their military train were doing. A thought crossed my mind, and I shot him a message. Everything's fine on my end. Thank goodness for your equipment, or I'd be long gone by now. His ecstatic reply quickly reassured me. While I wouldn't call myself a saint, having more good people survive the apocalypse wasn't a bad thing. It increased the chance of rebuilding civilization after all, didn't it? Outside the train, Gao Tian and his team, clad in exosuits, were hauling 2 or 3 wolves at a time back into the train. Passengers without warm clothing were inside receiving them, carrying and sorting the meat. In the back storage car, which had now been transformed into a slaughterhouse, Sun Jie led a team skinning, boiling water, and bustling with activity. After counting, aside from the wolf corpses contaminated by explosions, we harvested a total of 40 tons of wolf meat. Over 1,000 icefield wolves, those vaporized or blasted into bits aside, the rest all ended up here. 40 tons. I was very satisfied. We had 270 people on the train. If each person ate 2 pounds a day, that was enough to last 5 months. In this frozen world where even slight movement consumed immense calories, this wolf meat was definitely the biggest reward of this event. Time remaining until event ends. 10, 9, 8. As the countdown appeared, everyone let out a collective breath of relief. Finally, it was over. Second wave of frenzied hunt event detected to be complete. Event leaderboard unlocked. Top 10 ranked trains will receive exclusive rewards. First place, Doomsday Future Level 5 train, Region 9527. Second place, End Fortress Level 4 train, Region 66. Third place, Aurora Cold Tide Level 4 train, Region 12381. As the leaderboard was unveiled, other regions burst with chatter. First place is him again. Haning bit her lip tightly, staring at the rankings in frustration. Meanwhile, in Region 66, Xian broke into hearty laughter at his second-place finish. Ha, bigger is better. Size rules. Having upgraded his End Fortress to Level 4, it was now a terrifying firepower stronghold, perfectly suited for stationary defense in events like this. But even Xian couldn't help admiring the Doomsday Future train. Not only did it take first place again, but it also leveled up to Level 5. How on earth did they manage that? Elsewhere, on the Bio train, Lu Ku also eyed the leaderboard. After acquiring the Level 4 Spider Queen, his train's strength had escalated once more. Against the wolf pack, his train spewed gallons of blood plasma, transforming the surroundings into a fleshy battlefield. The queen endlessly spawned parasitic eggs, turning a large number of wolves into her minions. Unless their battle power reached a critical threshold, his train was practically invincible. And as for me, here came my reward. Received first place exclusive reward. King's Turret Blueprint X1, Epic Chest X1. King's Turret, Level 4 Trained Defensive Weapon, fires dazzling shells to cause explosive damage. Construction cost, 500 construction materials, 200 rare metals, 100 components. Industrial-focused trains consume half the cost. Cold sweat broke out on my forehead. This top-tier reward was ridiculous. If I didn't have an industrial-focused train who could afford the 1,000 materials for 100 metals and 200 components price tag, I then opened the epic chest. Acquired Train Energy Shield X1. Train Energy Shield creates an energy armor upon activation, capable of withstanding Level 5 energy and magic-based attacks. Heaven's Gift activated. Gained additional Carriage Reinforcement Module X1, Mortar Blueprint X1. Carriage Reinforcement Module strengthens train compartments, increasing passenger recovery speed by 30% and enhancing resistance. Mortar, Arc Firing Cannon, effective against Tier 4 enemies, a long-range suppressive weapon. Assault Rifles, RPGs, Mortars. With this, the firepower configuration of the combat team was essentially complete. I immediately used the Reinforcement Module and Energy Shield. A layer of blue shield shimmered over the train's surface briefly before fading. Inside the carriages, subtle changes became apparent. The ventilation system emitted a faint, refreshing fragrance. Members visibly relaxed, their spirits lifted, and several persistent ailments started healing. Lingshu prioritized the production of Monarch turrets. Arm the train to its teeth. Understood. Adjusting the production line now. Estimated production time, 10 hours. Concept art has been sent. Please check, Master. I opened the panel to a view of black and gold energy cannons adorning both sides of the train roof. 4 Monarch turrets per carriage, with a total of 8 per carriage, were enough to transform the apocalypse future into the most terrifying war train. The final configuration is 4 per carriage, but due to current resource constraints, we'll prioritize installing them on the first 2 carriages. Current materials: 8,762 building materials, 4,315 rare metals, 2,896 parts. I glanced at the resources. It was overwhelming. These 8 weapons alone would consume 4,000 building materials, 1,600 rare metals, and 800 parts. All right, proceed with the installation. Although the railgun had decisively resolved this wave of the Hound Pack, the glaring deficiency in trained defensive weaponry was laid bare. Relying on team members' physical defense was not a sustainable solution. As powerful as the railgun is, having only one severely limits its capacity to handle large numbers of enemies. All rewards have been distributed. The announcement ended, and the train's power resumed as it slowly set into motion. Exhausted passengers collapsed onto their bunks in deep sleep. As for me, I lay in my cabin, enjoying the massages of Su Xinyu and Lu Ning. The icy glow of the frozen world outside streamed through the windows, making their fair skin appear even more radiant. I was utterly drained. Since leaving the abandoned military base, I hadn't properly rested. Between the Hound Pack assault, the appearance of snow demons, and the ambushes by bounty hunters, any misstep could have spelled doom. During the final railgun bombardment, my desperation to survive was the only thing that gave me the boldness to activate that item. While Su Xinyu's abilities had healed most of my injuries, the weariness and internal damage accumulated in my body had yet to dissipate. A soothing coolness seeped into my body, alleviating my exhaustion and gradually healing my internal wounds through the nourishment of spirit liquid. I opened my eyes and studied Lu Ning's attire. A form-fitting pencil skirt, black stockings, high heels, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, a classic urban office worker look. On the other side, Su Xinyu had switched to a short, slit nurse's outfit. "And Master, is this pressure okay?" Lu Ning timidly asked, her hands inexperienced and voice soft. "It's fine. Feel free to press a little harder," I replied. With my Tier 5 abilities, normal massages no longer had much effect. As I enjoyed the moment, I pondered over how to make the best use of Lu Ning's talents. If I remembered correctly, she used to work in sales, right? Central Station. The name appeared in my mind once again, a place I had first heard about after the initial wave of the Hound Pack. Perhaps for someone skilled at persuasion like Lu Ning, her true potential would only begin to shine upon arriving there. Just as I was engrossed in these thoughts, a warm sensation spread over my skin. Meanwhile, back in the dining carriage, Su Xiaodong pouted innocently. Do I need mugwort too?" Lin Yining, her brows furrowed in fury, pointed to Qi Ying, who was sprawled on the floor. "Yes, you need it too. Otherwise, you'll end up just like her." Okay, fine. Big sis, you don't need to be so fierce." Su Xiaodong pouted even more, though this didn't stop her from stuffing a piece of chocolate into her mouth. Lin Yining stormed over, grabbing Su Xiaodong by the face. Eat, eat, eat. You're such a hopeless foodie. You're driving me crazy." From the bedroom to the bathroom, and finally under a shared blanket, I managed to get the most restful sleep I'd had in ages. When I opened my eyes, I realized I had slept a full 10 hours. That's odd. No updates from the station yet, I muttered, sitting at the dining table in puzzlement. Perhaps after the big battle, everyone needed a break. Lin Yining commented as she placed a plate of steak and eggs before me, along with a basket full of bread and juice. "Thank you for the effort." I scratched my head, feeling a bit guilty. After all, while Su Xinyu and Lu Ning were still in bed, there she was cooking for me. The scene greatly resembled that of a neglected primary partner. Humph. She was quicker than me. "It's all Su Xiaotong's fault." Lin Yining huffed before leaning in to plant a kiss on my cheek, sitting down to recount Su Xiaotong's antics. Haha, did she really say that? I need mugwort too. I couldn't stop laughing. The foodie youth was just too amusing. I was about ready to faint from anger while she was still happily chomping on chocolate. Lin Yining feigned frustration, though her joy at seeing me laugh was evident. "By the way, Qi Ying has surrendered completely," she added while casually perching herself on my lap. So quickly, I was slightly surprised. Fully recruiting Qi Ying was an enormous boon to our long-range combat capabilities. "Did you learn anything useful from her? Like any info on the Iron Blood Alliance or her personal circumstances?" "Yes," she nodded and began explaining. Qi Ying, a Tier 5 elite sniper, specialized in long-range assassinations and stealth operations, affiliated with the mid-tier sector's 3-star guild, the Iron Blood Alliance, as one of their reserve elites. She revealed that after a train passes through the trials and final checkpoint of the initial sector, it gains entry to the mid-tier sector. Operations in the mid-tier zone become much more flexible. Teams can freely choose which stations to explore, stop along the road to scavenge resources, and unlock advanced features such as guild memberships, trade channels, and cooperative dungeon expeditions. In summary, the initial tier is essentially a beginner's tutorial. It's only upon reaching the mid-tier level that survival as a train truly begins. What about the central station? I inquired. The central station serves as the safe zone of the mid-tier sector. All trains can pay a fee to dock there for maintenance and rest, essentially a rest stop along the highway of this apocalyptic world. I nodded approvingly. It appeared that her interrogation had been thorough. Next, it seemed, our path lay through the so-called trials and checkpoints of the initial zone. Qi-Ying was then brought forward, obediently kneeling as she confessed. The trials and checkpoints are linked together in an extensive test zone. During that phase, all trains in the region will converge into a shared space to face a massive onslaught of monsters. When does it begin? I pressed. Before I advanced to the mid-tier sector, it occurred right after the second wave of hound packs. End of the line. Another station passed before we received the trial notification. This response left me stunned. At this rate, the Doomsday Future Express wouldn't have much time left to prepare, just another station away, and we would face the challenge? I exchanged a glance with Lin Yining, and worry flickered in both our eyes. While processing this information, a new station notice appeared on the panel. Current speed, 70 kilometers per hour. Estimated arrival in 5 hours at the station, Yellow Springs Necropolis. Yellow Springs Necropolis. Danger level 4 to 5. Team action strongly advised. Estimated stop duration, 24 hours. Moments later, all the core members gathered in the Monarch carriage. Yellow Springs Necropolis. Danger level 4 to 5. Gao Tian muttered, anxiety evident as he read the description. Isn't this escalation happening way too fast? Just the name sounds like a place swarming with ghosts and zombies. Will modern firearms even work there? Who cares? Just fight and get it over with. Sun Jie responded in his usual reckless manner. Let's observe the station first. We should get a clearer picture of the situation before taking action, Lin Yining suggested, and the majority agreed with her strategy, including Sun Jie, who nodded in approval. After all, during the deserted military base mission, the train itself had played an instrumental role in the initial cleanup. After finalizing basic arrangements, I held Lin Yining back for a word. Qi-Ying has to be brought into play. With her Tier 5 strength, she can be a significant asset to the team. Got it. I'll find her some battle gear. I walked into the bedroom and looked at Qi-Ying, who sat on the floor. I couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Ever since she was conditioned, she had been obedient, standing quietly to the side. Even the way she looked at me was filled with submission and docility. I couldn't figure out what kind of method Lin Yining used to make her so compliant. When we arrive at the station, your job is to protect Lin Yining and Su Xinyu. Understood? Yes, master. Qi-Ying replied, nodding with complete subservience. 3 hours later. This place, why does it give me the creeps? Sun Jie muttered, holding a pair of binoculars and looking toward the distant station. Hundreds, possibly thousands, of graves dotted the entire mountain city, and ghostly fires swirled amidst them. Standing in the carriage, I surveyed the creepy Yellow Springs necropolis and couldn't help but let the corners of my mouth curl upward. My soul flame-based skills had long been eager to see some action. The train slowly pulled into the platform. Fully armed, we prepared to face the upcoming battle. Whoa, that's a lot of them there. Look at that zombie. Its claws must be about a foot long. Do you think these ghosts can be killed with guns? The combat group bantered away, completely unconcerned. After countless battles, they'd grown accustomed to handling danger with remarkable composure. Don't leave the train yet. Wait for my orders, Gao Tian commanded, instantly silencing everyone. Looking toward the platform, I saw hordes of zombies roaring and waiting for the train to come to a complete stop. How polite of them to wait until we're at a full stop before boarding. I joked. Lin Yining's attention was fixed on a ghostly woman emerging through the wall. Faint rolls of thunder sparked in her palm. Her fireball spells and thunder palm technique were practically kryptonite for dealing with ghostly entities. With the addition of her magic shield and her shaman staff, she could now hold her own even against Tier 4 monsters. Still, I had no intention of sending her into the fray. I had a better option. Ling Shu, activate the Monarch turrets. Begin clearing the area around the station. Affirmative. Fire control systems activated. Preparing for combat. On the train roof, 8 Monarch turrets lit up, their barrels locking onto the zombies and ghosts outside. Commence area bombardment. Fire. In an instant, beams of golden light streaked through the air as 8 radiant shells struck various points around the station. With Ling Shu's precise targeting, not a single shot overlapped, and each landed right on target. What the hell was that? Is this some kind of new weapon? Called Monarch turrets or something? Holy crap, it just obliterated them in one shot. The team, who had been bracing for battle, now crowded against the windows, their jaws hanging open in disbelief. The zombies and ghosts didn't even have a chance to scream before they were vaporized into ashes by the purifying light. This thing is ridiculously overpowered, Sun Jia muttered, staring blankly at the now empty station. Not a single ghost was left, and the eerie atmosphere had completely dissipated. It looked just like an ordinary passenger platform again. I was satisfied. This weapon was incredibly effective against spectral and undead creatures. It could easily hold its own as a Tier 5 train weapon. With the area cleared, everyone disembarked. Our passengers didn't even need instructions anymore. They automatically began dismantling fixtures, carrying out chairs, and meticulously scavenging anything of value. Professional scavengers, guaranteed not to leave a single needle or thread behind, I quipped. Lin Ening chuckled. Wow, our group's slogan is practically the opposite of what a regular team would have. Summoning my Soul Flame Legion and Vine Shield Guardians, Lin Ening and I walked out of the station. As soon as we stepped through the main gate, what greeted us stopped me in my tracks. Hundreds upon thousands of spectral entities swarmed throughout the mountain city. The dense, oppressive ghostly aura dyed the streets a sickly green. Screams and howls filled the air, a cacophony that clawed at the mind. So many ghosts. This place needs a serious purge. Lin Ening stepped forward, thunder and flame crackling in her palms, eagerness gleaming in her eyes. Ever since she gained her abilities, her appetite for battle had grown immensely. I chuckled and had the Soul Flame Legion flank her protectively. Go ahead, I'll cover you. Truthfully, I was eager to see her in action as well. Thunder Palm. Fireball technique. A lightning bolt as thick as an adult's forearm shot through a zombie's chest, piercing through several others before stopping. A fireball, the size of a watermelon, roared forth and exploded, disintegrating over a dozen spectral figures in one go. My eyes lit up. Her warlord's seal-enhanced skills seemed to grow exponentially stronger alongside her overall power. Destroy her. Ghost-devouring massacre. A malevolent shout rang out above. A Taoist zombie, clad in tattered robes and emanating late Tier 4 energy, floated in the air. His long white beard swayed as though animated by an unseen force, and the blood-red glow of a phantom summoning banner in his hands shot out in all directions. The light struck zombies and ghosts alike, instantly driving them into a berserk frenzy as they lunged at us with alarming speed. Soul Flame Tempest. I stepped forward. A whirlwind of soul-searing flames erupted around me, engulfing countless creatures in its fiery embrace. Soul embers scattered, igniting the spectral miasma from nearby graves and transforming it into blazing clouds that spread outward. Ah! How! The anguished screams of burning spirits and zombies echoed as the fiery storm consumed them, reducing the terrifying assault to nothing in an instant. The Taoist zombie's face twisted in fury. How dare you defy the might of the 10,000 Ghosts Alliance? You will not be spared. He began chanting incantations, readying his dark magic. 10,000 Ghosts Alliance? Huh. My mind immediately leapt to someone. Lu Wenxuan, the wicked sorcerer from the cursed village. As I recalled, still cursed by his token. What a trash wild dog alliance. Die already. I propelled myself forward with immense force, cracks webbing across the ground as I shot toward the zombie Taoist. My soul-scorching chains swung out with a violent momentum, the sinister murmurs they emitted even overshadowing the wails of ghosts. Oomph. An ant trying to shake a tree. The Taoist sneered coldly. He conjured a soul shield around himself. White bones and blood appeared out of thin air, forming a sturdy set of deathly soul armor. This armor could effortlessly withstand late Tier 4 attacks, his proudest spell. He didn't believe I could break through. But the moment the chains touched him, his expression changed dramatically. No, this power is too great. It was already too late for him to dodge. Boom! My strike exceeded his wildest expectations, sending him crashing from midair and burying him into the ground. That's it. What the hell are you even pretending for? I landed from the air, my second strike already prepared. The Taoist was left dizzy and disoriented from the impact, cracks webbed across his deathly soul armor. Seeing me descend again, he hastily ignited a talisman. Substitute puppet. A decoy puppet appeared to take the blow for him, and he transformed into a gust of ghostly wind, escaping deeper into the tomb. Coward! I spat, smashing the puppet with a single chain strike. My gaze fell upon the blue treasure chest in front of me. By now, seeing a blue-quality item no longer stirred any excitement in my heart. Obtain Soulfire Talisman Skill X1. Greedy Harvest in effect. Additionally obtain Taoist's Robe X1, Talisman X50. Lin Yining's eyes lit up with joy as she threw herself into my arms, blinking cutely and wriggling around. This treasure chest seemed tailored for her. After paying the price of about 10 minutes, her face flushed with satisfaction as she finally tried out her new skill. Soulfire Talisman. Shoot a Soulfire Talisman, dealing effective damage to Tier 4 enemies and immobilizing them for 3 seconds. Requires Talisman X1. Charge. Lin Yining, with a talisman pinched between her fingers, directed it toward distant zombies. The talisman ignited with ghostly blue flames in an instant, transforming into 5 streaks of light that flew toward her targets. After the Marshal's Mark enhancement, 1 talisman turned into 5. Boom, boom, boom. The Soulfire talismans exploded into blooms of ghostly flames on the zombies' chests, immobilizing them and burning them to ash where they stood. My eyes glimmered. Impressive. This skill is quite handy. Next time we ran into that Taoist, her ability would prove invaluable in controlling him. Now I can help my master. The girl beamed brightly, spinning around to admire her new outfit in the window's reflection. Taoist robe. Resists Tier 4 attacks. Increases maximum mana by 30%. The moon-white robe made her look ethereal and otherworldly, like an immortal untouched by the mundane world. At that moment, our combat squad caught up, launching attacks on the zombies and spirits. Mortars roared incessantly, bombing the undead mercilessly. The entire street became a sea of fire. The mountain cemetery burned in blazing light, illuminating half a hillside and dispersing much of the sinister ghostly aura. Zombies had hard skin, could leap high, and moved quickly, but they were still at a disadvantage against modern weaponry. Corpse energy eruption? I had an RPG. Tough armor? Could it rival grenade shrapnel? Jumping high? That just made them moving targets. After a round of mortar bombardments, the zombies couldn't even reach us before they fell, becoming corpses on the ground. The munitions car manufacturing line churned out ammunition continuously, and any stragglers were swiftly disposed of by Sun Jie and Gao Tian. Su Yuan stood on high ground, using a railgun to break up the monster formations in coordination with RPG shots. Meanwhile, Qi Ying lay prone atop the station, sniper in hand, picking off the most threatening monsters one by one. With her Tier 5 strength, even her casual shots were lethal, far beyond what ordinary monsters could endure. Quite the handy catch, Lin Yining remarked as she turned her gaze to Qi Ying upon hearing the gunfire. This situation is extremely rare. Everyone in the intermediate zone usually has their own escape tools. I looked at the teleportation rune I had retrieved from Qi Ying. Teleportation rune transports the user to the central station outpost upon use. According to Qi Ying, a single rune cost a whopping 10,000 train coins, the equivalent of a month's salary for a train conductor in the intermediate zone. Train coins, which were now introduced as the new anchored currency of the area, could only be earned by killing monsters or opening treasure chests. This could be troublesome, Gao Tian said, standing at the front line, observing the howling ghosts. Conventional firearms and physical attacks were useless against them. Only elemental or soul-based attacks could deal significant damage. Don't panic. I'm leaving the Soulfire Legion here. I waved my hand, commanding the Soulfire Legion to join the combat squad directly. Once archers and mages joined the fray, the pressure on the team lessened considerably. A storm of arrows and magic rained down upon the battlefield, shredding the ghostly apparitions. Those with even a hint of intelligence dove into the ground to tremble in fear, not even daring to poke their heads out. I could imagine their silent curses. Where did this demon come from? Meanwhile, deep in the necrotic crypt, the zombie Taoist, Wu Feng, whom I had pummeled earlier, was scrambling back to the tomb's core. At the center rested a massive sarcophagus, housing the true ruler of the crypt, a Tier 5 early-stage zombie known as General Ming. In his past life, this zombie was an imperial conqueror general of an ancient empire, a figure so drenched in bloodthirst and violent tendencies that he reincarnated as the master of this crypt. Wu Feng had been his advisor in that previous life. General Ming, it's not that I didn't try. The enemy is just too powerful. Wu Feng whined desperately, as if he had finally found his backbone, recounting my terrifying strength in full detail. You useless wretch. General Ming roared furiously. A violent, ghostly gale erupted throughout the tomb. Wu Feng immediately fell to his knees, trembling. A mere Tier 5 human, and you're already this scared? Pitiful. Blood-red bolts of lightning descended from the sarcophagus lid, striking Wu Feng and eliciting screams of agony. Have mercy, General. I truly couldn't defeat him. General Ming fell silent. Though this old schemer was cunning, he had reliable strength. For him to be beaten so decisively, General Ming's voice turned cold as he issued his orders. Go. Contact the Thousand Ghost Alliance and have them send reinforcements. I'm currently in secluded cultivation, I cannot afford any disturbances. Wu Feng scurried away in panic. This general was a key player in whom the Thousand Ghost Alliance had placed heavy bets. Once he advanced to mid-tier 5, he would be able to relocate the entire crypt to the Central Station's Thousand Ghost Alliance outpost, instantly upgrading their guild from Tier 4 to Tier 5. Such a leap would position them as one of the intermediate zone's powerhouse guilds, capable of rivaling factions like the Arcane Consortium and the Industrial Overlords. General Ming's breakthrough is of utmost importance. You must secure the concealment formations without any errors. Yes, it will be done, Wu Feng replied resolutely, finally feeling relieved after receiving the commands. Fierce barrage of attacks aimed directly at the unwelcome intruder. The fiery symbols she summoned streaked through the air and exploded with blazing intensity, forcing the red-robed man to swiftly leap back, narrowly evading the incoming flames. Grimly, I thought to myself, Su Xinyu kid, just wait until reinforcements arrive. I'll make you wish for death over life. Su Xinyu without delay, he began inscribing a hidden array around the tomb, effectively concealing the area in a cloak of secrecy. Meanwhile, we had already cleared out an entire neighborhood. Gotta admit, these power armors are perfect for demolition. Concrete crumbles with just one punch. Damn it, I was still inside moving stuff. Who knocked the building down? Ha ha ha, serves you right for messing around. The team moved eagerly, raiding materials while joking and laughing. Two armed mechs functioned as heavy machinery, tearing apart buildings with reckless abandon. Elsewhere, at 4 other hub locations of the zombie hive, 4 uniquely styled trains had docked into their stations and launched attacks against the undead horde simultaneously. On board the Su Xinyu Wolf Fang Su Xinyu train, its captain Lu Wei, brimming with an air of streetwise dangerousness, commanded his crew to unleash relentless assaults. Lu's S-Rank ability, Ammo Plunder, allowed him to replenish his munitions instantly by defeating enemies. This gave him the audacity to mow down zombies with his electric machine gun, plasma rounds detonating and shredding malevolent spirits into shreds. Aboard the Su Xinyu Black Demon Su Xinyu, Su Ying unleashed dark magic without restraint, summoning a terrifying 3-meter-tall Death Knight wielding a cursed sword. Blood and flesh soared through the air as his Death Knight wreaked havoc amidst the bloody carnage. Meanwhile, his ghastly passengers were visibly pale, having long been transformed into lifeless puppets. On the Su Xinyu train, Du Miao brought forth an overwhelming surge of vines and ancient war trees endowed with the essence of life. For zombies, the life energy acted like lethal poison, sizzling on contact. Benefiting from the blood and flesh of the undead, her vegetation domain rapidly expanded until gigantic war trees towered over the battlefield. Finally, aboard the Su Xinyu Warrior God Su Xinyu train, everything seemed more standard. But its captain, Xiao Kuang, was a mid-4th-tier martial artist. Every punch and kick he delivered carried the potency of celestial power, reducing zombies to body parts while single-handedly ensuring the safety of his passengers. Cheers and ecstatic cries erupted from the carriage behind him. These 4th-tier fiends are no big deal, Lin Yining remarked casually. She flung several fire talismans with a flick of her wrist, incinerating nearby enemies effortlessly. Thanks to the group's efforts, she had now amassed hundreds of talismans and was using them without hesitation. Yet, an ominous foreboding gnawed at me from within. Su Xinyu the 10,000 Ghost Alliance, the mid-tier zones, the Zombie Daoist, the Nether Zombie Hive. There's definitely a deeper secret hidden amidst all this, something I've yet to uncover at Su Xinyu. Anyway, you're here to back me up, aren't you? Lin Yining turned around, planting a light kiss on my cheek. Despite the ghostly aura surrounding us, this was our first time alone together. To her, it felt almost like a date with her boyfriend. Of course, no matter what happens, I've always got your back. Images flickered in my mind as I teasingly responded. Blushing furiously, she froze before landing a shy, playful smack on my arm. You're such a flirt. Deep within the tomb, a cacophony of anguished wails and scattering souls coalesced into a shadowy teleportation portal. Through it emerged 3 members of the 10,000 Ghost Alliance, each garbed distinctively, now standing before General Ming. Greetings, General Ming, the trio said respectfully, bowing toward the coffin and granting him ample esteem. General Ming was clearly pleased. Each of these newcomers, possessing 5th-tier early-stage abilities, rivaled his own strength. Moreover, opening a cross-regional teleportation gate demanded significant resources, underscoring the Alliance's regard for him. Wu Feng, cater to our esteemed guests properly. At once, General. Wu Feng complied immediately, bowing with a fawning smile as he escorted the 3 to enjoy some netherworld tea. Yet, once he discerned their true identities, cold sweat drenched him. The one clad in a vibrant red robe was host to multiple fifth-tier ghost brides inside his body, each greedily eyeing him. The Taoist, robed in black with intricate cloud patterns, wielded a horsetail whisk made from the souls of third-tier evil spirits, each strand crackling with power. The seemingly unassuming muscular man, dressed in plain clothes, bore skin crafted from the flesh of fifth-tier wraiths. Every breath he took emitted chilling energy, as if capable of ensnaring human souls. Despite his trepidation, Wu Feng couldn't help but rejoice inwardly. These three powerhouses would undoubtedly be the end of that troublesome brat. You claim he wields chains that can restrain spectral entities? The Taoist Wu Hun asked, his gaze filled with greed. His physical blows can shatter defensive barriers? The rugged Zhao Hu leaned forward, excitement gleaming in his eyes. And the woman at his side, she's a real beauty, skilled in Dao arts, you say? The red-robed Su Xiao smirked, feigning civility, yet clearly imagining something sinister. I swear upon my heart demon, every word is true. Wu Feng vowed to the heavens. Sharing knowing glances, the trio chuckled, thrilled by their newfound opportunity. Su Xinyu, what a gem we've stumbled on, Su Xinyu. So what are we waiting for? Find him and eliminate him, Zhao Hu declared, rising abruptly. The sooner we eliminate potential threats, the sooner we can recruit another fierce warrior for the 10,000 Ghost Alliance, Wu Hun remarked, wrapping his intentions in a shroud of righteous pretense. Hee, I can hardly wait to feast my eyes on this so-called beauty, Su Xiao added, transforming into a gust of sinister wind before vanishing, his spectral ghost brides shrieking as they manifested. Damn it, trying to hog the spoils. The other two cursed, immediately pursuing him. Wu Feng, activate the Corpse Chi Grand Array and lend them support. Understood, General. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of deathly energy erupted from the depths of the tomb, cascading outward in all directions. As the pale mist emerged, zombies and ghosts below immediately entered a frenzied state, their strength expanding by 30%. Sensing the invigorating purity of the soul energy hidden within the mist, Su Xiao howled triumphantly, surging forward with even greater speed. It was an unparalleled boon for 10,000 Ghost Alliance cultivators. Back on my side, Lin Yining and I were still clearing the area when we noticed a wisp of pale mist rising from the ground. Stay alert, something's not right. Tell everyone to initiate full protective measures, I ordered at once. Lin Yining quickly relayed the message through the train's communication channel. The group, previously busy scavenging, promptly retreated to the carriages and donned gas masks. I stretched out a hand to touch the mist, only for a sharp, icy pain to spread up to my body. But before it could go further, the hellfire on my chains flared to life, dispelling the chilling sensation and igniting the surrounding mist with a hissing sizzle, purging the oppressive cold completely. This stuff's not natural. Stay vigilant. Fortunately, members of the Soulfire Legion ignited their own hellfire, quickly clearing the mist within the controlled perimeter. Just as we prepared to continue our exploration, haunting laughter echoed in the distance as a cold wind surged toward us. What a stunning beauty! Su Xiao descended from the sky, his ravenous eyes sweeping up and down Lin Yining. TSK, too bad she's no longer pure. Still, she'll suffice. Go to hell. Who the hell are you, bastard? In an instant, I activated Lightning Rend. My soul flame-bound chains crackled with electricity as I lashed them viciously toward his position. Furious, Lin Yining didn't hold back, hurling a barrage of soulfire talismans at the enemy in rapid succession. The palm lightning combined with a fireball spell, determined to reduce him to ashes. Yet, Su Xiao stood unperturbed, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. That sight sent a chill down my spine. The attack landed with a thundering crash, creating a crater 3 meters wide on the ground. Fire and lightning triggered a violent elemental reaction, dispersing the surrounding white mist in an instant. An illusion? I froze mid-step. A moment ago, Su Xiao stood smirking a short distance away, completely unharmed, as if mocking my efforts. What a terrifying attack. Even I can barely withstand it. He wore a triumphant smile, though behind it, he was racked with frustration. His ghostly servant, however, was transmitting waves of intense fear. Run? Dangerous. Absolutely no match. Will die. He had encountered numerous counterspells in the past, initially confident in his ability to control the situation. But this was the first time he had witnessed his own ghostly servant wanting to flee. Chills crept up his spine. Su Xinyu, the survivors in this beginner zone are too powerful. Even in the intermediate zone, they'd stand out. Lucky I didn't engage directly. Otherwise, a single hit with that chain, and I'd lose at least a few of my ghostly servants. Su Xinyu. So, Su Xiao dared not act rashly, opting instead to bide his time while awaiting Zhao Hu and Wu Hun's arrival. Lin Yining and I kept a vigilant eye on him, equally cautious. Truthfully, the moment the fight began, Lin Yining had sensed something amiss. She had summoned Qi Ying immediately and now awaited reinforcements from Sun Jie and Gao Tian with their armored mechs. Every second delayed eased the mounting tension slightly. Ha! Just in time. A booming, rough voice roared from behind Su Xiu. Finally, this idiot has arrived. Su Xiu sighed with visible relief, turning to glance at Zhao Hu, who wore a chilling grin. Su Xinyu with this brute here. I only need to pick up the scraps. Su Xinyu. Zhao Hu's eyes locked onto Lin Yining and me. Not bad. That build, sturdy. His gaze drilled into me, as though he were appraising a body for transformation. Instinctively, Lin Yining edged aside, suddenly detecting something off. This grotesque, blue-skinned monstrosity wasn't ogling her. No, it was staring at me with a ravenous glint that made her shiver with disgust. I'm in position for the shot. Qi Ying's message came through, finally calming Lin Yining's unsettled nerves. Wu Han, standing just behind Zhao Hu, narrowed his eyes. Something wasn't right. Su Xiu arrived here first. Why hasn't he attacked yet? Su Xinyu's gaze settled on the massive crater, recalling Su Xiu's abilities. In an instant, he understood. Su Xinyu, so that's it. The target is proving too difficult. That coward Su Xiu doesn't dare move. Su Xinyu. A flicker of intrigue sparked within Wu Han. Su Xinyu, could this survivor truly possess such strength? Su Xinyu. Kid, I quite like your body. Zhao Hu, whose skin had been grafted with that of a demon, could no longer contain his desires. Once I kill you, I'll put it to good use. Ha! With a deep inhalation, Zhao Hu's skin hardened like iron. Demon horns sprouted from his head as he charged toward me like a cannonball. Kill! I roared, using Thunder Slash to teleport directly behind Zhao Hu. A soul flame storm of lightning and fire burst violently forth. Attack! Lin Yining unleashed her fire talismans, while Palm Lightning aimed directly at the demon before her. Su Xinyu bang! Su Xinyu Qi Ying's bullet, swift and precise, struck Zhao Hu squarely in the forehead. She pulled the bolt, firing a second shot immediately towards Su Xiu. Soul Ward. Su Xiu raised a hand, summoning a ghostly woman in a flowing blue dress who materialized from the void. With an eerie shove of her palms, a gust of chilling energy deflected the bullet. Soul-eating needles. Wu Han swung his whisk, and countless strands of black energy condensed into icy steel needles that surged toward Lin Yining. Erf! Zhao Hu cried out in pain. The bullet lodged in his brow began spreading frost across his face. In no time, his entire head was encased in ice, a feature of Qi Ying's frost-enchanted freezing bullets, capable of turning enemies into lifeless corpses locked in icy coffins. With a mighty punch, Zhao Hu shattered the ice covering his face. Just as he was about to unleash his rage, my chain struck him with brutal force. Su Xinyu boom! Su Xinyu lightning and fire exploded at his waist, leaving a gaping wound that continued to burn with soul flames, depleting his strength with every passing second. He howled in agony, sent flying into a nearby building as he tumbled and got back up in a pathetic state. Damn it! Where the hell did this guy come from? The excruciating pain sobered him somewhat. Wait a minute. Su Xiu, you bastard, set me up. It only now dawned on him. Su Xiu had held back because he knew he couldn't handle the fight. Zhao Hu turned to glare furiously at him. Damn you to hell. Haha, you're an idiot. Get in there already. Su Xiu snapped his fingers. Dark energy swirled around Zhao Hu's wound, instantly sealing it shut. Stop wasting time. This opponent isn't easy. Stay focused. Wu Han's eyes narrowed as he observed Lin Yining, who had conjured a magic shield to block his attacks. What should have been an easy task had unexpectedly turned into a tough battle. Blood shield. Wu Han cloaked Zhao Hu in a layer of crimson light. Now go. Fine. Zhao Hu growled, his hands morphing into massive claws as he lunged ferociously at me. You think you're a match for me? I sneered, landing a solid punch squarely on his face, sending him staggering several meters back. With my physical stats at 540% of the norm, my strength was monstrous. Even Zhao Hu, in his demonic form, was no match for me. But he wasn't ordinary either. His demon-born physique was tough and durable, and with the aid of his companions, he managed to endure. In fact, the searing pain seemed to awaken a more feral side of him, increasing his attack speed by a third. His claws swiped at my Frost Titan armor, releasing an icy blast that forced him to momentarily retreat. On the other side, Qi Ying's bullets were being expertly blocked by Su Xiu's ghostly servant, but they kept him occupied. Lin Yining, however, was struggling. Wu Han's spells were insidious and devious, often carrying a mind-altering effect. She wasn't as strong as him, and the battle quickly became perilous. If not for occasional support from me and Qi Ying, she would have been defeated already. Boss, leader, hell yeah, let's blow them to pieces. The heavy thuds of armored mechs echoed as Sun Jie and Gao Tian emerged from the dissipating white mist, brandishing their weapons as they advanced toward Zhao Hu. Ah, damn it. Their reinforcements have arrived. Zhao Hu's urgency spiked. If not for me standing in his path, he might have been able to rampage through the rest of the party on his own. Now, even the weakest among us posed a threat to him. Too weak, insignificant. Su Xiu sneered coldly. Behind him, the ghostly servant took to the air, assembling a sinister formation. Blood arrow technique. From the formation, countless blood-red arrows formed, hurtling toward us. High energy levels detected. Initiating mech defense protocol. Ling Shu quickly issued commands as the mechs raised massive alloy shields to block the onslaught. The hissing sound of corrosion filled the air as pits and holes appeared in the metal. You've signed your death warrant. Activating my soul barrier, I endured Zhao Hu's claw strike head-on, retaliating with a punch that pierced straight through his chest. Arg! Zhao Hu's agonized scream echoed as he yelled. Fall back. I can't hold on any longer. Don't think you've won just yet. Wu Hun's expression darkened as he flung a finger bone toward Lin Yining. The bone transformed into a beam of white light, shooting straight through her. A long-standing reputation for cruelty and abuses. If such a person gets their hands on the Yin soul fruits, who knows what further chaos he may incite. Little Tang, stay here and don't move, I instructed, pulling her down gently to crouch behind the rooftop's parapet wall. Her large, bright eyes blinked at me with both enthusiasm and obedience, a budding trust that now seemed fragile in this dangerous world. Be careful, car captain, she whispered, her soft and steady voice tugging at my heart. I nodded and tightened my grip on the soul fire chains that had become a part of my very being. Without waiting any longer, I leaped off the building with a swift motion, my body cutting through the chill of the air and landing silently on the outskirts of the battlefield. My sudden arrival went unnoticed amidst the clash of bullets and the singeing screams of burning treefolk. The first of Lu Wei's men met their instant demise under the crushing weight of my chains. They curled around him like snakes lit ablaze with unnatural fire, his cries gurgling out as his body was reduced to cinders. Chaos erupted as the team spun around. Their attention snapped off the plant creatures and onto me. Who the hell? One man shouted, his weapon clattering to aim at me. I didn't let him finish. My chains lashed out with a malevolent whip crack, severing his weapon in two before his screams joined the cacophony of the dead. No interference would be tolerated on this hunt for salvation. Lin Yining's salvation. Who dares to interfere? Lu Wei's voice boomed, the unmistakable fury of a man whose dominion was being challenged. He emerged from the haze of smoke, eyes locking onto mine with a murderous intensity. You have no idea who you're messing with, stranger. I don't care to know, I replied coldly, stepping forward with slow, deliberate strides. The chains danced around me like wraiths, their blue inferno illuminating the dark battlefield. Leave now, while you can. The Yin soul fruits are not yours to take, and neither will you be allowed to do further harm. His taunting laugh cut through the din, brazenly defiant. And what will you do? Kill me too. He spread his arms wide as if daring me to attack. Let me see you try. That was all the provocation I needed. With a flick of my wrist, the soul flame chains snapped forward, spiraling through the air with relentless precision. Lu Wei was strong. I could see it in the energy that surged around him like a barrier. But that strength would not save him from my determination. The battle became a blur of screeching steel and roaring flame, each deflected strike only stealing my resolve further. They were skilled, but their greed and brutality made their movements predictable. Fatigue and panic began to set in on Lu Wei's squad as one by one they fell under my chains, leaving only their leader to face my wrath. On the other side of the battlefield, the plant guardian woman saw an opportunity in the chaos I had created. With renewed vigor, her war-torn treefolk rallied, tearing through the remaining fighters on Lu Wei's side with heavy, methodical blows. You can't win this. Lu Wei snarled as our battle raged on, his breath growing labored. Even if you kill me, others will come. Are you going to fight the whole world? If it means protecting those I care about, I said, striking his weapon once more with a thunderous blow that broke its hilt. Then yes. With one final crack of my flaming chain, his defenses crumbled, and Lu Wei fell to his knees, defeated at last. The hatred in his glare was palpable, but it did not faze me. He was no longer a threat. Without sparing him another glance, I turned my attention toward the prize at the heart of the battlefield, the Yin soul fruits. The plant guardian, though wounded from the prior exchange, was already there, cradling the fruits with a protective stance. You helped us, she said hesitantly, her leafy form visibly tense. Why? Because monsters like him, I said, gesturing toward Lu Wei's crumpled figure, shouldn't hold power they don't understand nor deserve. I couldn't stand by and let that happen. The guardian's posture softened, the hostility fading from her features. "Then take one," she offered, extending a single fruit toward me. "A gift for helping us protect the forest." I hesitated, but thinking of Lin Yining's pale and pained face, I ultimately stepped forward to accept the fruit with gratitude. It pulsed in my palm, radiating an eerie power, and I couldn't help but feel the weight of its potential. "Thank you," I said solemnly, bowing my head slightly. With the fruit secured, I turned back toward the rooftop where Su Xiaodang waited, my mind already racing with plans to save Yining. As I ascended back to the rooftop carrying both the fruit and the weight of my decisions, the whispers of the forest faded into the background. My focus had sharpened, my purpose clearer than ever before. "Let's go, little Tang," I said as I reached her side, the young girl's eyes wide with awe at the event she had just witnessed. Her mischievous grin returned as she eagerly latched onto my arm. "Car Captain, you're amazing," she squealed, her earlier nervousness replaced by a hero worship I wasn't entirely comfortable with. But there was no time to bask in her admiration. Time was running short, and every moment counted. "Hold tight," I instructed as I prepared to head back to the train. Yining was waiting, and I would let nothing, not man, monster, or fate itself, stand between us and her salvation. The way to court death. But was it truly worth helping the other side? Or would it be better to knock both sides down and enslave them all? At that moment, the battlefield shifted again. Several terrifying knights riding undead warhorses emerged from the mist, charging toward the ghostly soul fruit. Simultaneously, another figure leapt into view, lunging for the fruit from a different direction. The previous 4 train conductors, each of them vying for one single treasure. "Damn it, trying to sneak one past me," Lu Wei roared. A web of gunfire erupted toward the ghostly soul fruit. He wanted to ensure that if he couldn't have it, no one could. "Damn it, I have no choice." Du Miao crushed the fruit in her hand. A surge of natural energy burst forth from the ground, as countless thick vines erupted upward, dividing the battlefield. The ghostly soul fruits, tangled in vines, flew towards her. "Well, this is lively." I paused in surprise before bringing little Tang along to Du Miao's direction. With a few swings of my soul flame chains, I positioned myself atop Du Miao. "Finally, got it. This cost me way too much." Du Miao clutched the fruit tightly, her heart aching. The fruit she had just crushed could only be produced after 2 train stations blossomed fully. After using this fruit, she'd only have one left. Fortunately, with the ghostly soul fruit in hand, I can thoroughly explore this area. And the ancient tree of war is almost ready. Once the tree realm spreads further, then... She was dreaming of future victories when one of her vines suddenly lashed out sideways, yanking her back several meters. The tree realm's warning system had detected extreme danger. "What?" Startled, Du Miao looked up at me and Su Xiaodang, asking, "Who are you?" Gigantic vines wrapped around her body, growing spikes and thick bark for protection. "Oh, you're quite vigilant, aren't you?" I casually observed the vine guards and tree warriors surrounding her, utterly unbothered. My nonchalant demeanor made the girl named Du Miao feel a chill in her heart. She must have been thinking, anyone acting this confident was either a fool or a powerhouse. And by this point, who could have made it here by sheer idiocy? Coupled with the sudden warning of her vines, she now felt several times more nervous than when facing Lu Wei. Her mind wavered. Should she launch an attack first and use the chaos to escape? The ghostly soul fruit was right in front of her. If a sudden storm of hooves cut off her thoughts from behind, along with gunfire and furious shouts, charging straight at her position. Massive, terrifying knights tore through the vines, bringing with them frozen gusts and wailing souls as they appeared before all of us on the battlefield. In the distance, Su Ying stared at the scene within his crystal orb, decisively issuing an order. "Take them out." The corpse puppets and terrifying knights collectively roared, their purple-black magical auras surging as they charged straight toward me. Simultaneously, martial artist Xiao Kuang, seizing the chaos, moved away from the battlefield, stealthily positioning himself near Du Miao. With the ghostly soul fruit, he too could purify his essence further, increasing his strength considerably. "Who the hell is that guy? Doesn't he dodge?" Xiao Kuang stared at me, his face filled with shock. He had just fought against a terrifying knight and was very aware of how formidable they were. The knight's soul-wailing longsword could unnerve one's spirit with a single swing, its strikes slowing victims or even freezing them entirely. The icy aura from the wounds it inflicted seeped into bones. The knights also had magical shields protecting them, rendering most physical attacks useless. Xiao Kuang could handle one knight if necessary, but 2 would force him to retreat. And here I was, staring down 4 of them at once. Su Ying smirked coldly from behind his crystal orb, wondering why there were still fools who believed they could stand against terrifying knights. "Cut him in half." tie him to the back of a horse, and drag him to death. As for the girl, she could prove useful. A twisted grin stretched across his lips as he relished the thought of the girl's screams, sobs, and desperate attempts to escape. The mere idea brought a sick kind of joy to his warped heart. But as the knights charged forward, I showed no trace of fear on my face. Beside me, Su Xiaoding also exhibited an air of calm, even pulling out a bag of chips to snack on. Du Miao was utterly stunned. Was the girl insane? Eating snacks at a time like this? Though, the chips smelled really good. Du Miao found herself wanting to try some, too. Distracted, she completely overlooked my movements. The terrifying knights were upon me, their icy, soul-laden long swords gleaming as they slashed down with immense force. Xiao Kuang's expression tightened. This one strike could cleave steel in two. But I didn't dodge. Instead, I drove a straight punch into the undead warhorse. Boom! The knight's long sword struck the barrier shielding my soul, rippling but failing to penetrate. Meanwhile, my punch sent both the horse and its rider toppling violently to the ground. Impossible! Su Ying cried out at the scene, utterly flabbergasted as his eyes widened in disbelief. A knight atop a warhorse weighed over a ton combined. How could a single punch topple them? Overcome with fury, he summoned his own hell warhorse and sped toward the battlefield. Is this even human? Xiao Kuang was struck dumb, his mind fervently admiring me. That one punch, scattering both man and horse, carried an unparalleled brutality that ignited his fighting spirit. He wanted nothing more than to fight alongside me. It's over. Du Miao felt her vision blur, abandoning any thoughts of attacking. With such overwhelming strength, there was no chance to win. This match was lost. Get down here, I roared, extending my hand as chains of soul flame lashed out, firmly binding the remaining 3 knights and dragging them off their mounts. Soul flame storm. A colossal eruption of flames flared up, consuming the undead in front of me. The soul flames burned through their armor, cracking their magical shields inch by inch. The knights, unwilling to give up, raised their swords and hacked toward me. The frost emanating from my ice ogre armor slowed their movements to a crawl. The battlefield descended into utter chaos. By now, Lu Wei had finally arrived, his face lighting up with glee when he saw me entangled with the terrifying knights. He immediately began firing, shouting with triumphant laughter. Strike while the iron's hot. Finish him off. Cheap shot? Think you're the only one with minions. I scoffed before summoning my flame-bound legion. A horde of undead warriors surged onto the battlefield, charging at Lu Wei. What? Lu Wei gawked. He hadn't expected this guy to use summoning, let alone summon so many. An elemental arrow pierced his shoulder, jerking him back. Ah! Lu Wei cried out in pain, taking cover while retaliating. His lackeys, flustered by my overwhelming presence, hid themselves and watched me with deep fear. Was this guy even real? The terrifying knights were utterly defenseless against him. Could they really stand against him? Was it too late to run? I gestured for my flame-bound legion to hold back from killing outright, instead ordering them to advance with their shields raised. Each of these minions offered valuable potential, boosting my attributes by 2% each. None of them could be wasted. I smashed my flaming fist into the knight's armor, denting it deeply. It struggled to counterattack, but the soul fire of the chains surged through the cracks. Ah! A miserable scream echoed from within the armor, sending a shiver through Su Ying, even as he was hurrying on his way. The anguish through his soul link made him restless and panicked. Damn it! What kind of monster is this? Su Ying growled in fury, but deep within, a sliver of fear emerged. Could he really handle this young man? Through the crystal ball, I was seen ruthlessly pummeling the 4 terrifying knights. If not for their undead nature, the special armor, and their war horses' deflecting blades, it would have been over already. In just a minute, I shattered their core might entirely. Su Ying suddenly grew silent, his hell warhorse slowing its pace. It was as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him, extinguishing his rage in an instant. I can't win. He calculated his odds and sorrowfully realized. Even with his beginner 4th-tier strength combined with dark magic, he couldn't defeat me. If he showed up on the battlefield, he might even end up being killed by a single punch. I've got to hide. Without hesitation, he turned his horse around and fled. Better to live to fight another day. His strongest summoned creatures were already gone. There was no point in staying. In the scene, I roared, tearing one of the Terror Knights in half. Su Xinyat. Su Ying, drenched in cold sweat, shrank his neck and bolted until he vanished from sight. Nearby, Lu Wei, who had been so arrogant moments ago, was now utterly terrified. With his stockpile of ammunition, he turned and began fleeing. Brother Lu, wait for us. Run. This is horrifying. Help. I'm captured. His henchmen tried to escape, but were promptly caught by the blazing soul army, one by one. They were rounded up into a trembling group. Fight a monster like this? What a joke. Lu Wei frantically fled, cold sweat soaking his forehead. Against Du Miao's plant army, he dared to fire a gun, but against me, he didn't even have the courage to pull the trigger. This wasn't something humans could stand up to. Bang! A bullet whizzed from the distance, splattering blood from Lu Wei's temple. He staggered and collapsed to the ground. Qi Ying's 5th-tier armor-piercing shot had claimed his life in a single strike. Target has been terminated, Master. I glanced at Qi Ying's update and nodded in satisfaction. Around my feet were the scattered remains of corpse puppets and shattered pieces of knight armor, with the undead warhorses reduced to white bones. In a matter of minutes, I had demolished an undead army even Xiao Kuang couldn't withstand. Never become an enemy of this one. Xiao Kuang held his breath and slipped into the shadows, disappearing from sight. I turned to look, but saw no trace of him. Never mind, I decided. It was better to deal with the matters at hand. I activated the slave contract, transforming all 35 of Lu Wei's henchmen into my slaves. The boost in my attributes by 70% felt incredible. As expected, human resources were the most valuable assets. How many people do you have in total? I asked. Other than us, there are 39 passengers on the vehicle. One of the henchmen confessed honestly, unable to resist. 74 in total. That's sufficient. You all wait here. Soon, you'll join my people to go and capture the others, I said decisively. After contacting Gao Tian and the others, I turned to Du Miao. She obediently handed over the Yin soul fruits, her eyes dulled and lifeless. She understood it was over. She would soon become a slave. The thought of that grim future left her contemplating if life was worth continuing. Hey, what can you do? Su Xiaodong suddenly approached, tossing her bag of chips aside in favor of a different snack. I can summon the tree realm, vine guardians, and war trees. Before she even finished speaking, a towering tree began moving in our direction, her 5th-tier ultimate weapon. But considering how effortlessly I eliminated the late 4th-tier Terror Knights, her confidence wavered again. And what else? I can detoxify, heal, plant seeds. Detoxify. Su Xiaotong's eyes lit up as she grabbed Du Miao's hand. Really? Even 5th-tier poison? I'd have to check. Du Miao hesitated for a moment, looking at me for confirmation. The moment I heard the word detoxify, I immediately walked over. Am I going to become a slave too? Tears brimmed in Du Miao's eyes, her face as pale as paper. She trembled as she gazed at me. She truly didn't want to become a slave. Walking the path of nature cultivated freedom and harmony. Once enslaved, her strength couldn't increase and might even deteriorate, eventually causing her nature's heart to wither and resulting in her death. If all else failed, her option was suicide, a swifter end compared to a slow demise. What's with that reaction? I was curious. Her expression didn't look like she didn't want to be imprisoned. It was more like she had resigned herself to death. Through sobs, Du Miao explained her predicament. I see. After listening, I understood. This vast world truly held countless oddities, and it turned out her trained conductor's talent came with such a side effect. But then again, losing was supposed to mean death, so it wasn't exactly a side effect. Hearing this, I dismissed the thought of contracting her. I wasn't some bleeding heart hero, nor was I a senseless villain ruining lives. Killing her for her talent wouldn't help either. It'd still require an upgrade to detoxify. However, how about this? We make a deal. I left 2 Yin soul fruits and handed the rest to her. A deal? Du Miao was stunned. What could she trade? How many passengers are on your vehicle currently? If I couldn't contract her, contracting her passengers wouldn't hurt. 40 people. Originally 50, but 10 were disobedient, so I didn't accept any more after their deaths. Her plant army could handle everything. Excessive passengers were unnecessary burdens. Evidently, in this apocalyptic world, declining to board a vehicle was the logical choice. For gift-blessed trained conductors like her, each additional mouth to feed was a liability. Is it all right if I take over the 40 passengers? No problem. You can have them all. To my surprise, Du Miao's face lit up. It seemed the passengers, who couldn't contribute but only complained, were more trouble than they were worth. My request, instead of being a burden, became a relief for her. Good. Next, you'll detoxify my companions. In return, I guarantee your safety, and you can keep the Yin soul fruits. As for other trades, we'll discuss them when we return. Du Miao nodded and prepared to follow me. She had no choice. Being at someone else's mercy left her powerless to refuse. The next second, she realized my arm had slipped around her waist. Meanwhile, Su Xiaodong clung to my back with a mischievous grin, her legs latched around my waist. The posture was rather suggestive, but she didn't seem to mind. In fact, there was a hint of glee. After all, she would be mine sooner or later. Hold on tight. Let's go. As I flung out my chains, we launched forward. The wind swept wildly between the graves and the buildings. Ah! Du Miao screamed with her eyes shut tight in fear. I sighed helplessly. But hey, this method is certainly the fastest way to travel. Soon enough, the three of us stood before the Apocalypse Future train. What? This is a level 5 train? Du Miao stood in stunned silence once more. The majestic Monarch turret, all kinds of heavy artillery, the extraordinarily thick armor plates, and the intimidating, imperial presence of the train's front. It was a sight to behold. Wait a minute. Are you the conductor of the Apocalypse Future, Guke? She suddenly remembered the leaderboard, level 5 train, and from District 9527. Who else could it be but me? When she saw my name on the list back then, she had been brimming with pride. After all, our District 9527 held the top spot. Yes, that's me. I am actually a fan of yours, Du Miao said, ecstatic at first, but her face soon fell as her current predicament resurfaced in her mind. I cleared my throat awkwardly and muttered a quick, thank you. Beside me, Su Xiaoding couldn't hold back her laughter as she grabbed Du Miao and dragged her toward the train's engine compartment. Inside the royal carriage, the facilities left Du Miao stunned once again. But the most urgent task at hand was to wake Lin Yining, who was still unconscious. Du Miao stepped forward to inspect the toxins and stated that this was a case of negative energy corrosion. It wasn't a severe issue. She could treat it right away, and Lin Yining would soon regain consciousness. I collapsed onto the sofa with a long exhale of relief. Thank goodness there was a solution. Du Miao removed her shoes and knelt by the bedside. Her palms emitted a faint teal-green glow. Grass-green winds swirled gently in the room, silently pulling dark energy out of Lin Yining's injuries, thread by thread. As I watched the remarkable scene, I couldn't help but admire her skills while also feeling a twinge of regret. If she didn't possess the heart of nature, I would have insisted on recruiting her as a core member, no matter what. The power of nature seeped into Lin Yining's body, and color returned to her cheeks. Her furrowed brow smoothed out as her eyelids fluttered open. Slowly, she came to, her eyes landing on Du Miao and Su Xiaoding. Her name is Du Miao. The conductor brought her here to help with the detoxification, Su Xiaoding explained before turning to call out to me. Conductor, Lin Jie is awake. Looking at her with concern, I asked, how are you feeling? No problem at all, Lin Yining said as she sat up and let out a long exhale. Her physique, bolstered by the overseer's mark, allowed her to recover faster than anyone once the toxins were neutralized. She expressed her gratitude toward Du Miao, who simply waved her hand and said it was no big deal. The first thing Lin Yining did after waking was to ask about the current situation and how much time had passed. Su Xiaoding quickly filled her in while Lingshu AI transmitted material data to Lin Yining's interface. After reviewing the updates, Lin Yining turned to Du Miao. Miss Du, would you be interested in some trade? She called for Lu Ning. This is our trade specialist. Lu Ning produced a small bottle of spiritual liquid and placed it in front of Du Miao. At her prompting, Du Miao opened the bottle and gave it a sniff. Her face instantly lit up with indescribable excitement. What is this stuff? Can it be traded? How can I obtain it? Du Miao practically leaped into the air, her voice rising in pitch. Her feverish excitement and desire left Lin Yining momentarily speechless. In her mind, Lin Yining thought, it's just something to speed up plant growth and boost nourishment. Is it really that amazing? Lu Ning cleared her throat and patted Du Miao on the shoulder. Miss Du, why don't we take this conversation outside? Du Miao agreed eagerly, rushing out with her. This spiritual liquid was far too precious for Du Miao. She didn't fully understand what it was, but the terrifying life energy contained within was genuine. If she used it on her ancient tree of war, it would likely boost it to late-stage Tier 5 in no time. Even the heart of nature itself could be nourished, evolving the tree realm's domain and enhancing the fundamental power of her plant-based warriors. As Su Xiaoding glanced at the two of them, she wisely excused herself. I stepped forward to pull Lin Yining into my arms. You've worked hard. Not at all. I was just lying there while the real effort came from you, master, she replied, her eyes filled with gratitude. It must have been difficult to find Du Miao. Not difficult at all, I said with a smile, holding her close as the two of us continued chatting in hushed tones. Meanwhile, deep within an underground tomb, Wu Feng knelt nervously before a crimson-drenched coffin, trembling under the wrath of General Ming. We haven't heard a single report from the Myriad Ghost Alliance. Do you have any idea what you're doing? Black blood seeped from the sides of the coffin as General Ming neared a breakthrough. The surrounding white mist was tinged red and black, while the runic array Wu Feng had set up was corroded into near oblivion. The tomb had been almost fully exposed against the mountainside. Once the bloodletting domain activates, the purification by exchange process begins. There can be no mistakes. General Ming was clearly on edge. The three supposed experts sent by the Myriad Ghost Alliance had seemed confident when they left, but had since disappeared without a trace. Had they dealt with the opponent, Or were they simply making excuses to stand by idly? The thought of the machinations behind imperial court politics in his past life made his heart race with unease. Maybe they've run into trouble that delayed them? That kid couldn't possibly be strong enough to survive an assault by 3 mid-tier 5s working together, Wu Feng stammered. Shall I go look for them? Get out of my sight. General Ming bellowed as the coffin creaked and groaned. Terrified, Wu Feng fled the tomb in a panic. He didn't want to feel the soul-searing agony of those blood-colored lightning bolts a second time. Nearby, Zhao Hu and Su Xiu were resting within a dilapidated building close to the tomb. Huh. That old dog Ming must be losing his mind by now, Su Xiu remarked, glancing at the roiling white mist outside the window. Humph. His intelligence was flawed to begin with. He's lucky I haven't settled accounts with him yet. Zhao Hu leaned against the wall as Su Xiu's ghost companion tended to his wounds with tendrils of eerie energy. The injuries I inflicted on him were healing quickly, and his combat strength would soon return to its peak. We're here to assist, not to throw away our lives, Wu Hun said as he engraved talismans. We'll complete the Myriad Ghost Alliance mission and claim our rewards if we can, but our priorities lie with our survival. Remember, the tests are coming up soon. The others nodded in agreement. Although survivors in the intermediate zone enjoyed relative freedom, it wasn't without its dangers. Periodic tests remained an ever-present threat. These tests were unpredictable and came in many forms. Survival challenges that demanded enduring waves of endless monsters or gathering limited resources to escape. Defensive missions where one had to hold a position within a time limit. Explorations of secret realms to locate specified items. Or deadly battles where multiple train crews clashed within the same station, with only one survivor able to leave. The nature of the test was random, so there was no way to prepare in advance. All they could do was continually strengthen themselves to improve their chances of survival. As such, preserving their fighting potential took precedence over the mission from the Myriad Ghost Alliance. Back aboard the Apocalypse Future, Lu Ning was in the midst of negotiating with Du Miao. 1 drop of spiritual liquid for 1 mana fruit. Could you add just 1 more drop? Du Miao looked pained, reluctant at the thought. Cultivating a single mana fruit consumed a significant amount of her natural power. At her current tier 4 level, she could only manage 3 a day at most. Miss Du, mana can recover over time. Spiritual liquid? Not so much. Lu Ning maintained her professional smile, but, chuckling, once it's used up, that's it. Plus, it doesn't just accelerate plant growth. It can also alter plant traits and add new effects. Just by observing Du Miao's expression, she deduced how crucial this item was to her. Combined with her natural talent, it was almost certain. All right, fine. Du Miao was bleeding inside. This small bottle of spiritual liquid contained at least 30 drops. Her vision darkened at the thought, and she reluctantly pulled out her other specialty products. Half an hour later, the 2 trains officially sealed their trade agreement. Nature's Ark provided 20 mana fruits, which could restore 50% mana upon consumption, 15 bottles of life tree sap, capable of curing 5th-tier poisons and restoring 30% health, 5 thornwall seeds, which could form barriers to damage and slow enemies, 10 ensnaring vine seeds, which sprouted vines to control enemy movements in an area, and 4 explosive seed turrets. Train weapons with area damage effective against 4th-tier enemies. The post-apocalypse future train offered 500 milliliters of spiritual liquid, 500 kilograms of wolf meat, 100 packs of snacks, various seeds, 50 cans of food, 100 bottles of drinks, and more than 10 sets of beautiful little clothes. Besides the valuable spiritual liquid, most of the other items were just fillers. Along her journey, Du Miao hadn't managed to collect any vegetable or fruit seeds, so when she saw my collection, she was overjoyed. She was sick of compressed rations and instant noodles. At that moment, I was leading Lin Yining and Su Xinyu as we cleared out monsters. Mortar rounds fired in all directions, reducing ghastly specters and their graves to a sea of fire, while our massive mechs faithfully carried out their demolition tasks. Nearly a tenth of the mountain city was razed to flatlands under our onslaught. A message popped up from Lu Ning, and I was pleasantly surprised. I replied, "Not bad, well done. You're being too kind." The opposing party's intense desire for the spiritual liquid was the primary reason for my success. Lu Ning replied modestly, though inside, she was over the moon. Finally, she had proven her value. The specialties of Nature's Ark perfectly supplemented our weaknesses. The thorn walls quickly set up defenses to protect Gao Tian and others. The ensnaring vines controlled battlefield dynamics. The mana fruits restored energy. The life tree sap detoxified. And the train's weapons enhanced our bombardment and defense. Meanwhile, Du Miao had acquired a key ingredient for advancing her plants. It was a win-win situation. She mentioned you can take your group to receive the slaves shortly. Excellent. I'll reward you when we get back, I said, completely satisfied. Lu Ning's usefulness had far exceeded my expectations. Upon reading my message, Lu Ning blushed and fidgeted, debating whether or not to change outfits in anticipation of her reward. We had just finished looting treasure chests and were preparing to return to the train for a brief rest. But then I noticed something odd about the white mist ahead. Thin wisps of bloody black smoke were seeping through it. Something's wrong, Lin Yining said, narrowing her eyes at the fog. What a disgusting aura, Su Xinyu frowned, instinctively feeling uneasy. Su Xinyu extended her soulfire chains into the black mist, producing sizzle sounds. Yet, unlike before, the burning not only failed to dissipate the fog but instead provoked a massive response. A piercing scream echoed from within, and several fourth-tier ghosts manifested with solid forms, launching ferocious attacks. Nearby zombies and spirits also became restless, their attack power and attributes suddenly surging by 30%. Courting death, Su Xinyu snarled, flicking her soulfire chains, which incinerated a ghost into a wailing fireball. For her fifth-tier soulfire, early fourth-tier creatures were no match at all. But as I watched the thickening black fog, the ominous feeling in my heart grew stronger and stronger. What on earth was lurking in this nether corpse nest? Elsewhere, the dark mage Su Ying, whose subordinates I had slaughtered earlier, was painstakingly piecing together a new dread knight. Damn it, this really was a major loss. While commanding his knight and flesh golems to scavenge for resources, his teeth gnashed with frustration. Fortunately, this place was teeming with flesh creatures, and not long after, he had managed to control over a dozen more zombies, somewhat replenishing his strength. As he carried on, he suddenly spotted a massive crypt. Intrigued, he broke into a sprint toward it. Meanwhile, a trio of idle folks, Wu Han and his companions, also caught wind of the commotion outside. Nearby, zombies and spirits were all converging on the crypt. Who's going to check it out? I'm still recovering from my injuries. Let's all go together. The three exchanged glances and ultimately decided to act as a group. This time, however, they were particularly cautious. Running into me again, the fearsome troublemaker, would likely mean another exhausting battle, which they definitely wanted to avoid. Su Xiu chose not to fly on his signature cloud. Zhao Hu advanced cautiously, and Wu Han discreetly stuck on an Earth Evasion talisman, ready to flee at any moment. These three notorious figures from the 10,000 Ghost Alliance were now more vigilant than they had ever been since entering the apocalypse. When they neared the battlefield and saw what was happening, they realized it was just Su Ying, a mere fourth-tier fighter, clearing out zombies. What the hell? Such a weakling. And we got all worked up for nothing. Zhao Hu gasped in relief, followed immediately by a surge of anger. Better safe than sorry, Su Xiu remarked coolly with a glance. Charge in recklessly again, and it could very well be him next time. You son of a... Enough, stop arguing. Let's first check if anyone else is lurking around. Wu Han intervened, acting as the peacemaker. The other two nodded reflexively and scanned their surroundings. My looming shadow had truly left a profound impression. Su Xiu's red robe fluttered as several ghostly women dispersed into the air. Moments later, they returned. All clear, no one else is around, they reported. Then let's move, Wu Han said with a sly smile, flicking his whisk to unleash several beams of blood-red light, instantly powering up the zombies to late fourth tier. What's going on? Su Ying was startled. Where was this blood-red light coming from? This is bad, I need to retreat. Having learned his lesson from me earlier, Su Ying had wised up. He immediately called back his knight and prepared to flee. Going somewhere. A towering man with a face like a wrathful demon, Zhao Hu, suddenly smashed down in front of him. Su Xiu landed soon after, blocking all escape routes with her ghost companions. Who are you people? Su Ying shouted, quickly activating a teleportation array. But before he could act, a restriction talisman flew in from the side, pinning him firmly in place. Helpless, he could only watch as Zhao Hu and Su Xiu annihilated his summoned creatures. Fifth tier, his eyes widened in disbelief. Where had these people come from? Since when were fifth tiers so common? Time is of the essence. Let's refine him now, Zhao Hu growled, grabbing Su Ying's head and pouring ghostly energy into his mind. Su Ying let out a final scream before his consciousness was entirely erased, leaving his body to collapse into darkness. Not bad. This body has good magical energy. Perfect material for a puppet, Wu Han remarked as he joined them, nodding in satisfaction. With him, our chances against that guy have improved again. After tidying up, the three carried the remains of the Dread Knight back to their base. The hideout. There must be a secret in this station that we haven't discovered yet, I said, breaking the silence. At this moment, the core group was holding a meeting to discuss the issue of the Black Mist. Exactly. There's bound to be some top-tier treasure in the Yellow Springs corpse nest. Su Xiaoding immediately raised her hand in excitement. Lin Yining frowned slightly. She wasn't opposing me, but the potential risks inside made her hesitant. Why don't we go together? After all, those 3 people from before. That works. Miss Du Miao can come along as well. How about that? I nodded and turned to look at Du Miao, who was sitting nearby. No problem. I'll do my best, Du Miao replied, her heart secretly brimming with joy. She had finally latched onto a strong ally. Thinking about the power of our team, she couldn't help but feel a surge of confidence. She hadn't felt this secure in such a long time. Since we're set on this, let's head out without delay. I cast my gaze into the distance toward Mountain City, where the black mist churned ceaselessly, so dense that it seemed as though it might solidify into a physical form. Elsewhere, Xiao Kuang's eyes were also fixed on the massive tomb. Could there be treasures inside? But I'm currently all alone, and this station is filled with powerful figures. I'd better observe the situation first, he muttered to himself, suppressing his eagerness. He withdrew his aura completely, found a safe building to hide in, and waited patiently for the right moment. Half an hour to go, then the blood purification will be complete. General Ming lay inside a coffin, his eyes filled with anticipation. Once the blood purification was finished, he would have achieved mastery in his supreme martial skills. At that time, neither the Wraith Alliance nor any of the survivors would stand a chance. They would all perish under his hands, their resentful souls becoming tools for him to command. Ha ha ha! A deep, maniacal laughter echoed out from the coffin, reverberating endlessly throughout the underground tomb.